This is gonna be a fist fight on the way out, kids. Yo, baby, can you hear me? Yeah, barely. How you living? Oh, wait, wait, that's not your fault though. That's not your fault. That's my fault. How was your day? Oh, I slept like a fucking rock, man. I've been up for some time. I cannot believe that she conceded and that all that happened. It seemed like a dream. Definitely. What I miss? Exactly. Um, yeah, at least her concession speech. I'm such a sucker for politicians. When I hear their concession speech, I'm like, oh, they're so humble. Man, I should have voted for this person and blah, 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 when I know deep down that they'd split my throat for an extra fiscal dollar. But, yeah, I'm glad it's all over. Like, it's like this huge amount of pressure that happens on the country every year. Everybody becomes uh, very, what am I trying to say? Well, everybody becomes very contentious about things. Everything becomes a fight, and once it's done, it's like, okay, see you in 4 years. You remember that cartoon? I think it's between like Foghorn Leghorn and the Sheepdog. 100% when they're like clocking in. That's like their exactly. That's like their job. Same with me. Yeah, exactly. I I am the same way because it really teaches you like I mean it's just like a small little lesson that exactly and I exactly well this wasn't a very melodies one of the most impactful exactly yeah I know the most impactful one of the most impactful stories as a child that I ever heard was the story of Henny Penny with the sky is falling. If you've ever heard this, she's like a chicken and she's under a tree. Yeah, honestly, I think it goes by different names. I think it could be Chicken Little. I think in the United States, I think in Britain it's Penny Penny, something like that. But like an acorn falls on her head and she starts running around saying the sky is falling and whips everybody up into a huge frenzy that the sky is falling, and the whole like coop gets all crazy. And then it just turned out that it was an acorn that caused it. And that was a lesson to me too as a child that especially around the pandemic and stuff, it was just like this massive area of things, and I just kept saying to myself, this is very much like the story of Penny Penny, where like if you make a little bit of a wave, it can really cause a and yeah, there are lessons. Um, I've recognized it's kind of like I always wonder why do I tend to the night, and it happens where I'll be up and one person will come in. You see how it happens. One person comes in, another person comes. I wasn't expecting Riser to come in. I mean, we're talking about like literally like the next steps of what moons we're gonna visit and everything, and I like get exhausted, and I mean it's like 10 in the morning, and I've been up for like 24 hours, and then I fucking pass out, and I sleep like fucking rock, and then when I wake, it's like oh shit, I gotta restart all of the cameras and everything. There's one thing that I do every morning, but like 5 in the morning, I do my best to daven, and then if I have to go to bed afterward, I do. Like that's the one thing that like is pretty consistent in my day. Aside from that, it could be absolutely anything. Anybody could come in. Anybody could hey, talk to, like there was the one guy yesterday. Oh, he was annoying the piss out of me, and I've got to say, I'm not the most patient of people, but it's like it's truthfully, and I said the analogy to him a few times. When you want to talk to me about aliens and you have no alien knowledge, it's like a child talking to a college professor about physics. It's like, Doug, I know a lot more on this subject than you do, so you need to get on my level. And once you're on my level, we can have these discussions. But if you don't know like who Bob Lazar is, then you're not. I don't want to say you're not worth my time. You're worth my time, but it shows me that I'm going to have to be more of a teacher to you, and this is going to be less than the debate that you wanted. And like that guy yesterday, he's like, I don't believe in aliens. Like, oh man, okay, that's fine. We can work with that. And then 20 minutes into the documentary, he's like, okay, I believe. Well, I'm like, but just watch the end of it. He's like, no, 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 I don't need to watch anymore. Tell me about aliens. I'm like, no, don't, just watch the end of it. Like, that's what this thing is. It's you'll learn from the whole thing. But I understand. He wanted to talk about what am I looking at? What am I looking at? Dog?
It's a dog. He looks scared of the game he's about to play.
Is it Genshin Impact?
No,
Oh.
it's not. It's not a Vito.
What is it? Wait, hold on. I'll have to zoom in and what game it is. Is it a gun? Wait. Oh, hold on. Is it it's that thing with the the alligator?
Yeah. But he's scared at first, and then it gets him, and then he realizes it can't go hard.
Oh, okay.
So that's what he goes. And he smiles because it can't go hard.
That's very cute.
Yeah, dogs are my favorite.
What? Yeah, definitely. I know you love those. What? What is um? What is that game called?
It's like a little kid's alligator toy. I've
Right,
seen it before.
right. It's like a dentist. It's like a dentist. You have to pull out this.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. It would drive me crazy. I've seen a bunch of them. Yo, baby, what is the type of toy? It's like an alligator or crocodile with teeth that you have to pull out. It's for children. It's called Crocodile Dentist. Oh, that's all it's called. Okay. Yeah, that's it.
It's a little dancing dog.
They're all good. Wow, he really is dancing, and the other dog is just.
The other dog's just hanging out like, all right.
Right.
That's all I do. That's why I have it.
There you go.
Dogs can pop up, and I'm like, get out of here. Look at dogs.
Yeah, dog. Yeah.
Oh, box.
Hey, it's Sophia. How are you, girl?
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Lovely. We are in our post-election honeymoon where we watch all the coverage for like 24 hours straight and pass out really hard. So just awoke.
Usually, very nice. Nobody wants to fight at all. They were already. Like, we figured it out last night. Then, I like that. I like the dog.
Ditto. I'm a big fan of why can't we all just get along? From
Yeah.
Right. So how are things in your neck of the woods, Sophia?
Things are good. I cleaned my bedroom and bathroom today, which was nice.
Amazing. I have to make my bed. It's like the one thing I still have on my list of things to do. So did you do a normal clean or a deep clean?
Kind of a deep clean, except I didn't mop.
Oh wow, that is. And you still have more than half of your vacation to enjoy. So that's
Yeah.
amazing. Cat's BC was showing me dog videos. So that's what we're doing.
Favorite world. I like dogs that dance.
Does. And do you know what Kill Tony is, Sophia?
No.
Okay, it's the largest live podcast in the world, and it's it's like stand-up comedy if you like stand-up comedy, and so that's what we've got going. We're gonna watch that perhaps and chill. we had quite a few people here yesterday in and out for the election and such, and now we don't have to hopefully hear about any of that stuff for 4 more years. Everybody can just go back to normal. Exactly. So, yeah, we've got that going, and we're just if you like, you can watch the podcast with us. It hasn't started yet. I'm about to start it right now, and then maybe a little bit later, I might do some singing. So it's bigger now. But just know that you're amongst friends, and if it's anything you're about, let me know. In the meantime, I'm going to start a podcast. Is that okay? Excellent. Here we go. Let me warn you, the language is pretty adult. Well, it's not. I can see that. Eddie Welch? Exactly. Yeah, actually, if you give people a true democracy, one person, one vote, that's what happens. And people don't go with who the best leaders; they go with what the funniest result would be. And um, we can see this in like certain jurisdictions will be like, hey, we're gonna do like naming of a snowplow or a a water vessel, and we want you to choose the name. And people will come up with the funniest name that they can, as opposed to something real like realistic or perhaps professional. And so things like boating, big boat face, win things. Like and people think that's so fucking funny when um in reality, whether it's funny or not, I don't know. But if you're choosing that as the way that you are going to govern yourself, that can be somewhat concerning. I see it. I love the slow motion of it. Hilarious. Hilarious. Dog, what's a waifu? Isn't that a pillow or something?
From what I understand, you refer first anime girls that are
That's right.
I think imagine married to girls. I think
There you go. Somebody just with the name the Tiny Wave message me. It's one of the I don't get really I don't know anime or all that. I know that's one of those. All right, there we go. Something new every day, kids.
All the way away for those of you that might be interested in what body wearing one of your favorite like it is 360 degrees outside. No, there's no lighting at all. Literally, it looks like a full werewolf.
very thanks for that.
A lot of work out there, and it's growing. It'll be great if you let the hair only I'd love stuff like that. It's good to have you guys get me. It's something I do. It's special, stank, secret, wild. So Casey, thank you for getting it started. We love you. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, I is climbing Mount Kilimanjaro right now, literally. And Valerie Vaughn is the full-time rate card / waitress. I'm a wonder for Valerie. Hey, the blind guy out there. So now it's bucket time, everybody. We're going to be one of these young Skankfest comedians, maybe someone in the audience, maybe someone that's been hoping to get on the show for years. Anything can happen. We're going to give them 60 seconds all together. Make some noise for Hector Garcia, everybody. Here we go.
Got any border racism in the house? Yeah. I'm Mexican. I'm on the fence about it. I can go either way. I like racism in public places, like hooligans like pools. My favorite racist game in the world, guys. You go up to a pool table, what do you see? Just the white shot off the ground, the cutter balls are all locked up, right? You gotta bail them out. What happens when your cutter you fall off the table? Back to jail you go, way too close bond. But when you're white, you slip to the cracks, you come back at the other end. White ball privilege, brother. Anyone on this table you want, man, line me up over here. Got a good shot at that red and yellow motherfucker by the rails. Half the balls are white, right? Like some kind of still want to see us all hold. People chopping up, throwing out white powder like LeBron James. They make the black ball go last. Like some kind of final boss battle, like showing up in the movie. What happens next is going to make the black ball. Everybody on the water.
What up, Zoot?
There's not even a Mexican ball. There's an undocumented Mexican ball just inside the pool table. Comes out and out does. What else would it look so nice? He's hiding from the white and green ball. That's the border patrol ball. The 14. Thank you guys.
See ya. Welcome, Hector. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 8-9 years.
Oh, wow.
Mostly in Phoenix, Texas. Back.
You just moved back to Phoenix.
I was living in Phoenix, back to Texas for last month.
Okay, what part of Texas? West Texas.
Way in the oil field.
El Paso.
3 hours over there. Pecos, Texas. Pound.
I like other stuff with you feeling. Use a moment there where you say, well, but you kept going there, the joke going like funny, finally came around and I laughed.
I did something else, so that's what
Dude, I've never seen this before on Google. I didn't even know what the fuck it was. I I typed in Aiden Ross, Donald Trump, thank you, because I wanted to see if anybody uh, wrote an article about it or anything, because maybe potentially they may also include the number one Discord streamer within Aiden Ross's server. Um, to be decided on that. So we'll see if that's too early to call, too close to call this part. Um, but when I type in Aiden Ross, Donald Trump, thank you, it says customize results by applying a goggle. Now, I'm not sure. Actually, I think that's just Brave, and I made a mistake thinking it said Google. But goggles, search without limit. So what is it? You press one button, it says news from the left. You press another button, and it says news from the right. Like the search engine. I don't know if you can see it, but like the way it. Yeah, I mean, like I've never seen a search engine basically say like, yeah, there are biased results, and we'll tell you what they are. Okay, that's all.
Next time we play with or remember the you think yeah, what do you do now? Working at my job 2 months ago. I ran out of big page. Wow. If you had anything post, like, hey, this is kind of a, or like a post, you know what I mean? It makes sense to change those things, buy stuff.
You're saying Twitter does that?
Yeah. You look at certain things.
Oh, I know. Yeah, community notes.
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember what it's called exactly.
It's community. You mean the little notes that show up underneath it saying like something, someone didn't say this or whatever, or they said it in 2018, not 2024.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. I actually, like, I let basically anybody say anything they want about me. Generally, like, I can't say I'm perfect about it. One thing that I don't, that people, oh, you may notice, um, Chinese merchant isn't here. He was banned for a week. He got on my nerves, and I've told him so many times, you need to be respectful.
I had him almost on you.
Yeah, no, I know. I completely know. And I get it. This is he's like 18 or 19. He gets high, and then he just comes in here and wants to tee off on people. And when generally I don't have um, too much of an issue with what people have to say, some of the language that he's using is inaccurate and frankly demeaning. So like if I say to him, dude, you need to watch your attitude with people, he'll be like, oh, why are you so bipolar? I'm like, hold on a second. That's a psychological diagnosis that you aren't able to give. So you're just basically using ad hominem attacks. And I'm telling you right now, I don't like it, and I don't want you to continue to do it. If you want to be my friend, I will let you be my friend, but you have to play by my rules, or I'm not going to be your friend. It's as simple as that. That's how life goes. And he'd be like, oh, geez, wow, what are you? What's the other thing that people use all the time? Schizo? That's what they say. And I said, look, you're done. I told you no ad hominem attacks, and now you're done for a week. And I don't like terms like that. Just well, normally I would be like, oh, whatever. But the people, at least in Discords, they don't tolerate that. And when I see they don't tolerate it, there's no reason that I need to. There are three things that people say, or the two big ones that people say to people on the internet nowadays are you're schizo and you're a pedophile. Those are like two things that it's very difficult to prove that you're not. Like it's very difficult to just be like, hey, here's my normal card, and so you can see that like I'm a normal person. So it's very difficult to defend yourself against that. And then those are just the words that get thrown around. So when people start using language that I feel defames people, or perhaps it just an odd, honestly, I don't like ad hominem attacks. And I will tell people when I think that they're using an ad hominem attack, when they're using a phrase that is has been weaponized to demean someone else. So what would these be? I mean, I've used them like if you say word salad, okay, word salad. I'm demeaning what you have to say by saying it's not really important. It's just a jumbled up thing. That's not that bad of one, but if you start using it a whole lot and you start saying like, oh, you're a pseudoscientist or you're a medical quack, if you start using those kind of terms with me and you don't have any evidence for what you're saying and you're not credible, I don't want to put up with you. If you want to say, I don't think that your opinion is valid because the evidence that you've provided to me is insufficient in my mind, that's a beautiful way to put your argument as opposed to just saying you're a medical quack. What? You're just now attacking me as a person. Not me. No, nobody says I'm a medical quack, but I'm saying like if I were a doctor and people would come out and say you are making a claim that perhaps cannot be backed up by evidence. Instead of saying that, they just say you're a medical quack or you're a quasi scientist or pseudoscientist. Whenever they start using that kind of stuff, that's okay. Here's your timeout. I'm not kicking you out forever, but you just have to recognize some of the words that you use can be offensive to other people. And if we want to have a positive environment in here, that they're just
Ultimately, yes, and I, oh, because you're just being honest and forthcoming with me about the way I'm acting, the way I'm presenting myself while I'm hanging out with you, right? And I say you're acting like whatever, yeah. And again, ad hominem attack. It doesn't matter what it is I'm trying to or whether
exactly.
it's whether it's bipolar or some sort of again, you could just people have they have medical terminology in their tongue right now because of the internet. More fucking know about medical terminology. You know what I mean?
100%.
Or
And especially
just
at some of the ages of these people. Like, um,
yeah,
I don't know, you're 20 years old. You don't have much experience with people who are schizophrenic, bipolar, uh, deep
yeah,
depressions,
exactly.
autism. I mean, maybe you think you do because your best friend is a little avant-garde and they say that they're autistic. Then you think everybody's autistic, and you just say that to everyone. I get called that all the fucking time. I'm gonna tell you this. I don't think I've ever met an autistic person. I just have been in this closed bubble. I know I have. I know I have, but I've been
I met younger like a nonverbal, like very far, like not like actual autism, um, and as a age of like, and I think it got better for the guy, but like, I was like, and so it wasn't like we were just, I knew a kid who not not the kind of autism like I like to dye my hair funny colors and
right.
I I like my little pony. Like this guy didn't ways didn't interact. It was like very. It wasn't like rain different autism entirely, but he looked normal. He looked like a normal.
Right.
I don't know what to say. Like there wasn't anything physical about him. Like but to be honest, that they said autism, but he acted the way I sounds nonverbal.
Yeah.
Like there's a certain level of nonverbal that where that was like face. So I've seen autism,
Well,
and you can't just throw that around. I don't know how to diagnose somebody. I've been exposed to different forms of it. I don't know how to fucking diagnose it.
I
You know what I mean?
I absolutely do. I misspoke. I'm sure I have been exposed. I used to do a lot of volunteering with my family, especially the Special Olympics. And so a
But I
lot of
think that you're talking about maybe like that extreme case. That's why I brought it up.
yeah, no, no,
That
no,
that
no, no, no,
extreme
no,
case.
exactly. But what I'm saying is like I didn't have much interaction with them. I mean, we would like help to organize the events for the special. But the thing is, in this day and age, it's just thrown around so much that like I don't take it seriously anymore. Everybody comes in here and they'll be like, they'll say something offensive or whatever, and I may have to correct them, and they'll be, oh, it's my ADHD. I'm like, no, it's not. You said a racist comment that is unappreciated. Your ADHD did not cause you to do that. If you sit here and you couldn't stay still, that I could see maybe you could attribute to that. But the fact that you're just speaking without thinking,
Now, I'll say on the other hand, somebody comes in here and they saying, every racial expletive like loud and and they sorry I have Tourette. At some point, you still have the right to say, but until you get your Tourette's in check, they can't have someone who has no ability to keep those words from their mouth around
right?
at some point. You know what I mean?
I
And it's
completely
nothing
do.
against that person personally. If you really do have that issue, I'm so sorry that these words are psychologically ingrained in your head. You have to say them every 5 seconds. I'm sorry. Sure, like you know what I mean? Tourette's, and honestly, with Tourette's, they say something. They say like
Yeah,
fucking 55-year-old men who have Tourette's. They don't say cunt. They say like they say like it's not usually something offensive or hateful. It's usually something that is truly embarrassing them that they cannot keep in their mouth. It's not funny. They say something stupid like ads.
I
Stupid shit.
I won't
You
say
know what I mean?
I do. I won't say who it is, but someone in here who um makes sometimes comments like that. And at first, I corrected them when they would just uh, they'd ask me strange questions, like, and I'm fine. People ask me all kinds of questions. I do my absolute best to answer them. But if you're gonna ask me a question, I want you to listen to what I have to say. A lot of times, people will ask me a question. They'll get so excited to ask me another question. They'll get so excited when I ask me another question. Get so excited to ask me another question, and they didn't hear my answer in the original question. And this person would just ask me questions that I just did not like. We'd be talking, we'd be having a good time, and then randomly they'd be like, "Rabbi, do you ever think about killing yourself?" It's like, dude, what are you fucking talking about? We were just talking about like how we enjoy a certain activity, and then you bring up a very um, like depressing subject. Why would you do that? And then the friend said, "You should know that like I have like a very mild form of Tourette's that sometimes I just speak and I don't even know I'm doing it." And I really thought, are you just saying that to say? But as I've gotten to know this person pretty well, they do that just randomly. They'll be some like they'll just randomly say some kind of like word that is inappropriate, and I get it. So I give them a little bit more leeway. But I just if you're gonna ask like it's one thing to ask me that question, which is fine, or similar questions that he'd asked. But then when I'd answer it, well, like another one would be like, Rabbi, what's your favorite movie? That's not a bad question. You can ask me that. But I'd be like, dog, I answered this for you yesterday. And but oh yeah, I forgot. And it's like, don't just because they're silent, don't fill it with some kind of question if you don't really care about the answer. Because I answered this yesterday, and maybe you didn't remember or whatever. But we had a whole discussion about it. Um, so I do run into that issue. I also run into the issue of people who. So what I'm saying is like, even I at the time I'm like, you don't have to. You're just asking a random ass question and not caring about the result. And then as I've gotten to know him more, he does random things like that a little bit. So it's like, okay, well, everybody's got their own thing. And I think that the communities that we're a part of lend themselves to people with these kinds of issues. They're just like most cool people, in my opinion, are not online. They are out in the world doing social things, and they can be online and be really cool. I understand that, but there's also the issue that the people who don't want to do that a lot of times will get into get into certain communities on the internet, and then they're they will have their own issues almost be like reinforced by the other people around them, and then they'll just start to they're like, where does a badge of honor? I hear people all the time use autism as a badge of honor. And let me ask you this, Caspian C. How many people with autism do you know have you ever met that are older than you? No. Now, you know this person, they have autism, you've seen their autism, and they're 65 years old.
I know of, but as far as that and actually have the diagnosis, I don't know
That's okay.
that I can say one that I personally met. But the two that pop in my mind are Temple Grandin and the guy who was the inspiration for Rain Man.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Those are like the two most famous cases. They like have books and movies written about them. Yes, I get that. The guy from Rayman who Dustin Hoffman played. Yes, but you're exactly
No, the guy that inspired him.
no. I know. I get that. 100%. I get that. And yes, you're right on that. But isn't it amazing that like you don't know anybody in your real life who's older than you are who has this incredibly common thing nowadays? Like I never heard my grandparents or even my parents saying, when I was a kid, this kid had autism. It was like, no, that's just not just wasn't a thing. They now you may have had Down syndrome or something like that, and that was a thing, but the whole autism thing and the increase in autism over the course of the last 30 years, when I was born, it was cases of autism were like 1 in 10,000, and now it's like 1 in 15. Like that's the freaky thing about things. And
They
um,
don't have like a either. Spectrum now they're calling it autism. Maybe what autism is ever expanding term. I feel like it wasn't all now.
yes,
Like
I'm in
the
agreement with you.
fact that spectrum, like personal autism, I was again I heard about Rain Man,
Yeah,
who was not able to take care of kids I knew who you're saying that these kids grow up and take care of these they had.
right.
Now it's a spectrum, and there are people from and and they make me wonder if I'm going to say the wrong thing and the doctor can get fucking slapped with an autistic diagnosis because people don't look any different.
Yeah, no, I'm in
And,
agreement with you.
and it's like, and they'll say, I saw somebody like, oh yeah, the way I tell my time is has something to do with my autism. And I'm just like, it was something like a clock said like 50 till 5 or something. Like it was a quirky clock
As opposed to saying quarter to five or something.
as opposed to hands on a clock. I think words that popped up said like
Oh,
a
okay.
quarter
I
till,
got you. Yeah.
like words that said a quarter till. So like words that flash like a roundabout. I don't know, but that's the way it was kind of explained. So it's like okay, well, look, I go by what some people call military time,
Yeah,
right?
that's a 24-hour clock.
24-hour clock, right?
Yep.
Am I quirky, or do I just like
No,
to make
no,
sure
no.
that
That's more logical. It's more logical, and it has
I
less.
know in my hemisphere on
It's more
you know what I
logical.
mean?
Absolutely.
Like, and that's really it because I fucking get narcolepsy sometimes. I pass out in the middle of the sun out, and I hate that.
Yeah, no, I get
You know
that
what I mean?
100%.
Nothing in that moment. God, I don't know.
Oh, I know that one, man. I experience that all the time.
And I saw that.
Oh, I do. I, I'm not saying that. I have contemplated. You're good. I've contemplated going to the 24-hour clock. The issue that actually arises with me, and it when I launched an app, we're doing motion, and it was we done our testing on like a lot of different phones. We made the times to military time. It was just something that we were in the game, and it not a lot of people were using military time. And when you use military time, it would cause an app crash. So we were able to fix it within a week, though it wasn't very good. Actually, I think overnight when we were able to solve this. But where people are like, wait, what time? They don't know, so you have to convert it to them. I like what you're saying. I'm an advocate of it. I think honestly everybody should go on it. The AM PM is antiquated. I knew a guy with autism. I guess if you want to consider it, he told me what it was. He had Asperger's syndrome, which truthfully, if I had met this person, I wouldn't think they had that. I don't really know, but he was a roommate of mine. I got to know him really well, and we would go out and things, and he was into IT and stuff, but it's almost, in my opinion, what happens is like a parent is frustrated with their child and they take them to a psychologist, a child psychologist. The child psychologist literally has to stay in business. So the way that they do it is by diagnosing kids so that they keep coming back regularly. Exactly.
One that I am
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Well,
gaslighting not that help.
exactly.
People run around like demanding fucking but for like I'm sorry, but not that I think shit on by any means, but everyone's like, oh, we're a whole community. Like I don't know, thing like banding together and like trying to like form every little thing.
Right. And then they'll compare themselves and they'll be like, like high functioning autism and non-verbal autism. Like the people with non-verbal autism, that one is so sad. I mean,
I don't think
right. I don't even know what that is. I say that, but like, because I don't think anybody knows what it is. There's like,
that's not only
right. And, and, and if anybody says, oh, we know what autism is, okay, mine is when I was a kid, 10,000 kids had this, and that one is, okay, so you're fucking sure what this thing is, then explain that to me. And I'll sit there and, right, but until you can, and I have my suspicions of what it is, and I'm not saying what they are, but if somebody wants to come out and say, well, it wasn't as regularly diagnosed. I'd be like, dog, just look at videos from 1985. Nobody was acting like this. Like, I mean, like, unless you went to a special school and it was only like a few kids, it was not like half the class is now high functioning or nonverbal and all these other things. And it's almost like, and I know kids who would do this too. I mean, I've taught school, and I guess I shouldn't say like I haven't had experience with autistic people because I have, but I nobody ever told me what any student issues were. I would just adjust to whatever kind of learning style they would need. So,
well the other thing they had autism, they probably
well, sometimes they were because I would teach special ed. I was a substitute teacher.
I'm sorry, that case
Yeah, but it's a different way of teaching too. It's more one-on-one, and you're there to work with the child as opposed to teaching a room full of children. But what I really realized was this: you have your main teacher, and then anyone who acts up in class, they don't want in class anymore. So then they have like a teacher's assistant or a teacher's aide or something go and take that child out into another class and go learn with them or whatever it may be. And then all of a sudden, because that kid's out of class so much, they're just like, well, what do we do with him? Well, put him in with the autistic kids. That kid's not autistic. Like he just is maybe hyperactive. But even that, I don't like to diagnose a kid. He's just being a kid. That's total normal child behavior. But because a teacher doesn't want that child in the class, now all of a sudden they're in a different class with kids who are autistic and they're just a normal kid. I don't want to name this kid's name, but this was 15 years ago. I taught this one kid. He was a real cool kid. He was like the cool kid in class.
I just remembered one time in elementary every week he would go out of class and he would go away for a little bit. Then he would come back and like the backs of his hands looked like he had gold powder on. And and then he'd be like golden hands when he would come back. And I was like, I don't know how I ended up getting it, but I ended up getting one appointment to go do the thing that he was doing. Like, and this is elementary school. And I remember I just asked, I was like, how do I do that thing? Whatever the hell the golden hands, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't know what the hell it was. So they take me out of class one day, and they go, and I sit with like she was either like a therapist, or she helps people overcome something, right? She sat with me for about 5 minutes. She's like, why are you here with me?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I said, because I asked about such and such kid, and why he kept coming. I asked why he kept showing back up with gold on his hands, and then they sent me here. She's like,
I get that.
okay, and she seems so confused. They basically gave me a special ed class because I asked, what
Right.
the hell is that kid doing once a week?
Absolutely.
And so they sent me there, and she didn't understand it. And I got golden hands one day. I was like, can I get them before I go back? She's like, I'm just going back. It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with you. I was like, I can have some golden hands.
There was a child.
It really didn't do much for me, but I had the experience of it.
Yeah. There was a child that I taught, and I really feel like he was held back because maybe something happened at home, and he just wasn't able to keep up with the other kids, and he was every day he'd have to go and like go to a special class. I really didn't think anything was wrong with this kid. I would talk to this kid about his dreams and everything. They were realistic dreams, what he wanted to do, and I just came to the like so it would be like one big kid who was pretty normal, just would act up in class, and then a bunch of autistic kids or people who they want to say are autistic and all these other things. And it was like I wanted to tell you don't deserve to be here. Like, if anything, maybe you should get some extra recess time to like let out some of your energy and be more social and things. But aside from that, like you're a normal kid. I mean, no different than any kid that I would have had in any school, and it just was almost as if he was either misdiagnosed or something, or and the pharmaceutical industry pushes this. That I mean, it's unfortunate. Anyway, to get back to the original topic, or at least close it off, I just don't like people make ad hominem attacks against people. If you don't know what you're saying is true and you're just doing it to be hurtful, I'll warn you about it. I'll tell you about it. But after that, I don't. And yeah, and I'm with you. Chinese merchant was or is someone who is immature, and I'll just put it that way. He's immature. Sure, absolutely.
I got my resume updated already. Okay. What does it say on your resume other than making chips? Doing tires, truck. My dad. Okay, I remember those people. Yeah. All right. Have you ever thought of getting into the coyote grill border? That's be a good way to build Steve to the show. Coyote company. Hector, you just moved back to the middle of Texas. Seems like it's a good place to do stand-up comedy. What's your plan with the comedy? I started there. When I first started, there was like one night a week. I had an hour to get to it. Like, that's why I moved to Phoenix. There's so many mics better up there. Now I've been my feet under me. So, back. Hopefully I get to Austin. I got a lot of friends out there. That I stay with. I go over there. So we go over there. Stuff like that. Okay. You quit your job and just move to a place that has no comedy. Things are thinking up. What exactly came back there? I'm just getting old. I'm getting old here. Chasing comedy things. I don't want that. Why? They're not even What's your plan? Just to wait till they die and do a better city? No, I gotta get around to make that my home base. Because I live in RV, so like I'm pretty mobile. I can drive anywhere. Back. What's your love life like? Doing it single, guys. No kids. Never married. Wow, sounds gay. You know, that's story. You look like that now. It was John. I'm not gonna quit for you. Unless you give me a little zipper. I'm dating a black girl. I'm seeing if I could have a date with her. Whoa. I like the confidence of grabbing the mic stand after that. There he goes. Hector Garcia. Ladies and gentlemen. This podcast is sponsored by Zipper. Even though I work at a comedy club, it's technically my office. While there are many different types of offices out there, one thing to search. Single right candidate for any office is usability. Well, if you're hiring and want to find the best candidate for your office, right, you try to work for ZipRecruiter.com/Tony.
Tony, I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best website out there for hiring. ZipRecruiter is the hiring site employers prefer for most, if not all, based on G2. How fast does ZipRecruiter's smart technology start showing your job to qualified candidates? Immediately. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent so you don't waste time or money.
And remember, if you want to find the right candidate for your office, these qualified employers with ZipRecruiter quality G2. Web address right. Try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Tony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Tony. ZipRecruiter. Smart way to hire. All my days over at hostage situation. I don't know because I'm a redneck. I like to redneck dogs. I was truck drivers, but I don't really fit in with redneck friends. I don't fit politically or ideology. I don't fit with my gay friends either. I just fit in with my gay friends. With me, I'm pretty sure it's allowed to get it. Like we're going on and making videos for the host beer and we put on the rain float. Best I can do is drive the float. Wave and I checked the window. And then it was a sign about that was my experiment. He's like, no, I finally did it. I'm in a gang who infiltrated me. For sure. Come here and real spot. Like, what about this? You got you are gay? Really? What the fuck, man? Wait, you're gay and I'm not. You're like a good unbelievable. I think it's for. Really? No, let's look at it. Really? You look like Larry the Cable Guy. I would hate to be under that fucking torch. I like the fact that now it's like I've been trying to like you. You're not sorry about it. You're like I put up a one. Don't hold absolutely incredible. You might be one of the toughest fucking kids I've ever what kind of guy like a track guy for those clubs? I feel not fair, but we have a new goal ticket winner. Putting balls in holes. Now, did you actually come out to your shop? Either giving shots or taking them. Absolutely. What do you for a living? Yeah, driver. And I growing. Let me show you. That was actually exactly what I was going with. Truck drivers famously have block lizards and is there a game like a lizard or something? Grinders. I don't need to go pick up a lizard. Right. On the I-5 though, how are you gonna find one?
Well, where do you fuck them? In their ass? Absolutely incredible. I just can't picture you in the ass. It seems like it's fucking with us for how many you think I fuck him in the ass right now? Is there a game out there that's about this? Yes. Your boyfriend here?
No, but you're being big guy. 150,000 Chinese people.
Well, I guess the grinder is just the answer for everything.
So you stopped having a truck. Why did you want to fuck in the truck? That seems like it'd be kind of fun. Okay, I put an asshole.
I mean, this is just incredible. You think you're never going to get married? No. Right. Well, right. Having fun, playing with your ding dong, that's your boyfriend's name. Here we go. Fucking long and hard. With us. That's what I will do. If you eventually make it to Austin, Texas, I will give you an automatic spot on whatever council you show up to. We're gonna do something fun right now before we get to the bucket. I'm gonna bring another there. Next man is one of the fastest riders is only line is coming in the United States.
Because the last apartment I got, it was on the 32nd floor. It was one of those high rises. And let me tell you, my mental health is not at a position where I can have an immediate solution for my problems. Dude, I couldn't even chill, just get high and look at my balcony like, dude. I've never thought about killing myself, but I have romanticized. I would love to kill myself over something minute. My girl gets back and she's like, coffee beans again, and I'm like, I got a friend right now, he's crazy. And his girlfriend did the classic emo thing where she goes, you know, and I never understood how is that a threat? Thank you very much. Thank you, man.
Absolutely incredible. I'm gonna be honest. I guess for 2025 studies, I don't know why you got tits in your face. I got cold. I don't know why. That is the funniest thing in weeks. I looked down to get like ice. I couldn't hear one thing about anything else. I was wiping my tears away. Alright, Maddie, brand new Vegas shirt, clearly fresh out of the box.
A golden that's not married,
Estonia, famous for their saunas, not so much for their
I tried to hire a special
How are you enjoying Vegas?
Oh my God, I highly recommend the golden nuggets. What a piece of smoking balls, makes you get a life and hitter. Staying in the first 7 days. Yes, I don't have a conference. I lost all of it.
What did you play?
Black and jump.
Wow.
Yes, it was a big lady. Kept me there. And I think they made the rules there to try to fuck with man. And then I saw fights in the pool today. In the pool? Yes, the golden nugget is a pool. There was a Peter and his boyfriend that wasn't a fight.
Who won the fight?
Security did. But it is funny when two guys are starting fighting in the pool. You know, they're like, shit going on each other.
you can hear what it's about.
I heard fuck you, no fuck you.
Well written by the king.
And it's funny when that sort of stuff starts happening now. The men clear the way, the women are always the way to punches and chicks do. No spatial awareness, the bitches are bumping up. All niggas do. Can you punch it, please?
No doubt. Have you really romanticized yourself? Just kidding.
No.
I'm not concerned. I'm just curious.
You're not concerned. You know what it is? Easy way I always feel good. By myself. Like I'm like, no, you spend don't you hold me pain, man?
In memoriam video.
Like you put something and make it come back.
It would be wild to make you an American post life. Yeah.
Post life. How you like America? What's going on with the green card? It's fucking annoying.
No, temporary visa. Look it up, you know.
There was a woman that proposed to you. The audience is not. I don't think they're mics, so perhaps I should let people know that at the top of the
She's Estonia. Yeah. I know this girl.
you found in Estonia.
She's Estonia. Somebody, what are we gonna do with two?
Hey, what? What would you do to Ari Maddie if he said yes? Would you really marry him?
We should suck his dick until it comes in our mouth.
Wow, she just threw an actual ring at Ari Maddie.
Okay. This is how we do scam our ways.
You're very right.
Yes, they're all right.
You like Estonian women?
I love them.
What's stopping you from being ring it?
Yes.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Anything else you know?
Are you working in America?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes. I mean, stand up. And you're going to get out. Okay.
Yeah. Great stuff. He's all around. The Killers of Estonia, Ian gigs, stuff. You're feeling it already. Great.
I was going to show you this. Okay, it's like a guy's face. Is that person dead? Is it an alien?
It's a fake mummy. It's a fake mummy, but it's word. It says, "Did she win?" And it says the caption is by Jimmy Carter.
That's very good.
It's a fake mummy.
Yeah, I don't know when he's gonna drop. What? He just hit 100? Any day that motherfucker could drop.
I don't know.
That's a funny.
Why is it legal? The fucking 16-year-old could put the age of consent. But you can't see a picture of Rapper because it's considered child. Universal laws, it's just, throw what sense it makes. Like, if it's something that's in real life, if you see pictures of like, who wrote this copy? Thank you. Sam Adama. What ethnicity? Yeah, both. It's gay as all. But it's not gay. It's scary. Yes. We got. Do you take good care of them? You gotta stop her to look really you color those in. That's a trend right now. I get it's very aggressive black. It comes off as well. It's the price you pay.
Your accent says pizza San Gennaro. We are all saying our focus that was
Born and raised there. It's kind of weird. We got French, so it's a weird city. The sound of scene is kind of, calm. Do it in English a little odd, but it's, it works. It's a good city. It's a fun city. A lot of people come to give it a rip, which is nice. But a lot of tourists, fucking random French people just come to English shows.
Well, shut the fuck out of here.
This is fucking asshole. How many years? Guys, you can go to one of the podcasts that don't have a format if you want. Every other podcast. You see the little like from the faith undefeated. It's a really important question that I was like, that's what I'm going to question. I'm coming out with no choice. Well, we have to done.
Finds a bunch of cheap shit. Sells it on Amazon for 5 times a year.
Mostly sex toys. Trying to be no, it's fucking explain the business model, specialized in those. Yes, a friend of mine would like to know how do you get shit off one? Spoiler alert, I'm the friend. Spoiler alert. It's not glamorous, but when you start the real temptation to look up the names and buy them, just don't do that. Don't look up the people buying junk. It's very demoralizing. What a game man.
That's not what you'd expect.
A lot of game men like in the South. I sold like 0 in years. That's all I see. All people from like Alabama, Mississippi, the pine from the Canadian Wall. Just pressing the film. Bunch of big double-headed ones to change Trudeau. I do that, Bob. Sam, what do you do for fun? You seem the kind of guy that I like to play in the winter like a recreation for like on my team last year. Actually, without a team.
Wow. Why'd you get kicked off? Because an article was written about in a newspaper.com. No, I have a podcast and I was talking about the indigenous, the local candidate, and the local newspaper on the reservation bordering West Road. Right now? Yeah, it's great. The guys on IT got freaked out. They got fear that they might get a ticket. You'd be ashamed if I came out with a number one live podcast and no one understood what the team name is.
Can you tell us what you said about your podcast?
It's on the bottle now.
I like this here for you.
Much better than
like I shouldn't gotta say it. Here we go. Like Sam, would you like for dildos?
We met
The same girl for 6.5 years. Okay. She ever get high on supply of dildos?
She got
What color?
whatever color my skin is.
You make sure of that.
You're not getting a black in the store. It's like it.
You have a great look to you. You're great facially.
No. There's no money for it. I don't have an agent. Yeah, guy.
You spent most of your time in Montreal. You go to a lot of other places. You ended up here in Bay.
My buddy's actually I'm just taking it in. A couple of years, one just taking it.
I'm sure his buddy's about to say the same thing.
27.
How long you been on these guys? This is a pretty big deal for you.
It's huge, yeah. It's fucking massive. I'm really happy to be here. I've been in New York before, but I've never been this far west, so
See like potential. This you, but you find this you on stage. Right.
I was just going to say the exact same thing. Absolutely. Not because of your time here. It's because there's something in the passion and the way it's not because you were warmed up. It felt like it was wrong what you were saying, but you wanted to say it was wrong when you said it, but it's not really wrong because you're in a free speech mecca. I can imagine why you a little bit more scared in Canada. You got in trouble for jokes. You can't get in trouble when the Prime Minister's a giant fucking retard.
Next thing you know, you're telling
If they're acting about me and shit on the podcast, though, when I was talking about the natives, I wasn't celebrating. I'm like, this is an inconvenient thing. What do you mean?
Like, what are they like? And your dad's super Italian. What does he do? Works in the leather shoe business.
he sells back caps at home.
No, he does. He's educated.
He do.
He's like me, yeah.
Stick over here. What does he do, Sam?
He works in
And mom stay at home.
No, also white collar. What is she? Sure.
Okay, Jesus.
Yeah.
I like it. All right. Yeah. Can I have a water? Someone may have. They have pretty tiny water. Alright, can I have a water? Hey, your next book, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Joy.
So I recently hit where you're covered. It's pretty tough like this because no one believes me. The other day, this guy comes me and he told me that I remind him of a full turtle. I know. That was remember. Then this other guy comes to me that I look like person. I thought I get it. I look rough. I look like a cheap fuck John and had a baby. Got time more? Yeah, alright, guys. What do you call a gay dude that doesn't get sensitive? What do you call a lesbian that doesn't get sensitive? A cool ass chick. What do you call a non-binary person that doesn't get sensitive?
Close. Hi, Julie. Am I saying that right, Julie?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. So your entire identity is what you look like. That's what it seems like for a minute. So let's talk about how long you've been doing stand-up. Okay, where do you get that? No. I do this is incredible. Have you what is that type of everything?
I've been hearing that like all day, and I haven't heard it like at all. It's I made my came out before. It was really crazy.
Wait, is that the sexy and I know it goes?
Yeah. Every day on the outside.
I like that you turn it back yourself. So you should show me. You had it back your ears. Good. And then you go like that. Concentrate more on yourself. Point of view.
I got a question for you. What do you call a hot sauce or non-binary person? They cool.
Fair one stuff to do. What exactly do you do for a living?
So I have a house that I own and I rent. So
You're homeless?
I'm more or less like what I imagine. I'm living in LA, but a lot of life.
Where do you live in LA?
I live in San Diego at my friend's house.
On his couch?
I have a room.
Is it the living room?
No, it's outside.
prosthetic legs I've ever seen. You got the hair, everything. They put hair on it now.
God bless us, all of us.
Good. No. Being the captain of very late driven episode. So Tony, we're getting to see a lot of people in short first. Skankfest. You come to this festival often.
You know,
We had a soul giant show. So you signed out on Wednesday and you just stuck around.
yes, we got and then
You went here.
I was open mind last night.
Oh, you stuck around for an extra night. You told about open mind.
I'm just gonna go to Skankfest, and then I just found myself.
Yeah, there you go. Do you remember how you got the concussion? Well, I'm curious because he's wearing one of those pads that they put over the football helmet on top of his head.
You know, it's like being told things run into shit. You know, I do know what I don't know what the problem. I've been told my whole life. I don't have much hair. No mess. I got like hair in my eyes.
You know that that's a decision that you made.
I like my hair. I got my hair like a year ago and didn't like it. I like curls.
You like that. Even though you're massively and blaming it on the hair that gets into your eyes. You're suffering, you'd rather. I
Just walking into shit? No, you said that with the hair's just a wall and get a concussion. So last time I got a concussion, right? I was in my friend's warehouse. It's like a 2-story short thing, and I was walking underneath, and I thought the fucking garage door thing was open, and I went in the top. Yeah. I mean, I'm legitimately jealous there. I'm supposed to be negative about that.
What's your love like? Like the kind of guy that can fuck everybody's girlfriend.
Well, I do have a special person in my life. Fucking a retard? Like a the only thing that's going on right now is everything else is not. Sure, I'd say that. My life, I was just like going crazy. To be honest, I was like having mental breakdowns. My living situation sucks. I thought people were my friends, and they were really taking me over. And I was like,
Were you on drugs?
no, I'm so confused.
But what were you?
Why'd you get so psychotic? I'm glad you asked that. I got shot. Choose a great question. Because I'm talking shit about drugs. With any people having shitty experience.
How do you think they felt?
You were there, Bob.
Dude, I did cocaine until I did weeping with Lilith. The house in Florida that you rented out for your entire living, did you inherit that from your grandparents?
deep dive. I would say like 7 years ago.
And you got the house how long ago?
Over COVID.
And how much do you get a month from that?
18.
Why was there such a gap between when we buy the house?
When I was essentially what happened first. My mom bought the house, or my dad, sorry, my grandfather bought the house, but also put my grandmother's name and my mom's name. So it was like, once they passed away, it was my mom's name, and then they could have it.
We're going to go to our senior real estate correspondent, Arch.
Okay, so you gotta do is diversify. You got it, that's the important. Those are
And instead, all you got to do your mother is her hair. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough of that. Fully joy, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Too long of an interview. Michael, what are you still doing in Vegas? You were supposed to go home. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys for the full-time Kill Tony drummer, Michael Gonzalez. I'm going to be honest with you, Michael. I didn't know you were still here. I don't know what's going on, but something tells me I saw an opportunity like this. I think we should have a fucking Mexican drummer. Lacey, the great Dave Lacey. Right? Nick, Victory. We have a little drum solo competition. And then we'll get right back to the club show. These are two of my favorite drummers in the history of comedy. Famously the drummer of the goddamn Comedy Jam, where we all performed and had a kind of fun. Some great picture. These officers work with every single weekend around the world. Almost 4 years continuously. So, what do you guys think of a little drum solo competition this week? Drum solo from the great Nick. Still dominating. See you back in Austin on Monday. Don't drop the show. One of our regulars, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, right now, a brand new one of the greatest regulars in the entire history. Another fucking shooting star. This is the brand new minute, or expression, if you will, from the great and powerful Cam Patterson. We were getting a bump up to literally about 3 hours ago. So, everybody knows you. I've never you were soaking wet, right? I've never seen you swim before, but I'd imagine this is how wet you would be. You could. You really wait till I think there's a You make this trip. I've heard of anything quite diabolical before. It's pretty funny. Can they do? Not a lot. Anything else? Get on this radio. people talking. You may have been a failure, it really wasn't. You had white people who were Just performed at the Sphere. There's a TV girl. If you're blind, do you feel the love of the Lord? It wasn't processed. Pull out your eyes. So, Armando, what's up? Are you blind?
No, head trauma outside, resulting in detached fragments. I'm just lucky, I guess. God decided to hit me with the priest. Going?
Okay, well, let's go back to the head injuries. What exactly happened? A trampoline that you been?
Were you just rocking really hard?
Did you have a really big haircut before and you couldn't stop running into things?
Get your head back, I don't know what specifically would you like to know about it. One was a football accident, and one was
At a water slide? You hurt your head? Detached your retina? Well, you gotta use more special. So did you...
litigation, Ari.
Hold on, Armando, no jokes at this point. We're trying to figure out the deal here. Did you find out there's something that you have like a retina problem, or is this just an absolute coincidence?
The standard of the doctor wanted to make me exam that same thing in mind. Kind of like it can be proven genetic to predisposed, and I didn't have something about family. Detached retina is ongoing, like came out of this shit, lost measure.
So you're saying that the Stanford doctors want to study, this like said no, correct? Like a flashlight, we put it right under your eyes.
Yeah, it sucks because I can't see headlights, so it's way too fucking late.
You got hit by a car, I mean, that would be insane because... Wow. You did. You're right, go ahead, Rob. Well, this makes sense. Before we get bucket, a company legend coming hot off of the St. Madison Square Garden. Make some noise for a new minute or so from the great dark night of late night comedy. Anything can happen. Making his return. This is the great Brian Smith.
You think the blind guy's tripping over himself behind stage? I just want you to keep on pulling when everybody's healthy.
Everybody. Great gallery line. Getting up drinks. Absolutely stunning. One more special treat. Let's say real quick. I know for a fact that this guy just arrived, just popped in to Las Vegas, Nevada, and it just so happens to be not only one of my favorite comedians of all time, not only one of my mentors, not only one of my true best friends, but also the creator and one of the obvious main stars of the roast of Tom Brady. Ladies and gentlemen, popping in to say hello, the roast master, I love that you popped in. I didn't know you were doing a pop up, but I heard it. I rushed out of the burrito place. Came back. first saw this young man living in a van, addicted to bikes, here with a brand new minute, singing, you know the words. This is hot. Well, you guys haven't spoken, but I feel bad for them. You guys take the Raiders, you guys take the A's, you guys even take the crime and homelessness. One thing for black people to do in Oakland anymore. Vegas is the only place you can tell people you're a magician. They don't immediately think you're a pedophile. There's like Hogwarts for douchebags. The Jews were blowing up those pagers in Lebanon, the Hezbollah pagers. I didn't realize that terrorists had the pagers. What are they called? Did you get my text? Yes, I did. Thank you. Very liberal. She's so liberal, she goes to the doctor center. Kids that they should. Came up because I was going to do it on the other one, but thank you. Yeah. We're going to do it on the one on Wednesday. Yeah. I love your joke. Most of us well read. I think that's it. Good pedophile joke. Racist joke. I'm trying to rally. Seems like you got a little something. Really? You have to pee? Hold on. Sorry. Wait. We get in trouble every time you take your thing out. Hold on. I was checking if you pissed on me. It's the greatest thing that you can do. Wait, what do they have here?
I got sorry. Mitchell Wise, that were, and Tony Raggy was really. I was there. I remember they were saying, you see a bullshit. How many other shit? And like, I went back to our garden, and now he's greatest hosted greatest live podcast in history. Kill Tony. And I honor this meeting great minds in the way only I can. Regrettably, not be on me. It was the greatest moment in history. Exactly what I'm talking about. I had six Jewish roots back up. Brother, not through me, on their own. It was. You just got your own stuff. Dreamer. Maybe you wouldn't know what's going on. But I just feel like you should come to live shows. Live shows are the craziest things happen. And you guys have something. I was there when David Lewis got finished. Always fun to have that. They just got to stop that. Beer bottom body, around, hands down, gave away all the greatest. Was there? Oh, I'm sorry. We have heard about
Right now, true bloodshed, yes. This was the Tony and Skag Fest
Welcome to Science with Ernest today. Shroud 2. And I'm really pumped to learn about this because it was a few weeks ago in Rome, and to have you give me and Janeda Cameron the Tuesday. I was really yeah, there's everything that I could all like transport us there, but I think it's going to be chatted out conversation. Lots of stuff on the show is already online, but I think the conversation is online to kind of tease out some things that maybe watching will also want to ask. Yeah, that works. For those who aren't aware of you, who are you? Okay. Yeah, so my name is Father Andrew Jolt, and I'm an American priest that lives in Rome. And one of the things that I teach is shroud study. Local theology, passion of Christ according to the shroud. So it's kind of like a pastoral and spiritual, but also theology that accompanies suffering as we know them by the shroud. So we can unpack that more, but I was there in Rome studying philosophy and theology, and the shroud is bigger than I specialized in this. My background was engineering, my strong subjects as a kid were math and sciences, and then I just got derailed all that to join university when I was 20 years old, and collided with this shroud expert who had written dozens of books on the shroud. Spent over 30 years studying it, and her name is and she came to our university, and this priest friend of mine said, you have to hear her speak. I have places to go, things to do. I'll sit in for a little bit, but I'll probably have to sneak out after minutes. And I was glued to my chair. She was absolutely brilliant. I quite literally lost that night. I was like, how in the world have I 10 years of seminary, and I've never heard this stuff? How in the world do it? And so I stayed long, I think like 3 hours with friends together. This is like 11 years later, probably. That was the first generation of the postgraduate certificate in shroud. Did you know you can study shroud for a year in Tufts University? People don't know how much they're out there. This is the most studied archaeological object in the history of the world. Say that again. The most studied archaeological object in the history of the world. And so when it comes to historical events, what you're looking for is both a monument and a document. We're all familiar that there are documents telling about Jesus' passion. But we don't know about the shroud. At least three that we can know. And so here's what happened when I stayed talking about she's next week because there's this exactly, and he was just that way. He spent 5 years just trying to produce ultraviolet light on and just playing with fire and no amplitude to exposure. So we could recreate an image like that shroud on another. And this guy made a famous way of saying the amount of energy would recreate an image 4,000 watts. And of course,
You could probably put this on the internet now. But
What does that look like?
well, it's not a matter of what it looks like so much as
I mean, what it looks like, well, here's the trouble. See, this is why it took 5 years. Different variables of light trying to reproduce something caramel colored on a lemon. Yeah.
But it's frustrating because you have nothing or just charred together, which obviously we don't have.
Oh, I really want to get into that. I know we want to go in depth. So can we just stop that basically? So when did you actually first see the shroud? Was it after the picture?
Yeah, so
And then tell people what the shroud is. Give them the basic definition.
sure. There's a lot of so I first bumped into this exhibit shroud by Ned. I want to say that was 2000 first year started. I'm gonna get back to that. But I lost weight, I told you, and met these experts. They were wanting to explain what shroud is, who the man is, and what significance it had. All part of a contemplative program, like you had around the shroud stuff. Is that down to the ages as the very shroud wraps the body of Jesus. And this is on cross on Friday, looking down and when he's wraps close, which is the time in that passage, John, where it's written. But before just kind of lay it all out, the church proposes to have exactly that. At least that's what's on display in Tours is 4.5 hours of Rome by fast train. You can see which is on display in the cathedral there. That's to say the case. So out of a double case, gas, constant pressure, never exposed to lots of light. We want to report this thing for future generations. So I started working these stories a few years later. So now I'm going out as part of this non-profit international shroud study. So I go there regularly. I just had to be they have shroud museums, they study studies, and they provide experts that are pontifical university. So the one hand is like of minds that were involved in probing stuff and mysteries. The other side is those are two different questions, right? Some people just image and they dive into prayer or meditation for that, and that's one way experience is for sure. But another is to get on studying chemistry, biology, forensic medicine, and history. So leave me where you want.
Yeah, that's good. And we're going to get into all the objections to why the shroud may not be authentic. But when do we first have evidence in literature of the existence of the shroud? If you want to follow the paper tree, paper or even icon trail, it might be a little bit something. Right. Just give different answers because I think about what the basic looking at. So many that was on display in the hands of and this had his stamp, seal, family crest. Nobody doubts and what he was looking at and was almost like the shroud, as we call it today, shroud of Turin. Prior to that, there's evidence controversial things like icons. So one is Mount Sinai in Patrick's, and there's a shroud, the image of the shroud. Yeah. In fact, I should describe what you're looking at there because it's not obvious. Yeah. So let's look at first two slides. Okay, and the top of the picture you'll see a Canadian
Oh yeah, sure. And we'll zoom in on the so at the top you see this is a really long clock that's hard to see around to the computer screen how wide it is. This is 14, so it is 7 to be exact. 7 is its height. Nothing more by 1.1 meters. And what you see on the left side of the linen is the frontal image of the body. And then on the right side is the dorsal image of the body. So it actually wraps all the way around the back and the gun there. And there you go. Put it on 19. Just below that is just wrap in it's simply it's kind of didactic photo so you can understand how he was lying on top of the body and then it was so long that it wraps around the back of his head over his face over his stomach and as you unfold it you get obviously the image of the women dressing. This is much like the 17th century. Typically, a good way of visually understanding that it's only inside that you notice that the dragon polarized its image on one side of the cloth. So it's the side that touches his body. And in fact, it's so superficial that if you were to graze with a razor blade, you would erase the image forever. This is what color discovered because this guy is if you ask the question, what's the depth penetration coloration on the shroud? The answer is mind-boggling. It's 200 to 500 nanometers, which is that is not even a number that I can fathom. So I guess it's full of a human hair. A single human hair. Imagine you very carefully with your scissors, cut it in half along it and discard that half. And now what remains, cut it in half again. Do that 4 or 5 times until you up to 1/16 or 1/20 of your hair. That's the depth.
So as you say, that is on one side of the shroud, but not on the other. So if you were using something to paint or imprint this image, you would likely see it on the other side.
That's right. There's nothing into fibers. In fact, that was one of the main questions. Because one of the main theories on the tape was tested actually getting to in a moment.
As you are aware of the pattern that we've set for the past couple of years, the biographies, where we look at a particular historical period, lens of one specific discussion to try to understand how that kind of information we can give about the surrounding societies from tonight we're going to do something a little bit important. Is macro very quickly, tonight's lecture is sponsored by Frank Moreno, Richard Moreno. Responsored quite a few of our lectures. If you are interested in sponsoring lectures, next week is Lazarus. After we have the crypto Jews, also another thematic class, and then we will go on to Rabbi Rothschild say a few. So two of those are sponsored. Our website is this that we as friends of Jewish history or contact the office of go to the subject at hand. The Holocaust and Sephardic work, Sephardic experience of the Holocaust is subject to one scholar who called a double exclusion. The Holocaust overwhelmingly
You know what it's like to be a woman in this country where you can't get ahead no matter what you do.
But there's significant numbers, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, that hail from Greece in particular, from Turkey, North Africa, and their experience has largely gone unstudied. Even the Greek Jews, who are perhaps the most European, and their experience was most closely related to their Polish brethren to the north. And this is a highly unfortunate situation. There are only a handful of scholars who are doing any significant work on the Holocaust and Sephardic lands, for a variety of reasons, but it has meant that the story of these tens of thousands of victims has gone untold. I'd like to rectify that very briefly tonight in a tiny way, so that, especially after Yom HaShoah that was just commemorated 2 days ago, we can understand a little bit more of the devastation of the Third Reich. That's the first occlusion, is within popular culture, the Holocaust affecting Sephardic lives is not well known. The second occlusion is that within the academic world, I speak for myself and some associates with other academics and historians, there's just not much talk about the Holocaust and how it affected Sephardim. And if it's not being generated in the academic world, where we are capable of studying the most arcane and ridiculous things, then how are we going to push this out to the popular world? So in tonight's short lecture, to try and address that a little bit from an academic perspective, we're just going to do a sweeping overview of the Holocaust in the Sephardic lands in order to understand a little bit more of what we are missing in terms of the larger picture. Perhaps one of the problems that has plagued the field of historians and also, by extension, popular culture, is the fact that the Sephardic experience was far from uniform. We can say certain generalities about the experience of Basque Jews, particularly if we try to focus on Eastern Europe as opposed to Western Europe. Maybe we can break it down a little bit by country, because each country had its experience. Hungarian Jews, for example, had a very different experience than, let's say, Polish Jews, certainly than French Jews and Dutch Jews. But the Sephardic Jews, especially those from places like Tunisia and Libya, totally different from what was experienced north of the Mediterranean basin. So that's what made it much more difficult for scholars as a whole. This is a fascinating photograph showing some Greek Jews in a displaced persons camp holding a mass wedding, a celebration of life writ large in 1946, a rather joyous occasion that gives a sense of the life that reverberated from the ashes of the Holocaust. That's a mixed metaphor, but okay. So let us just quickly, in the context of Yom HaShoah, and to lead up to understand the distinctions with the Sephardic experience, let me just very briefly catalog what we know about the Ashkenazic experience. I know that many of you are deeply familiar, perhaps personally familiar with these experiences, perhaps parents and extended relatives, but I'd like to give you a little bit more of an academic perspective. I'd like to introduce you to one of the most significant debates that historians have had since the 1950s over the interpretation of the Holocaust. Basically, there are two main scholarly groups in approaching the big questions about the Holocaust. And when I say big questions, I mean things like, how could it possibly happen? How is it that an entire continent participate in the murder of millions of its citizens? How is it possible that a complex system of murder, a bureaucracy of murder that requires detailed coordination of everything from arranging the train schedules to dropping off supplies to processing the recycled gold teeth and eyeglasses and prosthetic limbs of the murdered Jews? How is it possible that the entire continent bend itself to this single nefarious task? Why was there no collective resistance? Why was there no one standing up and saying, hey, wait a second, we can't do this? Literally no one, except for partisans hiding in the woods and maybe a few people in our bunkers. No major resistance against it. We'll talk about France, well, perhaps not today, but these are some of the big questions of the Holocaust. Schools developed. The first school is called the intentionalist school. The most important intentionalist, perhaps you've heard the name, is a great historian named Lucy Davidowitz. And she was essentially following a model that was created, a philosophical model of the Holocaust that was created in the context of the Nuremberg war trials. 1946, 1947, right after World War II ends, immediately the Cold War begins. And America and Russia are locked in this global conflict to try and establish domination over Europe. And the assets of Europe, particularly the human assets like the German rocket scientists and so on, are hotly sought after. And the allegiance of the populations, many of whom were either pro-Nazi or were willing to go along with Hitler's aim, have to be secured in order to ensure that either America and democracy or conversely Soviet Union communism can dominate what would eventually become a divided Europe. And so what was necessary for the Allies in the war trials is they wanted to wrap things up really quickly. They wanted to find who was guilty, hopefully not a very large circle of people, punish them, and let's move on. That was really the strategy of the justices at Nuremberg, is they wanted to find the guilty, punish them, and move on. It was important that, for example, Western Germany should realize that, yes, we have to, throw in our lot with the Allies, and we have to face West, and we have to, democratize, and you just can't do that if you're going to hold guilt over a society for decades and generations. So they came up with a legal strategy, which we can question as historians today, which posited that the reason the Holocaust happened was that Hitler formed a conspiracy with a tightly knit group of individuals, particularly those associated with the SS, and with this small group of people, perhaps a few hundred, they were able to essentially dupe the rest of the continent into going along with the process of murder. Poles really didn't know what was happening in the fields around Silesia, and the Germans near Dachau, they thought they were like some kind of factory there. They had no idea. This is the model of the intentionalists, and it worked fairly well for a long time. A very small number, 10 people were hanged at Nuremberg, and they established clear criteria for who was a war criminal and who was not. And basically, shalom alavshi, at that point, we kind of wrap things up and we're able to try and rebuild Europe, Marshall Plan, and so on. So that's the intentionalist school, which says fundamentally that Hitler intended this from the very beginning and created a model that invited co-conspirators and kept everyone else out of the cold. This model held up until the 1950s, when many historians, Martin Grosjak in Europe, began to poke holes in it, saying, wait a second, it doesn't really make sense, because we see a few things that argue against this trend. For example, why was it that the ghettos really didn't get established until 1940? Why didn't, if Hitler really intended it from the beginning, why didn't he start right away? And furthermore, why is it that Jews were still allowed to leave? And why is it that Hitler actually set up two different repatriation plans, one in the island of Madagascar, another one in Poland, where it seemed like he was trying to transport Jews as opposed to murder them all? Why is it that the mass murder only begins in 1941 and the death camps only begin in 1942? These dates just don't make sense with the intentionalist model. It really earlier that was the conspiracy. So a more sophisticated, in my humble opinion, a more sophisticated model called the functionalist began to rise. Functionalists argued that certainly Hitler was an anti-Semite of millennial proportions. A Malay, there's nothing to say about that. Not diminishing in any way his dastardly intentions for the Jewish people. However, he and his co-conspirators, so to speak, only stumbled across elements of the Holocaust when they saw that people were willing to go along with it. When they radicalized one aspect or another of their legislation, and they saw that, hey, no one's bothering. Like, for example, Kristallnacht, we have a massive pogrom all across the country. We burn hundreds of synagogues, break lots of glass, 260 people are killed, and what happens? Nothing. People slap us on the wrist by writing op-eds in the New York Times, and nothing really changes. So you know what? We can get away with it. And bit by bit, the Nazi regime was radicalized until Operation Barbarossa, which is where we're going to pick up the story at this point. The functionalists who argued the Holocaust was a function of the war, as the war became more brutalized and more seemed to be possible, then the idea of actually murdering all of the Jews of Europe dawned in Hitler's mind, and he was able to actually get it. That's a big, and so, for example, to give you a sense of who's a modern functionalist, most modern historians adhere to this model of understanding. You have people like David Goldhagen, who wrote a book called Hitler's Willing Executioners, which is instructive, meaning that German citizens as a whole were willing to go along with the plan. By focusing on Hitler narrowly, we miss the larger story, which is embedded anti-Semitism, or at least an apathy in society that is willing to see this minority population murdered. And we have many examples of corroborating evidence, for example, from the world of psychology, the Milgram experiment, this embargo experiment. Perhaps when we have more leisure, we would look at that. Let's look at the essential timeline of how the Holocaust played out within the context of the intentionalist versus functionalist debate. So perhaps the first thing that Hitler embarked on at the beginning of the war, September 1939, is the concentration of Jews. And this happened in a haphazard manner throughout all of the occupied territories. There did not seem to be a coherent plan as to what exactly this concentration was for. But ultimately, and we should note also that these concentrations, which are called ghettos, of course, many of them did not have any kind of barriers other than administrative ones, meaning they would simply put out a map. This is the Jewish region. You must live in the Jewish section of town. And if a Jew is caught outside of the section, especially when a year after the war begins, they institute formal badges and armbands for Jews, a person could be shot for being outside of the region. But there's no external constraints like a wall keeping them from living within the ghetto. Two types of ghettos developed. Some, like in the Polish city of Łódź, seem to operate on the model that the purpose of the ghetto was slave labor. And so the way to survive, the whole culture of the strange culture of the ghetto was built around earning a work permit. So you could work, let's say, in the textile factories that populated Łódź, and then you would be able to get rations to feed your family. Other ghettos, like Warsaw, shown here, were understood to be abolitionist places where Jews were given, for example, the daily ration for Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto was 150 calories. Basically like a few potato skins. Average, I just did one of those reading tests today, and they told me that I need to eat 850 calories per day. I said that's per day, right? Not like half a day and then another 1850 at night. I said no, per day. So an adult male has to eat about 1,800 calories. Jews about 150 calories. So they're like intended for starvation. The starvation was in fact the occurrence in most of these ghettos, which remained intact basically from the beginning of the war of 1939 until the spring of 1942, when the next stage was deportation. But before we get to the deportation, we should understand that one of the great turning points around which functionalists and intentionalists have a tremendous amount of debate is the significance of Operation RabbiRothschild. Looking at the war militarily, one of the things that Hitler was well aware of was that Germany has this geographic problem whenever it fights a war. We've seen it many times in German history. Germany, since it's in the center of Europe, cannot win a war fighting on two fronts. Germany cannot fight both to the west and to the east simultaneously, primarily because of logistics. If you have a weakness on the eastern front and you need to get a supply line out there, or you need to get reinforcements, you've got to schlep them all the way from the western front, which is frequently impossible. Furthermore, when you go into the east further, you get the greatest general of the region. Maybe you've heard of him, General Winter. The Russian winter is so brutal that it's impossible to maintain occupation of beyond the Urals in any way. At any rate, Hitler followed this plan by conquering the West first. He took over France, Holland, Norway, Denmark, and so on, leaving England for later by attacking with punishing brutal air campaigns. And once the West was pacified, then he broke his deal with Stalin that he had signed in late 1939 and invaded in a surprise attack. Now, what's significant beyond the military in terms of the Holocaust, and remember that the war and the Holocaust are two separate but related phenomena. The Wehrmacht was trying to advance the war effort, and at the same time, Hitler was trying to advance a second war effort, that against the Jews. So he sent out 4 groups of what were called Einsatzgruppe, or special commandos. And these special commandos, A, B, C, and D, followed the Wehrmacht into Poland and the former Soviet Union, and essentially followed the troops in and went to the tiny Städtlauf where Jews lived. They would round them up in these tiny little Städtlauf, these roving commandos, and they would drive them out to ravines. Sometimes they would have them take their own graves, strip them naked, and they would shoot them en masse. They did this for about a year, and they killed somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in this manner, including most of my own family that was laying behind in Europe. This is, however, a far cry from the death camps that would be created later. And historians wonder, did Hitler switch to the death camps because he saw that he was going to lose the war, because the winter was beginning to impinge on his troops' movement, or did he move to the death camps because he saw he was able to shoot so many Jews in a fairly inefficient manner with machine guns? Perhaps he should get away with something even more radical. So the war at this point, this is when you have the first actual incident of organized mass murder. It's significant to recall the date. June 22nd, 1941. The war has been going on for almost 2 full years at this point, and you have not had any organized mass murder. Kristallnacht is a massive, upheaval and pogrom, really of a 19th century variety, and lots of incredibly awful, brutal attacks on Jews, but they are called Einzelaktionen. Single action events. Don't have a clear mandated military plan, a technological and bureaucratic plan until 1941, which lends more strength as well to the functional argument. So So after the Einsatzgruppen have had significant success for about half a year, then it moves on to the next stage of development of death camps. We should recall that Hitler actually had thousands of concentration camps that were operating already from the 1930s, and he put into the concentration camps basically anyone he didn't like. Political prisoners, communists, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, gypsies, anyone he didn't like. Jews were only a tiny minority of the camp population before 1942. And you can see here these black dots are many of these camps. One of my own teachers was here in Sachsenhausen. Then in 1941, largely, by the way, as a result of the experience they had testing new methods on Sephardic Jews. Sephardic Jews were the first Jews to be gassed in the war. They were the Jews of Slovakia were experimented on as kind of efficient killing method. Hitler set up 6 of these camps here, which were known by the German term Vernichtungslager. Vernichtung in Yiddish means literally to make into nothing, right? Vernichtungslager as opposed to Konzentrationslager. They're there in order to make people eat nothing. The most notorious of them, of course, was Auschwitz, but the other 5 names are etched in the memory of Jews as horrific sites of mass murder. And of course, we know the story of what happened in death camps. The Jews had been languishing in the ghettos, were rounded up, like this photograph again from Warsaw, at the Schatzplatz, separated male and female, and tunnel cars where they were often trucked across the landscape, and they would be emptied out at many concentration camps such as Auschwitz, shown here. There would be a selection process where the vast majority of them would be sent immediately to be killed, but those who either showed promise as slave laborers would be dedicated to one of the many satellite work enterprises that surrounded these death camps. For example, Auschwitz had outside of it a plant for making acetone, significant chemical used in the war effort, and so a small number of physically healthy Jews were separated off to be worked to death as slaves. Those were ultimately the very tiny minority of Jews who survived admission to these camps, were typically among the ones who were associated with slave labor. Also taken away at this point were Jews who were useful for medical experimentation by doctors such as Joseph Mengele, Vasa Engel the White, Vasa Engel the White Angel, they called him. He is like taking children who are twins, because he could experiment on one and use the other one as a control to see what experiment resulted. The Nazis also used Jews for a whole series of war-related experimentations, such as, for example, field amputation. Person stepped on a landmine and lost a leg, would it be possible to sew on another leg so they could move limbs, reattach themselves, shift them off to the front, and in their typical Prussian way, they kept detailed records of which continued to pose a ethical dilemma for scholars who wish to perhaps examine it today, despite its nefarious origins. The vast majority, of course, taken to a gas chamber like this one in Titanic. They would be exposed to a rat poison called Cyclone Bay that would mix with the air and extinguished within 20 minutes. Other Jews would be brought into bodies and taken to crematorium or burned. I'm sure everyone in this room is broadly familiar with history. And it pains me, though, that the next my students, my undergraduate students, they're what they call the 3Gs, third generation after. They may have grandparents who experienced this. They may know grandparents who experienced this firsthand, but they're the last generation. It's hard to imagine there will be 4G as any meaningful contact that survives. So it bears repeating, primarily to the internet audience, the vast majority of young people today don't have a sophisticated idea, even some of the presentations. The survivors, as I mentioned, were typically those who were selected for slave labor and who happened to be fortunate to be alive at the time of liberation in 1944 and 45. Many of them by the Russian army. Many of the slaves had actually tipped over the point of what we would call conscious sentient life and become what the camp slang called Musulman or Muslims, which was a slang for people who simply gave up on living and they felt nothing. They literally felt no pain. They had no more effort to even eat, and they would typically die with they were exposed to horrific conditions. For example, fed and ruled that encouraged diarrhea and forced very periods of time to use these grains. One of the most fascinating accounts and studies of the camp system, very in-depth study by a named Terence Press, wrote really one of the first early studies of how the camps actually worked. He wrote a brilliant study called The Survivor. After finishing many great scholars of the Holocaust, he promptly killed himself. He wrote about the latrines, spoke of the argument that the Nazis actually consciously used what he called an experimental assault. He wanted the Jews to actually go back and lose all of their humanity, all distinguishing features such as their distinct clothing, their hair. To refer to another Jew by their name, you had to refer to them by their serial number, and ultimately even the most basic of civilizing elements of our lives to lose their ability to toilet. But that's again for another time. Now, we have to bring it back to Sfarad. So the scope of the genocide, this is a map that shows you the deportation range, which essentially extends from France, one of the major transit camps, all to the 6 death camps in southeastern Poland in particular. But the Sephardic lands are hardly represented here. Spain was technically neutral, as was Switzerland, although as we know, when you're being neutral when there is a tyrant in the room, essentially means you're siding with the tyrant. But what about all the Sephardim who are living down here in North Africa? What happens to them? They largely survived the Holocaust, but only this map shows the vast majority of them experienced their own demographic upheaval, not at the same level as those of the Jews to the north, but they were decimated by the uprisings of their local populations upon the establishment of the State of Israel. Looking at some of these numbers, countries like Algeria had 140,000 Jews in 1948 when the state was established, and in the year 2000 they had 100. Libya went from 38,000 to 0. A tremendous Jews forced out of their homes and essentially exiled to Israel. If they have to be exiled, Israel is a good place to be exiled to. But this is the contrasting experience of the Sephardim, which is of course slightly later than our time period. Okay, so if we look at the Sephardic context, we can say 3 basic things about their experience and why it was different. And I am painting in broad strokes, but we're trying to place it within the overall process. First and most important thing is the date of occupation by the Nazis. And this is true of Europe as well. The longer the Nazis held a territory, the more likely it was the Jews to be murdered. See that most impressively, perhaps, in the case of Hungary, where the Jews actually managed to hang on right until the very end, from 1944, until the Nazis drove out the local Hungarian government, which was an ally to the Nazis, but was hesitant to actually put in place draconian measures that Hitler demanded. And once the Nazis took over Hungary, then of course one of their first priorities, even at the expense of their own war effort, was to immediately murder as many Jews as possible. The same rule holds true as well for Sephardic lands. Greece, where we'll have a large population of Jews, was taken over fairly early by the Nazis, and they had some of the most devastating losses. North Africa, however, which was associated with Operation Torch, when Rommel made his way across the coast here, hoping to close the circle around the outside of the Mediterranean basin, these countries had it progressively easier because Nazism was in their countries for less time. It's a simple function. The longer the Nazis are there, the more likely it is the Jews will be murdered. The later the Nazis come in the war, the more likely it is that Jews will survive. Persecuted, but still survive. Second very important factor, this is number 3, let's go to here, is colonialism. That, especially in North Africa, the indigenous populations did not view the Nazis as liberators. Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, they viewed Europeans on the other side of the Mediterranean lake as essentially interlopers who were coming in and were forcing their way onto local populations. So what difference does it make if you're dealing with the French in Algeria or you're dealing with the Germans in Algeria? There was a tremendous amount of skepticism. The local populations were not as enthusiastic about cooperating with the Nazis. Not the same situation we have in Europe, where, for example, in Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Ukraine, there is tremendous enthusiasm, honest enthusiasm from the local population who feel threatened by the Soviets, welcoming the Nazis with flowers, thinking, okay, with German help, like we had in World War I, we can drive the communists back. It's not something that happens in North Africa because they view Germans with mistrust. And thirdly, whoops, I got these out of order, but I'll go back this way. The thirdly is the fact that Sephardic Jews tend to be, and still tend to be, far more acculturated than Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews tended to maintain their own separate language, Yiddish, tended to have their own separate modalities of dress. They tended to be very focused and very narrow commercial enterprises like money lending, petty trade, card artistry, things like that. In North Africa, in the Arabic-speaking lands, Jews were highly adapted to the local population, virtually indistinguishable from them in dress, language, and culture. They did not have nearly as narrow a range of occupations, and so they were generally much more well-connected to society as a whole. This is something that we see all the way back from the Golden Age of Spain, where Sephardic Jews had significant linkages local populations and were able to blend in with a much greater degree of success than they were in Ashkenazic lands. The great exception to that rule, of course, would be Germany and France, where the Jews attempted with phenomenal effort to slavishly imitate local non-Jewish norms and not help them with. So let's have a quick look at the 3 main regions of Sephardic lands and understand their experience from the Holocaust. Greece is the region with both the largest concentration of Jews and also the most European of experience of the Holocaust. In fact, the Greek experience is largely indistinguishable from that which we see north in places like Poland. The key distinction is which part of Greece are we talking about? Because when you look at the Peloponnesian the peninsula that extends into the Mediterranean, there's 3 zones. There's one zone occupied by Bulgaria that is a German ally that invades a territory in the north of Greece that they coveted. Then you have a region in the center here which is occupied by Germany directly. And then you have a fairly large section here which is occupied by Italy, of course also a German ally under Il Duce Mussolini. And as we would expect, the Jews who were in the German zone experienced the Holocaust full force immediately upon the Germans invading the region. Ghettoization proceeded particularly in Salonika or Thessaloniki, one of the most important centers going back a millennium for Jews. Many Sephardic Jews had settled there after.
Yes, Pincy, can you hear me? If you can't, that's okay. I just want everybody to know that I'm going to memorize all the flags of the world right now.
During the expulsion of 1492, and the Jews are rounded up in short order. Thankfully, one of the leaders of the community there understood what was happening and took all of the local records and burned them. So the Nazis did have some difficulty actually rounding up the Jews. Not the case in Germany, Poland, and elsewhere, where the local Jewish leaders were forced to cooperate with the Nazis on pain of death, and so the Nazis were able to identify Jews much easier. But nevertheless, they took them, eventually sent them to Bergen-Belsen, where the vast majority were murdered. In Bulgaria, there was this phenomenon that we see many places in the Holocaust, where the Bulgarians were not especially fond of the Jews from the central part of Greece that became refugees, and they were very happy to turn those over to the Nazis. But there's a big distinction made with what they considered our Jews, our Bulgarian Jews who lived here for many centuries. They were not in a hurry to go along with their ally and hand them over. And in fact, only after great pressure did they in fact do so and send their Jews to death camps. This is in contrast, by the way, France. When France was conquered, even though we have this image of, you know, the heroic French guys wearing berets and like bombing things, and like the reality is the Vichy French offered the Jews to Hitler before he asked for them. They already deported their Jews in advance of requests from the Nazis. The same thing happened in the Italian zone. The Italians were perhaps the most reluctant of Hitler's allies. Mussolini himself had very fond relations with Jews. He had a Jewish mistress for some time, and he was just not. He loved the idea of territorial expansion. Just could not really get his head wrapped around the idea of anti-Semitism, especially genocidal anti-Semitism. But ultimately, he was forced to turn them over. So Greece had the most traditional of it. One last footnote about Greece. Perhaps the saddest emblem of the disappearance of the Jews of Thessalonica is centuries-old cemetery, which was a famous pilgrimage site for many, because it really was centuries upon centuries, quite a large region in Athens, and it was taken over. The stones were removed, building materials, and now you have the Aristotle University that sits on its grounds today. Serbia and Croatia has a similar experience to many of the European regions. Part of Jews in Serbia were exposed to incredible cruelties. Ustasha, which was the Croat Nazi party, was very enthusiastic about ridding themselves of all minorities. Here is a photograph from the war of the Croatians actually sawing the head off a Serb, and it's around the 1990s to remember the tremendous war that went on there that America participated in. Well, just incredible fighting against the Croats. So the Jews were equally within that mix, and the Ustasha were very enthusiastic about deporting them. As I mentioned, the Serbian and Croatian Jews were the first to be exposed to gas technology for murder. This van is one of the many gas vans that were constructed. They were vans that were taken off the wheels and put on blocks, and essentially they used in these early attempts carbon monoxide poisoning. It turned out to be not very efficient, and so they had to move to the rat poison mentioned earlier. But the idea of murdering Jews at a faster pace is something very important to Hitler, and they experimented with these party. North Africa, our discussion mentioned, they primarily experienced a military occupation and not a strong civil occupation. In other words, as I mentioned earlier, we talked about Barbarossa. The Holocaust is a function of the war. Wehrmacht, although allied with the Einsatzgruppen and aware of what they were doing, nevertheless considered the Einsatzgruppen to be beneath them. The Wehrmacht were warriors and soldiers expanding the Reich. The Einsatzgruppen were like literally exterminators, getting rid of the vermin. So you only had the Wehrmacht in the North African countries. Hitler did not impose later territories the same kind of search and destroy mission that you have in Europe. So primarily what the Jews experienced there were the first stages of the Holocaust. the attempt to collectivize them in ghettos, not very successful because the Jews in Algeria and Libya and so on were much more diffused, not concentrated in neighborhoods the same way they were in Europe. The revocation of certain privileges, such as the Champion Decree of 1870 that allowed Jews some preferential rights vis-a-vis local Muslims, was removed, and a statute was imposed instead that removed their civil rights. But by and large, just when the Holocaust was getting underway, the Nazis were forced to retreat, and so the Jews of North Africa did not experience the same level of persecution. So to bring our lecture to a close, sorry that we could not spend more time on this topic, thinking that perhaps next year for my students, my undergraduate students, might do a year-long course on the Holocaust. Tremendous academic necessity. But I hope that in the spirit of Yom HaShoah, and for the Kedoshim, many of whom may know personally, at least participated in commemorating their experience through discussing it collectively tonight. I hope you all have an excellent week. I'll see you next week. Emma Lazarus, a more cheerful topic, the great poet of the New Colossus, Statue of Liberty. Thank you very much for your attention.
Happy to have such a group. So, say a few words to new team speakers. They also prepared for Rabbi Rothschild. We have with us our speakers, Henry Abrams, wonderful friend, and Abby Will. Not only has he provided us with real and education for his history for the past 2 semesters, also promoted us, and now we have including we have a very appreciate research grants from the National Endowment of United States Holocaust and Memorial Museum, a recipient of excellence award, national application. The website has 20,000 followers, global followers. very grateful for those warm words of love. So honored to be here tonight, and I'm really disappointed that Rabbi Rothschild is not here. That's one of the main reasons I wanted to hear him talk. I'm also deeply grateful for you here. If you don't mind, just tell me if you just take a second. Okay, everybody. Okay, because it's such a big crowd. Okay. Here we go. Okay, everybody. Smile. Okay, I think I got it. Okay. There we go. Oh, good. Wow, that's great. Okay. Wow, I'm gonna send that to my wife. Knows I actually was here. Okay. So tonight's lecture is on an absolutely fascinating topic. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak to you about it. I hope all of you at the back can hear me all right. Okay, great. So I'm going to speak for about 60 minutes or so. I'll pause at a few moments for questions. Please don't ask any hard questions. It's not really my area of expertise, but I really enjoy studying the material. So we'll getting the lecture. Okay, so first of all, great thanks to the Well. I'm a big fan of this institution. Ms. Weinberg came to my office a while ago. She's herself a distinguished Jewish historian, and she talked to me about this project. I fell in love with it. It's absolutely fantastic. I have to say, as a relative newcomer to New York, I think this is one of the great institutions of supporting research and study. It has such a phenomenal vibe. I just feel happy walking into this building. I'm so grateful to be a small part of it. And this is one of those things about New York that I really like. I come from Surfside, Florida most recently. It takes a lot to really like something. But Well is one of those places. So I want to give thanks to the institution for inviting me and for allowing me to participate in your academic life, especially for exploration, these kinds of programs, and for guidance, for leadership. Really, I should thank, but I must say I'm really grateful to be here. I wish Rabbi Rothschild was past that. For those of you who heard a really nice introduction, this is an older picture from before I grew my beard. But my area of expertise is I've read quite a few books on things like that. But I have so many Sephardi students who have been asking me for years to spend more time looking at Sephardi culture. And so this particular year, I decided to invest in giving a year-long series of lectures of the Jews in Spain from ancient times, is a Gothic era right through Gerush, and up the diaspora. It's an absolutely fantastic, amazing adventure of history, and it's so inspirational that it's still alive and thriving here. And I'm hoping that today's presentation inspire all of us to want to look further in your own research exploration of the Sephardic heritage. Something that's not only shared by the narrow ethnic itself, but by all Jews and by world civilization as a culture that is worthy of emulation in so many ways. Here's my home campus. Here's the combined Monday nights and 7 my live lecture, and online. I want to shout out to Mr. Loss all the way from Connecticut. Everything. Okay, shout out. All right, let's go straight to the material. So first of all, thank you to my main source for tonight. I'm not going to say too much, that especially original, as I mentioned, it's not really my area of expertise. Research. If you read this book already, you can leave the room because I'm basically going to do a 1-hour book review of the text. But this. Put it up closer, how's that? So this is the, I think we're okay. Can everyone see the images all right? Okay. At this time of night, if you turn the lights off, I will lose half the audience.
This is a great, very popular and very readable book, Sacred Trash. It has most of the things we're talking about here. It's authored by Hoffman and Peter Cole. They're both scholars of Sephardic poetry. Peter Cole has also real difficulty finding a great place to get a haircut, but he has nevertheless made some amazing translations of Sephardic poetry. I highly recommend his work. So, what exactly is the Geniza? Has anybody here, don't be ashamed, not heard of the Cairo Geniza before this event? Okay, great. So I'm speaking to you and all the other people here who are embarrassed to raise their hand. Those who heard of Cairo, maybe heard of a Geniza, but not necessarily the two of them together. Let's understand what exactly is a Geniza. The word Geniza comes from a Persian root, which essentially store away treasure, hide, or to simply dump somewhere. Lignos means to hide away in modern Hebrew, and a Geniza is a place where you put away things that you will probably never use again. It is not exactly the same as, let's say, for example, an ashpa, which would be like a garbage heap, but it's someplace special that you put things away forever. So, like, for example, this picture here, which shows a modern Geniza in Israel, and it looks pretty much exactly like a dumpster, right? It's got graffiti on it and things like that, but there's a special purpose for a Geniza. Anyone for what that purpose is? Exactly right. So the halacha is that anything which is written with a holy name on it, a shame, and shemos, shmos, as they say, I was shemot, and I say a little bit part of shmot. They don't say shemot in this part of it. Shemot, stronger sickle. So anything that has God's name in it cannot be thrown away when it's no longer worthwhile. It's usable for all prayer purposes. You have to put it away someplace, and then eventually to a burial from the cemetery. So most synagogues have a Geniza somewhere, a back room, a closet, something like that, where they put away their various. This particular Geniza, which is in a public street, it has a sign here that says, I would translate zeva normally as fertilizer. I think what they mean here is like garbage. You can't throw garbage in here. Not throw garbage. There are holy prayer books and so on. Now, the Jews of Cairo, old Cairo, had an unusual habit, which turned out to be an amazing thing for us. Hundreds of years ago, they had a Geniza, a synagogue, nothing more special, but they developed this unusual custom that not only would they preserve holy books, worn out holy books, as we would in a contemporary synagogue, they would also preserve anything written, even partially, Hebrew characters. Lashon HaKodesh, Lashon HaKodesh, anything written in the holy tongue, even partially, even if it was translated from transliterated Arabic, they saved it. And they put it in their Geniza, and so it remained for 1,000 years. Discovered. And what was discovered there is absolutely mind-blowing. So, just to give some of the geography, we're talking about a region where Jews had lived literally for millennia. Of course, we go back to Egypt in the biblical period, and old Cairo, which is known as Muscat, is here on the River Nile. The city itself is a little further north. The synagogue itself was built in 1012. It was actually raised and then reconstructed, so we know that this particular structure is approximately 1,000 years old. Here it is, the Ben Ezra synagogue. This is not the original structure. It was renovated at the end of the 19th century and again by a Canadian team in the 20th century, but you get a sense of what it might have looked like to the inhabitants. Here's a view of the interior.
These are highly traditional electric lights that they had 1,000 years ago, but you get a sense of what the synagogue must have been like. Now, what's important to us is not the reconstructed interior of the synagogue, but this mysterious attic here, with the ladder going up to the top. A legend had developed in Old Fustat that there was a serpent in the Geniza, in the kind of like upstairs attic crawl space, and anyone who went in there would be bitten to death by the serpent. Another legend which sounds very Egyptian in nature, kind of like Harrison Ford, Raiders of the Lost Ark kind of thing. By the way, I have a fondness for Harrison Ford. A lot of my students say that I'm strikingly resemblance. Either him or Will Smith. Two of them are out on the street. I walk around. Okay, so there was another Egyptian legend that anyone who saw the inside of the Knesset would not live out the year. So for 1,000 years, these remained undisturbed until the 1800s, when a few pieces of manuscripts that were in the Knesset began to circulate in the black market. The whole cavalcade of interesting people came across Knesset. They began to out into European collectors who began to say, hey, there's something interesting coming out of this whole synagogue in Fustat, but no one knew the extent of it until it was discovered by these two women, Agnes Lewis and Margaret Gibson, twin sisters, with a very unusual upbringing. They are raised by a Protestant minister in England, promised his young daughters that he would take them to any country in the world as long as they learned this language first. So they took him up on his offer, and they learned French, Italian, and German. Then they moved on to Arabic and Turkish, and they got to be really quite well traveled and also very well educated. Here they're shown, by the way, in their cap and gowns, but they were denied admittance to Cambridge University, even though they ended up doing absolutely stellar world-class research, discovering manuscripts, Syriac manuscripts of the Testament, monasteries in Sinai, translations of Syriac, some really world-class scholars, unfortunately never recognized in their lifetime, primarily because they were women. Anyway, twins were both widowed at a young age, and they took their considerable fortune, and they translated it into a life of travel, where they went around all kinds of exotic locales and visited the local They were known because they were virtually inseparable as the Giblus from Lewis. These twin sisters, not Jewish, highly intellectual, very well educated, fascinated with everything. They went to this synagogue in Old Fustat, and when they were told about the legends, about the snake, about you won't live out a year, they said that's ridiculous. They climbing up into the attic, and they saw the most amazing thing there. And they grabbed a few parchment there, and they returned them to their friend, Solomon Schechter, who was at this time a reader of rabbinics at Cambridge University. An Eastern European rabbi with a strong intellectual bent. They saw him in the street and said, oh, you won't believe, we just got back from Cairo and brought this document for you. Gave him the parchment, looked at it, and he was momentarily stunned. He shook his head. I take this away and just spend some time with him. Sure, go ahead. And he wrote to them that very same day and sent them a telegram. And then they had discovered a long-lost manuscript that never been known for 1,000 years. Typically, Ben Sira manuscript. Ultimately, after several decades of effort, they brought hundreds of thousands of fragments of documents of Geniza and spread them out. They ended up at many universities around the world. Here at America, Princeton has a collection, but the Cambridge collection is by far the most impressive. Here is a photograph of Solomon Schechter working with many of the documents. This stage photograph, one of the main differences between what you see here and what I really would have liked is that he was forced to wear a covering on his nose and mouth because the stench of rotting documents with it, suffering from all kinds of respiratory illnesses unless they took precautions.
Please.
Okay. I can't believe I actually have. More. Over there. Hang on a second. I'm supposed to have it. Right back. Yes, where's over there? Down over here. 5. From 5 over here. Four down there. Okay. Okay, I don't know. They're actually having a lot more fun over there. They have alcohol. They have, Okay. Anyways, let's turn this light off because they can't see the. How's that? Okay. All right, room 4. We got the So this is what the Geniza essentially looked like for about 50 years. But one of the things that I have not given away yet is the fact that the amazing thing about the Geniza is that it's the entire cross-section of light. It's not just, we love both prayer books, we love all kinds of things you find in publications, but it's everything. Bills of sale, marriage contracts, business contracts, love letters, documents in Chinese, world's oldest drafts of Yiddish, everything, even one of my favorites, charity collectors documents, thing, only it's your sense of everything that was happening in the entire Mediterranean basin for about 500 years. Absolutely incredible discovery. Hope to share with you in the next few minutes the kinds of things that found out there. So, what is in the treasure? Right here, question for that. Oh, what was the reaction of the local population? They loved it because they paid for them. A lot of money. They thought one of the great takeaways out of the Geniza that I'm going to talk about at the end of the class was everybody who thought it was trash turned out to be wrong. And this goes over several generations of scholars. Every scholar says, okay, that's it. We take everything and another scholar comes on and says, you told this other aspect. They discovered greater treasure. So it's an ongoing problem.
Wow, what happened to this chat?
Underestimating the value of control. Local population there, when they were great with it, as long as you paid the requisite bribes, and Shakespeare was a bit up with it because that's how, you have to pay someone, you have to pay the bribe to the guy who stands at the front door, you have to pay a bribe to the guy with a tip, the guy who comes and says, how are you doing? You have to pay a bribe to the guy who comes and brings you a cup of tea. Everybody's there. You actually tip every single person. So they were happy with it at the time. Later, of course, when it was discovered by the races, trash perhaps all colonialized. We're not going to focus on the negative. So here is the first document that really became famous, a fascinating book called The Wisdom of Ben Sirah. This is a book which was revered by Jews period, the Second Temple period, and it came very close to making it into the Bible. At the time, the rabbis were discussing what are we going to include in the Bible, which books are we not going to include in the Bible. There's a large number of books considered valuable, but for one reason or another, didn't quite make it in. Maral records many times when the rabbis had a lot of debate. Many rabbis felt, for example, we should not include the book of Kohelet, That's terrible. Ecclesiastes, you shouldn't include it because it's got too much negative cynicism. Another rabbi said, no, it ends well, so keep it. Song of Songs, never read a not a Jewish translation of Song of Songs. Read what the words say. It's pretty R-rated. The rabbi said no, the Rabbi Akiva said no. It's fellowship. You have to keep your Hashirim. So a lot of the books didn't make it. Among the books that didn't make it, the so-called Sporim Chitzoni, outside books, was the Wisdom of Ben Sirah. A lot like Mishnah, a lot like Kohelet in many ways, but it was lost to the Jewish tradition because it was considered one outside book. The Christian tradition, however, kept it in Greek. They loved it, and it became essentially a holy Greek book. Just 1 second. It became a holy Greek book, and the Christians thought it was fantastic, and its Jewish origins were lost. Many scholars felt this is actually a Jewish book, and by finding the Hebrew original, all of a sudden they reclaimed very important document in Jewish tradition. The Gemara indicates that he's actually an illegitimate child. Not exactly illegitimate, but he's the offspring of Yirmiyahu Navi. Now, it's a bizarre story, exactly how it was. I'm not going to go into it now. When I'm off the microphone, I will. But it is a fascinating. Anyway, this is only the icing, however. The kind of things they found in the Genesis were mind-blowing. First generation scholars found, for example, autographed copies on Maimonides. This is a page from the Mishnah Torah by the Rambam, Neshem HaGadol, the Great Eagle. And for those who have studied the Rambam in depth, you'll know that his word choice absolutely and the more you study is remarkably deceptive style. You have to be so careful about the choice of words. Finally, we're able to see, as you see this example here, what he decided not to include, decided to change the Rambam's autographed copy of the first version of the Mishnah Torah. Mind-blowing, tremendous quality. And we have, of course, here, Moshe ben Maimon here. I have to actually sing the Rambam. That's a glorious thing. These are the kind of things that were found in the Bible. Also found there were documents, personal letters about Yehuda Halevi, the great Sephardic poet, philosopher, who spent his last days traveling to Israel. And for many generations, there was a legend that what had happened was after a long and difficult travel, he finally made it to Israel, he bent down, and then he traveled to death by either a crusader or a Muslim horseman. And then in the late 19th century, people said, scholars said, wait a second, we don't have any source. We're saying it's a legend, story. He just disappeared, that's all. But we found in the Geniza letters which he wrote when he was actually in Cairo en route to Israel. And then we found letters shortly after he left Cairo and went to Israel, and they used letters after his name, Zion, shortly after he arrived. Letters do not confirm exactly how he was killed, but they do confirm that he made it to Israel and there he died. Amazing kind of like stories of famous Jews are repeated in our documents. And this alone made the mind of them. There's so much more. Another amazing thing that we find in the Geniza are all kinds of new voices. People that we've never heard from before. For example, look at this document here. And this is an example of what they call a palimpsest, which means a document that has several layers of text. You can hear poking underneath the text letters. The reason for this, familiar with the Mishnah, very beautiful Mishnah that says that Alomed Yeled Lama Hudomer, like a person who learns the child. What is it compared to? The rest of the Mishnah, it's ink on new parchment. And so you imagine the parchment is like fresh, white, got nice black ink, and it soaks in really well, good contrast, and so on. And then it's someone who learns older, like Bob Shubo and Rabbi Kivo, and an older age. What is it compared to? Like someone who writes on rubbed parchment. What does rubbed parchment mean? What they used to do back in those days with the printing technology, they would, they would take the parchment. It's expensive, you know. You have to shecht an animal to make this parchment, and they would take like some kind of scapula, like a device. They would rub it hard that would not remove the writing, but would kind of like grind it down further into the fibers of the parchment. There we go. Thank you. And that would make the parchment much darker, because you'd be smushing the ink in, and less able to hold the contrast you're doing, but you could nevertheless write on top of it again. We talked by raising the word rise up and be seen again after 100 or so years. But when they discovered this document, they looked at the Greek and they said, oh my gosh, this is the classic Greek language literal translation of the Bible by none other than the famous Aquila, was a very important source for, among other translating the Bible into Aramaic. And we knew that there was such a person, Aquila. We knew that he did a translation. We'd never seen it. It is, by the way, an absolutely unreadable translation. Because he translates the Greek exactly the same order and syntax as the Hebrew, designed to be such a way that you could go back and learn the Hebrew from the Greek. We're like so excited. Wow, look at this. Found this amazing document underneath the document. And they started publishing 20 years after publishing this. Guess what someone did? Decided to look at the top level, the Hebrew, which was staring us in the face the whole time. It turns out that the top level are the long poems of great Dana, one of the greatest poets who ever wrote the Jewish language, of whom we only have 3 or 4 poems. And all of a sudden we had 400 poems by Dana that were on top of these. Looking at the Greek the whole time, Dana was such a great poet that it was proved that his master, after teaching him ancient that his master, after having taught him, seeing how powerful a poet he was, he tried to assassinate him by putting a scorpion. Now it's a legend, it's probably not true, but nevertheless, they tell the story about Yana gives you these are some of the amazing things they're finding in Giza by looking at the documents in different levels. There's Yana, you can see the return. Now here's another one of my favorites. Ms. Weinberg, of course, brilliant scholar. Recognize this. What is this? Weinberg? Oh yes, this is a poem by the famous Dunash Ibn Labra. Amazing individual who came from Babylon to Sfarad in the 10th century. Was a protege of Chastai ibn Shammua, the great statesman of the era. And he started a revolution in poetry because he said, you know, poetry, the way we have it right now, is really very nice. But the reality is, not going to be Arabs have much more beautiful poetry than we do. They're making such beautiful poetry in Arabic, no comparison. What's the big difference? Either. Hebrew poems, and you can see from Ashkenazi all the time. The poems all have a very standard meter that repeats itself repetitively, and it's actually kind of boring. But in Arabic poetry, they have short and long stops in the meter, which renders a much more beautiful effect. Nash said, you know what, we can adapt this Arabic style by simply differentiating between the Shema and all of a sudden he opened up a whole new technique of writing poetry. We should realize that in the 10th century, 11th century Spain, those supported the traditional form of poetry under Menachem and Baruch, and those who supported the newfangled Arabic-style poetry pioneered by Ibn Nabrat. It turns out that Ibn Nabrat won. Example of a poem, see if top here, Ibn Nabrat. However, as my very brilliant as she is actually correct, because about 10 years later, another scholar found the poem. And there it is, and it says at the top here, that any sect, Ibn Nabrat, from the wife, from the wife of Ibn Nabrat, it's a love poem written in Babylon to her husband living in Spain, giving him a hard time for leaving her, and all of a sudden we have here the very first poem written by a woman serves the entire canon. Amazing mind. All of a sudden you have this evidence of women as literate individuals expressing themselves in the art of the day. It's absolutely astounding. All the evidence come from scraps of paper that preserve themselves. Yes, question. Well, the reality is we're talking about such a vast. The question had to do with what language Jews were speaking at what time. We're talking about such a vast scope of Jewish history that it's hard to generalize. But I'm going to do it anyways. Jews tend to polyglots. Here in America, it's unusual for Jews tend to only speak English. The vast majority of our history, we have spoken one language at home, language. Often a hybrid between the Jewish and secular language, Judeo-Arabic, Yiddish, Ladino, and we've spoken a secular language in the street, and we've spoken Hebrew in the synagogue. So what is the primary language used varies from country to place, but we typically use many different languages, all of our course. I think an easy comparison is true as well. Many of the documents are written in Arabic, but in characters. Yiddish is essentially German, written in Hebrew characters. Modern right, for the Germans did. And so we used our own alphabet for their language. We're comfortable in many different languages. These are process. Lost. Yes. Right. You're starting to ask a hard question here. I'm nervous. Well, absolutely. Marina Rothschild will show you here. She's actually on this. She's done a lot of work on this. I'll give it away though a little bit out of sequence. We know about the Cairo community that there was a significant number of Karaites living there as well. Karaites, of course, from a 9th century movement that denied the validity of the oral Torah and wanted to get back to the Torah, the text itself, and they accepted the Bible. And we, as rabbinic Jews, tend to view them as hopeless heretics. And when we look historically, most of the stuff we used to have focused on how bad they are and how we try to put them away and how they were like interfering with the things we were doing and stuff like that. But once you get into the Geniza documents, it doesn't make sense at all. We got along with them, married with the Karaites, business with them, which moved with them. A lot like in America, you have Orthodox Jews, you still have lots of conservative and even non-religious. And occasionally they'll marry each other and they'll it's a much more relaxed society. In other words, the history that we tend to ignore, it comes from one narrow place. Essentially, the rabbinic elite really don't like Karaites. But most Jews are like, okay, oh, we're not Karaites, but I'll get to your question in a second. So now the next generation, first generation of scholars really focused on the rabbinic text. Let's look for the Rambam. Let's look for Yehuda Ibn Tibon or whatever we can find like that, and the rest is garbage. The second generation began to look at things like Halakha, or you look at multiple layers. The third generation, the 1950s, under the work of S.D. Goitein, began to say, wait a second, what about all that other stuff that isn't about famous people? Because it's filled with slabs of paper that are not written by important people. In fact, probably about 80% of and it's just regular detritus of everyday life. Very difficult to read. It's all packed together. It's fragments and so on. So what Goitein did was he said, I'm going to devote my life, and he ended up composing 6 massive volumes under the title A Mediterranean Society, in which he traced every single name, address, piece of furniture, clothing, spice, recipe, anything like, and connected it against what life must have been like in Cairo a few hundred years that the Ben Ezra synagogue was in existence. And he found some amazing characters. Like this is not a picture of her, but this is not a picture of her. I imagine she would be. Amazingly wealthy woman living in old Cairo. And he managed to find a lot of documents. People give their children brachas, saying, may you be like Moshe. That was like a common phrase. That was like you say, may you be like, Menashe and Ephraim, but they say, may you be like Moshe. W-H-U-S-H-A. And they spoke right about her. She had a rather amazing life. She was a phenomenal businesswoman, but she also got into a bit of trouble where she actually had a child out of wedlock. And as she was getting older, worried, that maybe he would not be able to get married to her child because he didn't have a father. It turned out, it's a whole story how that happened. It's a little bit overrated, but she wanted to make sure that no one would consider her son a mamzer. Being unmarriageable. So she actually arranged a legal sting. Rabbis would come by as a certain person confessed to be the father, and that way the rabbis were able to answer, yes, we know so-and-so is the father, and although she wasn't married to him, nevertheless, it's an amazing bizarre story. The fantastic part of it, remember, the brachas in her name, she gave a tremendous amount of money, but she went to the one particular synagogue on Yom Kippur. Rabbi stood up, said, a woman like this, we don't want you here. And she was kicked out of the shul on Yom Kippur. Can you imagine going to shul in front of the whole community? Rabbi gets up and says, you are not welcome here. Nevertheless, absorbed the insult, and she gave her will a phenomenal amount of money to every single people in the community. The one that kicked her out, and they were able to light the menorah, the candles in the shul, dozens of years because of donation. So even though she had kind of a checkered past, nevertheless, in these tells her whole arc of her life story, and quite a bit more complicated. Fascinating person. Also interesting, anyone recognize what this would be? Now, this is a children's grammar book, where the child is learning how to write the letters and the vowels. This is probably at the end. Kazakh, right at the end of the text. And bracha for Torah and so on. But we see they learn how to write essentially the same way we do today. Here, just like our kids today, when the teacher was a little boring, then they would doodle. And so we have this guy looks sort of like a Israeli soldier here. David and things like that. Really dark underneath that. The sense of real this is finally the work of Rasta, who's the recipient of a MacArthur, the so-called genius grant. She's working in Princeton. Because she said, you know what? We've already looked at all of the famous people, all of the scraps. I'm going to look at all of the Arabic texts now. And instead of working with the Hebrew things, she looked at the written in Arabic, like on the back of Hebrew documents, stainless documents, and she also complex picture of what society was like. And it was amazingly a lot more tolerant than we would think. Jews got along with their neighbors, the neighbors got along with the Jews. Amazingly, Jews got along with each other. A phenomenal thing. Really hard to believe. Otherwise. Okay. So let me take your question. Well, basically, yeah.
See me in BC a lot, period. If you ever need anything, come and just let me know. I'm here to help, period.
And we even have, otherwise we only have Sanya's responses to the Karaite books. In the case, we actually have the Karaite books as well. The Geniza tells a different story, though. I know, it's amazing. If you look at the Geniza documents, you have laws written for explicitly the Karaites and Rabbinites. Now, the way the society evolved, Rabbinites definitely got the upper hand, the Americans, and so on. But the Karaites were part of, they considered full Jews, had more relations than you would think. I recommend you to read Goitan's work. It was mind-blowing. I know, it was really shocking to me too. Please, let's go on. So let's just think for a second about what's next in Geniza study. So what we have at this point are hundreds of thousands of tiny fragments that have not been deciphered yet. Literally hundreds of thousands. They're just the work of decades, perhaps centuries. We luckily have a lot more techniques to work with today. Things like they iron the documents out. Quite often you have the documents all folded in a packet, and they have to rehumidify them, add moisture in the air, slowly be able to get the release grip on the documents themselves. We can use modern ultraviolet lighting techniques to try and get a sense of what's written underneath the text and so on. But perhaps the most fascinating is the use of computer technology to discover the contents of the This is an amazing site from Cambridge University. And what I like about this best, you can't see back, but these lines over here, these are fragments of the month. Every month they post some incredible discovery that they found in the poetry and personal thoughts, things like that. It's like a newspaper you're uncovering new things about the life of Sephardi parties. And finally, also have new crowdsourcing ventures. Like, for example, to get over here today, I give a lecture, I mentioned Avenue J, and I had to get here besides lecture, so I took Uber. Uber is a crowd-sharing, ride-sharing device where you get on the internet, and somebody who has a car is willing to give me a lift, willing to give money, and it works out very well. Much better than taxis. The latest Geniza researchers, like the Research Society, they give you a chance to actually look at the Geniza itself. Here's my favorite. It's this Rise of the Cairo Geniza. I strongly recommend that when you go home tonight, you go and check this out. So let's do it for ourselves. Here we are. This is the actual website. So this is the actual website. Help us unlock the mysteries of the Cairo Geniza. Click on Get Started. And what they will do, they will give you, some information here. They will give you, here is a piece of the Cairo Geniza that nobody has translated. Then, photograph, microfilm, and they want to ask you some questions. They ask you over here, what language is this in? And it looks to me, I would say it looks like Hebrew, right? I'll say Hebrew, right? And then I go down a little bit, and I say next. Then it's going to say, is this written in formal or informal? Meaning, is it like a personal letter, or does it look like some kind of official document? My guess is formal. What do you think? Formal? I think so. Yeah, let's go with formal. And then they're going to ask me, are there any perpendicular text or diagonal text? because they're looking for palimpsests, looking for underlying. I would say, no, it doesn't look good. Is anything like that in this document? So I go like this, I say, none of these features here, and then I click on done. And then they file it away, and they say, here's your next record. And you can do this yourself. And they're hoping that thousands of people worldwide chip in and help do that first level of sorting. All the Hebrew documents are in one place. All of the Arabic are in another place. All the multiple languages in third place. And the next level will obviously have someone who's a little more adept in language being able to say, is this written in 9th century style or is this written in 8th century style? And they will slowly, through crowdsourcing, be able to bring these things together. Absolutely amazing use of modern technology, making these available for all. Let's bring this to a close in my remarks. What this means for all of us. So, and when I say all of us here, I mean like all Jews, really. Here's some takeaway messages. The first one is, trash is not trash. Like the things that we tend to consider insignificant may have phenomenal importance. I know, for example, my own family, my aunt and all these candlesticks went missing. Packed them in a box and could never find them. That's just one set of candlesticks from only about 70 years ago. Imagine what you have in your homes right now may be valuable to your great secondly, as we discussed a few times now, Boyd's argument was that Egyptian society was essentially religious democracy. That's his term. What he means by it is that basically, a pretty liberal place where people mainly got along. Got along with non-Jewish neighbors, got along with Karaite neighbors. Much, he says, amazingly, like America. Which is kind of mind-blowing when we look at the very bloody century that we just went through. Holocaust, wars, and certainly look at Jewish-Arab relations today. It doesn't seem like that anymore, but perhaps it was possible once. Third, as my father always used to say, shows more it changes, more it stays the same. In other words, the kind of things that people are worried about today, amazing to hear those voices expressed from the whole cycle of letters, for example, from mothers written to their sons, saying, why don't you visit me? Never write, and you read these things and, oh my gosh, it's exactly like it is today. You feel how vibrant this society reached out to us over the centuries, able to inspire us today, and great. Helps us sort of focus on what's worthwhile. Let's go to what this means for Sparta. Speaking as a non-Spartani, I hope I'm not being presumptuous by suggesting how Spartans should take special ownership of the Geniza as their cultural heritage, and how it should advance as a broad Spartan. First of all, I think you can, from the Geniza, it's really worth meditating on the Spartan genius. What do I mean by the genius? One of the things that really stands out about the society of the Iberian Peninsula was uncanny ability, which was unparalleled, perhaps none in no other period of Jewish history, find what is best in secular society without compromising on what is ultimately about. Spartans were able to identify those elements crucial to their survival as a people, and yet could borrow from Arabic poetry, Arabic music, Visigothic forms, all kinds of things that they were able to find to negotiate that very difficult. Ashkenazi lands tend to either veer off open assimilation, or they tend to become extremely insecure and frightened of the outside world, regarding as highly toxic and poisonous. So I think in the Geniza, we really get a picture of the modus vivendi, Weltanschauung, that Spartans have experienced for hundreds of years. Secondly, owns these studies. I mean, matrimony is this? I think that this is inspiring young Sephardic scholars. Ashkenazim, we can find a few documents scattered around Geneva, scraps of few letters to travelers, but this is fundamentally life of the Sephardic community, and its interconnectedness throughout the Mediterranean basin. Young Sephardic Jews, the Geneva as a from the 80s, from the movies in the 80s, I want to say that Spanish or anything like that, okay? This is an amazing Sephardic heritage that, why are all the great scholars, I don't know if RabbiRothschild is Sephardic, Goitain is not, Schechter is not, all these Ashkenazis do. I don't get Sephardic study. And finally, I think the merged voices that come from the Geneva, particularly those of women, like the voices of the wife of Nashon, the story of Roshel, the broker. We really need to hear women's voices in a very unique way, and they have been submerged for so many centuries. That's why I think the well is such an amazing place to study, work, and learn. Here's a place where celebrate their shared experiences, and they can rejoice in how they have shared in millennial history. Well, wait a second, this might be finished here. I'll come back to you in a second. Pardon if we're so rowdy, Ashkenazim are much easier. Okay, let me wrap it up. You've been an extremely gracious, patient audience, especially over there in room 4. Thank you very much for watching. I'm going to hang around and I'll take some questions. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you all for coming tonight. We have a very special presentation. We're going to speak about someone that's probably played a role in your own mental development as American citizens, those of you who are American citizens. Emma Lazarus, of course, is associated perhaps more than anyone else with the very notion of American liberty, the very idea of what America stands for, comes in a very big way from her classic poem, Colossus, of course, at the base of the Statue of Liberty. We'll spend some time looking at that in this class today. But on a deeper level, I think, Emma Lazarus, in many ways, used her Sephardic Jewish heritage to articulate a form of American Jewish identity that was hugely influential in many ways, still affects us in the 21st century. Let's look, first of all, at the thank you. We're grateful to Mr. Nathan Rudy, who is dedicating tonight's lecture in memory of Nissim Ben Simbel and Steti Bas Bakia. These are very unusual names. Steti, Bakia, and Simbel. So fascinating. Perhaps Mr. Rudy, if you're watching, send me an email and explain to me where those names come from. They're not common names. Related to Mr. Rudy's sponsorship, I want to note that we have 2 final lectures for the season. In fact, they have gone as yet unsponsored. So I'm really interested in raising more money for our students, for our scholarship fund. Visit my main website where I have links to the page donate online, or give straight to my assistant upstairs, or whatever you like. We have next week, who are the crypto Jews? These are Jews who submerged their Jewish identity when they were living in hiding, posing as Christians, and fascinatingly lived in North America as well. And also look at the great sage Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, one of the most creative Jewish halachas of the 20th century. He passed away just recently, and we'll have an introduction to his thought and his impact on the intellectual, religious, and political landscape of modern Israel in particular. Tonight's lecture is going to rely very heavily, in fact, it's going to be quite derivative of the work of Esther Shore, who wrote a masterful biography. Here it is. I'll quote a couple of passages from it that allows us, and I think it is definitely the most important biography that has appeared to date, and I strongly recommend for those of you who want a deeper dive, Emma Lazarus. Okay, with that, let's go straight to the material itself. So we're all familiar, of course, if you know anything about Emma Lazarus, in fact, if you know anything about America, chances are you know about the New Colossus. Probably not under that name, but it is, of course, the famous poem that Emma Lazarus composed as a fundraiser for the Statue of Liberty. The statue itself, it took quite a while to bring it to these shores. It is, of course, a gift from France as a symbol of American liberty. That was, in fact, the title, the name of the statue was Liberty Enlightens the World. But it was Emma Lazarus who found the voice of what that statue really stood for, and in fact, actually defined what liberty means for Americans in such a way, such a resonant manner, that it has really colored our sense of who we are as a nation for the following 150 odd years. We're going to look at the poem in greater detail, but just to a little bit about the statue. Of course, it was constructed in France, and for lack of funds, it took a long time to bring it over to these shores. They had to have several fundraising sallies to bring it. Emma Lazarus herself never actually saw the statue erected in just south of Manhattan. Here's a picture of the famous face of Lady Liberty herself. Here is in Paris the hand torch on display, and here's the head on display at a World's Fair. And this is, of course, an iconic image that perhaps all of you remember from another context, the great moment in Planet of the Apes, where Charlton Heston, shown here on his knees. If you remember, why this is such an iconic image is because for those of you, if there is possibly anyone who has not seen the 1968 Planet of the Apes movie, it's when it's Charlton Heston plays an astronaut who is lost in space and crash lands on a planet. The planet is bizarre because the apes speak, the humans are mute, and hierarchies are upside down. But he eventually escapes, and then he discovers the Statue of Liberty buried on the shore like this, and he realizes, of course, he has not been transported in space, but in fact in time. And the symbolism of the Statue of Liberty is so important here because it represents all that is so good about this world, and the fact that it remains standing, albeit in a degraded state, really sharpens Charlton Heston's loss, and he kind of, in my humble opinion, sort of overplays it, saying, damn you, and banging on the sand, but nevertheless, it's quite dramatic and worth watching, and it says a lot about what the Statue of Liberty means to us as a nation, and as it's defined by Emma Lazarus. Here's a quick reading of the New Colossus. I'll show you a very quick video of it. Oh, I forgot to check the audio. It'll work. If not, then Dave will help me out with the audio. Just one quick word before we go into it. The title, the New Colossus. The Colossus was, of course, a famed statue. It's now destroyed. That was from the Roman period, if I remember correctly, and was a great warrior that stood astride two great pillars that guarded the port to some famous city, Rome, I believe, something like that. Rhodes, the city of Rhodes. Thank you so much. It's difficult when you give lectures in college being fact-checked by everybody. But okay, here we go. Here's a reading of the New Colossus. Very powerful. Critics of the time, some of them actually said they liked the poem better than the statue. But what is especially significant for us is that her definition of American liberty had nothing to do with, for example, the Second Amendment. It had nothing to do with, the Wild West, the freedom to roam. It was all about sheltering refugees, which of course had a very deep resonant meaning for her as a Jew of the 1880s, which we'll see shortly, but also as a Sephardi, as a woman of Sephardic extraction. Let me read to you a poem that she wrote not too long after the New Colossus. It's titled simply 1492. Significant date, right? Because of course it mentioned that refers not only to the discovery of America, but also the expulsion of the Jews from Sfarad. Exactly. So she writes here, "Thou two-faced year, mother of change and fate, didst weep when Spain cast forth with flaming sword the children of the prophets of the Lord. Prince, priest, and people, spurned by zealot hate, hounded from sea to sea, from state to state. The west refused them, and the east abhorred. No anchorage the known world could afford. Close locked was every port, barred every gate. Then smiling, thou unveilst, O two-faced year, a virgin world where doors of sunset part, saying, Ho, all who weary, enter. There falls each ancient barrier that the art of race or creed or rank devise, rear grim bulwarks hatred between heart and heart." Very beautiful restatement in many ways of the New Colossus in the context specifically of her Jewish heritage. Jews exiled from Spain, driven from port to port, unable to find a safe anchor, and only because of the great irony of Columbus' discovery of the Americas, we have at the same time as the door closed in Spain, the door opened in America. And here you get a sense of, I think, the dual identity of her as an American and as a Jewish woman that is so crucial to the relevance of modern American ideal as a whole. Let's look a little bit more at her. Well, let's look at the poem itself for a second. So, just to break it down, the New Colossus, of course, the old Colossus is a representation of Greek might, of power, of, in fact, right? The Colossus, the artist rendering thereof we saw in the film, the Colossus represents how powerful Rhodes is, and that only those who have permission may enter. The Statue of Liberty, of course, is exactly the opposite. The lantern is welcoming those for those who seek freedom. So it's the New Colossus meaning comes a version of values that is the best of America. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, brazen both in terms of being proper, if I'm not mistaken, but also brazen and authoritarian. With conquering limbs astride from land to land, again the old Colossus, here at R.C. Roth, sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch. Interesting, of course, woman, Emma Lazarus, was very unusual to be a poet of the time and was celebrated for the fact that she was a woman at the time, quite unusual. So it's quite ironic in this context. Anyways, whose flame is imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. That term was very resonant to her. She often referred to the statue as the Mother of Exiles. Again, really encapsulating what America means. From her beacon hand flows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that Twin Cities bring. Twin Cities your story tops, cries she. Okay? Like they have a picture of crown jewels. In England, you can have all of your, things like that. Cries she with silent lips. Give me instead. Meaning, you keep all of your mishigas, so to speak, crazy European stuff. But give me instead your tired, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore, right? You have so many of these people that are overflowing, and you want to get rid of them. That's what America's going to be made. Send thee, the homeless, tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the gold. Very powerful statement of American value. So, jumping ahead from there, let's look a little bit at her life as a whole. Charlton Heston. I like Charlton Heston. A lot of people tell me I have a striking resemblance to him and Will Smith. The two of them, I walk down the street and people say, that Will Smith? Okay. So, as I mentioned, her family background is Portuguese Sephardic, meaning that her family at one point had converted to Christianity in order to protect themselves, but once they reached freedom, either in South America or in North America, they reverted to their Jewish identity. She had a lot of connections to Newport. In fact, she meditated on some of the poems that Longfellow wrote about Jewish Newport that we studied when we looked at the life of Judith Thurl. And in many ways, she was from the greatest of the old Sephardic Jewish families of New York. The families that her ancestors married into were all of the important names of the period, and you will see them running through the 18th century as, rabbis and philanthropists. She herself came from an observant background, but she did not feel constrained to the same way that her parents did. And in fact, she describes some of the fascinating encounters she has with other poets who are fascinating, first of all, the fact that she's a woman. Not that many female poets at this time. And secondly, that she does not seem embarrassed about her Jewish whatsoever, and at the same time she speaks with complete confidence in modern American vernacular. She has that kind of exotic nature to her because she comes from such a foreign, non-Christian origin, but at the same time she's perfectly happy and at home in the American ideal. This is a dual identity that she relished, and she compared in many ways to the negative experience that Heinrich Heine had. She translated Heine's short. So she used her kind of pride in her Jewish origins and her quote-unquote modern observance as really a badge of honor in ways. And I would also not hesitate to say that this encapsulates much of modern American Jewish identity as well. Pride in Jewish heritage, ethnicity, but at the same time, not necessarily such an enthusiasm for traditional religious observance. Her grandmother was actually a poet herself, Grace Mendez Nathan. These surnames are all extremely important. And she was to her granddaughter, a love of poetry. We actually have in Shore's biography some examples of her grandmother. She was a child prodigy, and her father doted upon her. In fact, her father was her first publisher, publishing her poems and specifically putting the subtitle that his daughter was 16 years old when they were composed. They did create quite a brouhaha literary scene because she was quite precocious. All of these things happening. Female poet, Jewish origin, writing these poems at a young age. She was the fourth of 7 children, and very few of them, including Emma, married. They were quite a well-to-do family, and in many ways they lived under the shelter of their father well into their adulthood, and apparently did not feel the need to move on and create families of their own. Professor Shaw once again has a lot of discussion, speculation as to why this was not occupied. She was very close. with Ralph Waldo Emerson, who was quite a bit his senior, and he was, of course, the poet of the age, American poet of the age, and they engaged in quite a vigorous correspondence.
Okay. Rayhan, did you watch the rest of that documentary? Oh, congratulations. How'd it go? Okay, absolutely. Absolutely. I can help you. I can ask you questions. Excellent. What kind of job is it for?
Let me tell you my picture. I call
Okay.
this job is called developer.
ERP
You can
developer. Yes. All right.
Enterprise resource planning developer.
And the price is what?
Enterprise resource planning.
Enterprise resource planning. Absolutely. This is a big question on that. Okay. So I'm going to ask you those questions, and I have questions and answers, and we'll review them. All right. Ready?
Yeah.
What is ERP and how does it benefit a business?
You wanna?
I do. I want you to get this job.
Yeah. I have do full research on
Well, you have until tomorrow, so this is the way to do it.
but I'm trying.
I understand, and I'm going to help you.
I told you I could.
That's fine, but you're underprepared already. Answer the question. It's the easiest question that you're going to be asked perhaps tomorrow, aside from what is your name. What is ERP, and how does it benefit a business?
Yeah. Organization used to. What's typically company? They get to they have people on that system like that. Then
Excellent.
some ERP process
Excellent.
managing people, managing issues.
Okay, so now let me just ask you this. Are you using AI? Rayhan, are you using AI?
But using AI.
Excellent. What programming languages and technologies are commonly used in development?
All the programming. So the exact software that the company currently is called Udo. And in Udo, we use the program was called Python.
Excellent. What else is used?
Other than that, we go some in our web programming like JavaScript, HTML, and CSS.
Okay.
That's
Excellent. That's good. ERP systems are developed using various programming languages and technologies depending on the platform. Commonly used languages include ABAP, Advanced Business Application Programming for SAP ERP systems, web-based and cross-platform ERP systems like Oracle ERP, C#/.NET for ERP solutions developed on Microsoft Dynamics, Python and Ruby for open source ERP solutions like Odoo, like we were saying, SQL for database management and reporting, JavaScript, React, Angular for front-end development in modern ERP systems. Familiarity with these technologies is very much excellent. Next question. What is the difference between a cloud-based ERP and on-premise ERP? No, you don't want to say that. You don't want to say that. You want to make it like you've been there for a long, long time. Not from the research that I did. That makes you sound like you're new.
Yeah. You mean I need to configure the few.
You absolutely do. You want them to make it seem like you invented ERP. And when you came in with your initial response when I asked what is ERP, you nailed your answer. So that's really good. You don't want to then be like, okay, well, from the research that I did for this position, this is what I think it is. No, you want to be like, in my experience in the role, cloud-based ERP is this, and on-premise ERP is this. Okay, so what is cloud-based ERP?
Cloud-based ERP is like concern of on-premise ERP. Cloud-based, as we know, we store our data in cloud, and the benefit of cloud ERP is we can like access these ERP programs and our data from anywhere around the world as long as we get internet. The difference is with on-premise ERP is on-premise ERP act like offline uh, type of cloud ERP. So cloud-based ERP is like the more advanced type of on-premise ERP. That's what I took on the difference between those two.
Okay. Cloud-based ERP, the software is hosted on the vendor's services and accessed via the internet. It reduces infrastructure and maintenance costs, offers scalability, and can be accessed remotely. On-premise ERP, the software is installed on the company's own servers and requires internal IT management. It offers more control, but often involves higher upfront costs and infrastructure. Okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. Next question. What are some common challenges when
No, wait. It's offline, offline. Yeah, right.
I wouldn't call it offline because it's still connected to the internet. It's the fact
Yeah.
that it is at the vendor's location and they have an IT team that manages it on site. This is usually more expensive for infrastructure and maintenance as opposed to cloud-based ERP where you can run it remotely. And it's also much more scalable. With cloud-based ERP, you are able to essentially create more servers with a few clicks of a button. With on-premise ERP, it's going to involve you buying a server and bringing it in, and that can be more costly. But the advantage of in on-premise ERP versus cloud-based ERP, usually on-premise ERP is more secure.
Yeah. Okay.
What are some common challenges when developing ERP systems?
So the main common is that ERP is built within a system. So we as developer, we have to uh, know the technology that builds, and that is the programming language such as Python, C Sharp, SQL, SQL. That is the main challenges. Whereas developer uh, must know all about this program and whereas the uh, program main software that is uh, used by companies such as Google. I
Okay.
think that is the main challenge for developers.
Okay, so here are some others. Customization and scalability. Developing an ERP system that can be customized to meet unique businesses requirements while still being scalable can be complex. Data integration. Integrating data from various legacies while ensuring the system remains secure and responsive. We're going to actually get into this one a little bit more because I want you to have these memorized. What you basically told me is stuff that you run into as a developer when it comes to the programming languages, but
Robert, your voice is echoing. Can you mute your other?
all you do is click it and
Oh yeah.
you're good.
Yeah, you're good now.
Excellent. So we're going to memorize these ones because I want you to have these phrases at top of mind on the tip of your tongue so that when you're asked about them, you'll be able to just roll them off. Okay, so what are common challenges with the ERP? The first one is customization and scalability. Okay. The second is data integration. The third is user adoption. And the fourth is performance and security. So there are some words that I want you to be using more often, and these are some of them. So the first one is customization and scalability. So let's talk about that. Basically, if we have a customer who wants something very specific, we know that that may provide a challenge. So there's the customization and scalability is the first challenge. The second is data integration, where it would be ensuring that that data is organized correctly within the system. The third is user adoption, and the fourth is performance and security. So, without me repeating them, name 3 challenges that someone may have when developing ERP systems.
I was not fully.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I'll review them again with you. There's customization and security.
Let me try.
Okay.
First is scalability and accessibility.
Customization and scalability.
Yeah. Can you repeat it?
That's okay.
I can't memorize it all.
That's okay. That's okay. I understand. Customization and scalability.
Yeah.
Okay. A second challenge is data integration. A third issue that arises is user adoption. And finally, the fourth is performance and security. And let me tell you, I've been an IT recruiter. I've hired so many programmers in my life, both virtually and in person, that I'm familiar with many of the questions that you're going to be asked. And if you aren't using the key phrases, you will not gain as many points. So what I want you to do is make sure you use the key points. So of the challenges that we just talked about, and I know it was just a little bit ago, name 3 of the 4 that I just named. Let me repeat the question. What are some common challenges when developing ERP systems?
Yeah. So the main challenge for ERP development is the first is customization and scalability.
Beautiful.
The second is data integration.
Excellent.
The third is customer orientation.
That's okay. It's user adoption, but that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah, it's
So,
adoption.
so what I would do if I were you before this interview, because your skills are there, okay, but sometimes, and let me just tell you this, you're doing an amazing job because from what I know, let me ask you, is English your first language?
No.
So
I'm Indonesian.
You're Indonesian. Beautiful.
Bahasa
Beautiful.
is my first language.
Exactly.
Indonesian is
So you are thinking all of these things and then translating them, which just is an incredible gift. You're very, very intelligent. Very, very intelligent. And I know, even as a native English speaker, absolutely, you're going to do so well. I know as a native English speaker how difficult some of these words are for me. So for you, you have to remember them in your native language and then remember the English phrases for them, and it's really difficult. So what we'll do before your before your interview, what we're going to do is basically print off a glossary for you. We'll make a glossary for you. So you'll just have the word and the definition, word and the definition. When you're being interviewed, if you need to look down and see the word, the phrase user adoption or performance and security, you're going to have all this list of English words that the recruiter's going to hear. If you're interviewing English,
I don't know yet, but I want you to search this company. So the company name is Michael. You got it? HASA Michael. It is a Singaporean based company, and they sell ERP programs to other companies. Yeah,
excellent,
that's why they are an IT based company.
excellent.
They are based in Singapore.
And the first word is H-A-I-S.
HHASH Michael.
Yes,
Yeah.
I got that. Okay.
Which Michael?
Exactly.
You got it?
Yeah, just one moment. Let me find it. So Michael's M-I-C-H-A-E-L. Spell the first word for me again.
A-A-S-A.
H-A-S-A. Okay.
Michael, not Michael though. Michael. M-I-C-R-O.
Oh, M-I-C-R-O. Micro. Oh, H-O.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I don't think. Well, we'll find out how it's spelled. How it's said. Okay, H micro. Oh, I got it now. Okay, this is a big company.
Yo, Robert, do you read because I want to send you the invitation from the HR, from the interviewer. Do you want to see it?
No, not right now.
Okay.
Not right now. I do. I just want to review this very quickly. And I don't want you to send it to any of these accounts. I want you to send it to another one. Just one moment, and I'll take a look. Okay. So you need to know how to say the name of this business, and the way that you're saying it. One moment. Pardon me. I don't think you're saying it correctly. I think it's hash micro, but we want to make sure that we have this correctly. So we're going to hear someone from their company say the name.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So,
Okay, this is how they say it. It's hash micro, not H.
yeah, it's Michael.
So if you hear how she says it, great. And
She's donated.
exactly, yeah, it seems like
The video that you are watching is donated.
excellent. So what I would do, I'm gonna look at your interview in a second, but like go on YouTube and this.
Oh, I cannot see it.
I know. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. Interview session. So, yeah.
Exactly. You wanna really know this well. So I'm gonna look at what you have, but what do you know about this company? You just know that they're based in Singapore. but let's learn some other things about it. They have a Wikipedia, and I think that it is an excellent idea of you to know their Wikipedia pretty well when the company was formed, and we'll learn this. Okay, so Hash Micro, or H Micro, Hash Micro is a multinational enterprise research planning software company founded in 2015 by Ricky Haim in Singapore. So it's pretty new. It's they do on-premises, cross-platform. All right. So the history: he started this company following his completion of education. His initial concept was to create H Micro as motivated by his recognition of the growing demand for advanced digital solutions. In 2018, it extended its operations to Indonesia with the arm of contributing to the progress of the local ERP industry. Through the process of customizing their software to align with specific needs and working culture of Indonesian businesses, the company has effectively gained a substantial market share in the country. So this is really great. It's a growing company. That's phenomenal. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is send you uh, a I'm going to send you an invitation in just a second, or I'm going to send you a message. If you ever need to get a hold of me, hey, by the way, my name is not Robert, it's Rabbi, but that's okay. Um, I, whatever message you just received an account from, send your invitation to me, and I'll take a look at it, okay? You know what I really need you to do, Rayhan? You know what I really need you to do? Is send me the position description. Send me the job description, then we'll be able to really cook, okay?
So, Rabbi, I send you
Excellent.
the application.
Thank you. I got it. Just one moment. So here's what we're gonna do.
The request on the
Let me tell you this.
page there.
Let me tell you this. This is a big time job and a big time opportunity, Rayhan. If you don't get this job, but I think you will, but if you don't, it's okay. The fact that you're being considered for these kinds of positions is amazing, and we're gonna get you a really good one. But I think you're gonna get this one. So what are we gonna do? We're
Yeah,
what?
for me, bro.
Absolutely. We're gonna grab all this information, and I'm going to then go to ChatGPT and ask it specific interview questions to this position. Please provide me with a list of. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to send you that glossary that I sent. Please create a keyword glossary based on the following position description for someone who is interviewing for the potential role. Okay. What I'm going to do it's creating. Just give it a second. Please give me a list of 100 key phrases that would be important to know for this role when interviewing. It just has to be simple. Put the phrase and then a definition. Phrase and a definition. Phrase and a definition.
Yeah. I will do the same uh, some interview question about this role.
Good.
And I'm gonna share my screen, okay?
Okay.
So you can see.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to send you right now is a glossary that you don't have to memorize, but just have a good idea of what it is and what all the phrases are. Just one moment. I'll pull that up. Welcome, welcome. Glad that you're here. Shout out to Black Spirits players.
Sending me the
Exactly. Now, I know you know what some of this stuff is, but when you're being interviewed, it's good to have reviewed these items just so that they're they're familiar to you, so that if you're asked about anything, you know what they mean, but also you're able to use the language back. The key part of any interview is to be able to show the interviewer that you are comfortable using the language, the technical language specifically that they. So, um, what you can what you can do is get a pretty good idea of some of these key phrases. And so instead of you saying something like, um, the way that the way that a company operates, that's okay. But if you say business logic, bingo, that's the phrase they want to hear. So I just sent you a list of 100 of them, which is great. So I just sent you that, and you should know that those the list of items that I sent you are good things to memorize, okay? Or good things to have down. And then also, I'm going to send you the list of questions that I had. Please provide me with a list of interview questions and short answers for an ERP developer. Okay. I'm looking at your screen.
Yeah, bro. So uh, I'm checking which is
That's okay. Here's what I want you to do. Is I'm sending you a list of these questions. The best thing that you can do is get off of Discord and just memorize. Then come back to Discord and I'll quiz you on them.
okay.
Okay? So what you do, I'll be up all night. You go memorize the questions and answers. And then in a couple hours, when you feel comfortable to be quizzed on every single one of them, I'll come back and I'll quiz you on them, okay? And you're going to get this job. This is the best thing that you can do.
Yo, bye. When did you get the 20 questions? Did you check GPT?
Yep.
Yo, Rabbi.
Yes.
When did you get these 20 questions?
ChatGPT.
Is it ChatGPT?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So Rabbi, I will memorize all these questions and I'm practice for the interview, okay?
Okay,
I'll
you
come
do.
back later.
Excellent. Come back when
I
you're
got
ready.
this.
a dream, baby. How about you? There you go. Doug. Listening to well, yeah, and bumper music, chilling. George, no, Nap does this. Nap does. Nap does um the no, he does the last two Sundays. His shows are. I mean, always. This shit is always so interesting. It doesn't have to be on aliens. It can be on the mafia. It can be on the history of Las Vegas. It can be on like cowboys. This shit is so interesting. And in my opinion, people fucking love Art Bell, but I could listen to George Knapp really talk radio. I mean, I love George Art Bell as well. There's something about George Knapp that I really like. Everybody shits on George Norrie, and um, I personally, yeah, I mean, it's like it's like when Drew Carey took over for Bob Barker. It's like it's hard to fill those shoes. Um, but now, believe it or not, George Norrie has been doing it longer than Art Bell. Craig Kilborn. He used to do ESPN Sports Center. Oh, hilarious! Right, but now nobody fucking remembers Craig Kilborn. Right, right, right. Dude, when Jon Stewart was doing the Daily Show, it was, I mean, it was still in the days where people would like make time for television because not everything could be streamed and everything. And then once that was gone, I can tell you this with absolute as much honesty as I can. I've never seen one of that Trevor Noah. I've never seen just because there you go. It's just like they had such an all-star cast when they were doing. I mean, they had like, as I recall, I could be wrong. They had Steve Carell, they had uh, Colbert, and then he did his own show, and then that was a big show. The Colbert Report was a big show, and isn't he the guy who does like that movie? Am I racist? And oh, okay. Wait, Matt Walsh is that political commentator. So who are you saying? Yeah, it is. It is. Oh, that's one of those interesting things. Yeah. Oh, very cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good job. Good memory. Um, yeah, definitely. 'Cause, 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 'c Right. Exactly. Um, they also had Samantha Bee, if you know who that is. She had her own show that was called like. Oh, I recognize that. I'm just saying, like, she got her own show just from that. Like, okay, so Craig Kilborn, the original host of The Daily Show, he did it 2 years. He was a comedian writer for who anchored the show during its early years. I wonder if he did something else or they got Jon Stewart. Wedding Crashers. Wedding Crashers? Old school. Yeah, that's right. He wasn't in Wedding Crashers. He was in old school. Yeah, he's great in old school. He plays such a good prick. Word. So Jon Stewart did it for like 16 years, then does it now, which I don't understand. He was just gonna do like Mondays and during for the campaign, but now is he like the full thing? I don't know. A comedian writer Stewart took over the host in 1999, then and became synonymous with the show. He returned as host in 2024 after a nearly 8-year hiatus. Trevor Noah, the South African comedian writer, Noah succeeded Stewart as host in 2015 and hosted the show until 2022. Here's what I would have told you 100%. I would just straight up tell Comedy Central. This is basically America's news, comedic news. This is America's comedic news. We didn't know who the fuck Trevor Noah was before, and frankly, we don't know who the fuck he is now, and no one really gave a shit about him when he was doing it. In my opinion, that is an American. Like you need an American for that role. If you don't, you're not going to connect with the news as much. Like if I'm watching someone, I mean, I hate to say it, but it was a big reason why people didn't like Peter Jennings. He was for ABC World News. He was Canadian, and it's like, well, I don't want a Canadian telling me what happened in America. Now I understand that's the world news. Okay, fine, but there's something to that. Like we connect with people who have exactly. And while people enjoy that accent, and that's great, there are issues with choosing that kind of a person for that role. Number one, he's not like he wasn't a household name. When they chose him, we were supposed to be like, oh, we know who this is, and no one knew who. And then, um, I understand they wanted some new talent there, and but it's American news. And perhaps it's not, but that's the kind of way that they give it. And it just kind of to me seemed as if they chose him to be different than Jon Stewart, which is totally different. But guess what? The people who liked your fucking program liked Jon Stewart. If you didn't have to, you could have picked a lot of different people. You could have picked, I mean, like, I'll just name like 5 people who would have worked better than Trevor. Um, I guess these would be actors. I'm not going to name comedians, but because I don't really know the timelines. But like Luke Wilson, Owen Wilson, just like the people you named from like um that group of like the frat pack that they talked about. Like if you could have gotten any one of those guys, or you could have gotten any stand-up comedian who people I get it wasn't so much he's like people just didn't know him, and it's not that he had to be American. They could have chosen Howie Mandel, who's Canadian, to do the like people would like associate. Okay, I've seen him for 30 years. He and I have this is what it is. It's less about being American, I think, and more about having to do with common experiences with people. So, the perfect example. If I'm hearing Jon Stewart tell a joke about the O.J. Simpson trial in 2005 or 2010, I know that Jon Stewart, he experienced the O.J. Simpson trial like I did. He knows the whole background of it, and then when he makes a joke, I can sort of get on the same level as he's on my level because we have that commonality. This guy, Trevor Noah, he was in South Africa when that happened. He doesn't know American news, so when he tells a joke, I don't buy it. I don't buy that, like, he has some kind of knowledge about. I'm not saying he doesn't and that they don't learn this kind of stuff, but there's something inherently, like, if I want to learn the news, I want to know it. I want to learn it. This is what it is. I want to learn it from someone who knows it better than I do. And how are you going to know American news better than an American? I know it's kind of a superiority complex a little bit. Um, it's not, though. I'm not saying that it can't be done. Like I just said, there are some people out there who could deliver the news to an American audience and not be American, but it's very rare. And there's just going to be an idea that, like, Doug, you're telling me about American history, and you got here like 5 years ago. I don't, as someone, you want to make me laugh, have me associated with this person as much as possible, and also let me know, like, I have gone through different periods of um history with him. I just feel like this guy was just so new. You know what I really kind of felt too was um there was when you're telling me a joke, I have to believe that you number one think it's funny, and number two that you are truthful when you say what the joke was. And I don't know, whenever I hear Trevor Noah jokes, like, I know they were written by his writers and such, but like a lot of times I just didn't feel like he had all that much experience. Like, in my opinion, that role, The Daily Show, should have gone to, like, Colbert. Okay, Colbert didn't get it. Then Steve Carell. Okay, well, he was doing The Office and he's too big for that. Okay, then give it to someone else. And maybe, I don't know, was Trevor Noah an anchor for the show? I don't even know. I kind of just thought they brought him in. But, yeah, so that you can bring in that audience and still have it. Let me see if it's true. Was Trevor Noah ever a exactly? Was he ever a correspondent on the Daily Show? I'm asking. So yes, he was initially introduced as a senior international correspondent. He only did it for like a year. So he did it in 2014, and then he became host in 2015. That's too quick. I mean, people want to get to know you, and it's like the people who would have been perfect for it had already had bigger gigs. Steve Carell and um and Stephen Colbert, but because those guys would have been perfect. Truthfully, the way that it should have gone is Colbert would have just taken that role and whatever. But um, so he was a contributor, but there's just something to. I want to see how old he is. He's like a little. He's a year older than I am, than you are, and I don't know. There's just he was, in my opinion, when he did it, he would have been like 28, and in my, I just, it would be like if you took me and put me in South Africa, and I'm gonna tell a comedy. I'm gonna tell comedy about South Africa. The people would be like, "Dog, you don't know what we're going through. You're like the chief international correspondent, and you want to tell me about apartheid, and you want to make a joke. I'm not making a joke about apartheid, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it'd be like, hey, I'm gonna make this joke. Do you think it's funny? It's like, well, Dog, no, because you didn't go through any of that with us, and you don't understand it. And I don't have a very good um example like Trevor Noah. Like, if you're gonna be giving me every single news, um, if you're gonna give me the news, there's something to this as well. I don't want it to be in a British accent. Why? Because it's American news, or it's supposed to be. If you want to connect with an American audience, then you can call it anti-Anglophile, or anti-Anglo, which is, pardon me, we fought a revolutionary war about this motherfucker, and they burned down the fucking White House in 1812. So sorry for me for being so pissed off about the situation, but if you want to be, just common sense. If you're going to be delivering a message to a group of people, a large group of people, you want to have as much connection to them as possible. Know your audience. KYA, know your audience. And the audience he was delivering to was not British, was not South African, and I would say skewed it probably like needed someone a little older than he was. When he took the job, he would have been like in his late 20s, and that's just like while Jon Stewart was like in his 50s. And so you go from a guy in his, that's what it is. Jon Stewart is a very funny person. He's knowledgeable. We've been seeing him do it for 16 years, and then and he's connectable. Like and then you bring in somebody randomly, and the uh, I just don't think he was the right pick. I think that there um there could have been other picks, but when when I look at memes and like what do you call it, memes and like clips of things, I used to see so many of the Daily Show when even like the early days of the internet, or somebody would just send you a link, and that just died off. And I don't know if it had to do with streaming or whatever. Now, Comedy Central could have come in and said, "Look, we couldn't pay for some huge person in there." And I'm going to say, I think that's bullshit. You could have mediocre ratings with Trevor Noah for 8 years, or you could have had the same ratings that you had. And if I'm so wrong in this, if anybody ever out there thinks Rabbi's so wrong in this, then why the fuck did you bring back Jon Stewart? With with that said, Trevor Noah, I think you're going to be you're already famous. I think you have a huge second half of your career, but that decision of Comedy Central just didn't land. And those kind of decisions bother me a lot. I was talking about this a couple minutes ago, that um, they don't give people enough chances, like network executives. You have to perform within the first few weeks, or they'll cancel your show, or they'll cancel your album or whatever. And like the example that I give that is pretty common, but like Seinfeld. Seinfeld was almost canceled after one season, but they gave it time to mature. And then all of a sudden, in the seventh season, it starts becoming the most popular American sitcom in history. So, like, if you give people a little bit of time, if they have talent, the audience will follow. It's just about time. Like, you have to give people time to get acquainted with something. If you keep replacing things all the time, no one gets associated with what you're doing, and then they start to go other places. And the worst one, the absolute worst one that companies do is they start a show. It's actually a good show. People like it, and then they cancel it. So can you imagine, like, if you really like a network, let's say you really like, I don't know, NBC, and hey, NBC's got this great show coming out this fall, great, and you get two or three, uh, maybe you get like a season into it, you like it, and then they cancel it after one season. Well, what the fuck? I'm gonna go to another network that doesn't have such a quick trigger on their programming, and these companies nowadays have such like huge libraries, and they also have the ability, like, I don't understand why this isn't a thing, why you don't have a show on Peacock, and if it's good, you put it on NBC. Like, why isn't it like the why isn't it like the double A ranks in baseball move to triple A, and then when you're good, you get prime time. That way, all of your prime time programming will be fucking fire because everybody will have liked it on your streaming services. That's actually a really fucking good idea. So instead of just starting out a show brand new on a network, they should work out the show through their streaming platforms, and then if it's popular, then they put it on network TV. That way, network TV would just be good show after good show after good show. Right. I do. Well, and that's an issue that just happens in shows and with writing. And if we could just make people, the reason why they have to do that is because there's so much pressure to get better and better ratings. They keep having to increase or decrease the believability of their storylines and increase the amount of hijinks that can happen, and because they need more and more ratings. And I know that it sounds dumb, but it really isn't. If you were to take, I could just tell you right now, here are 5 shows that would work for 20 years. Give Shane Gillis a show. He's a talented individual. He's funny, and don't cancel him. Just say to yourselves, look, let this guy say whatever he wants. Don't cancel him. We'll go with the bumps. And I know he's got his show Tires, and hopefully that goes for a really long time. Great. Here's another one, Bill Burr. Very talented individual. Hey, you write the check, whatever you want it to be. It could be a variety show. You are such a name that we're going to give you the leash. Just it would essentially be Chappelle's show. Give people the kind of freedom that Dave Chappelle had, but don't put so much fucking pressure on them. And let me tell you this: one day the people at Comedy Central are going to see this, and you should just know that I will revive your network and make it what it once was, which was good stand up and not the garbage that you show. Basically, Comedy Central is such a joke. I mean, literally, they have well, Netflix kind of stole their phrase for the Netflix is a joke festival, but Comedy Central is such a joke that they will take like The Office from NBC and take that and just play The Office. It's like, dog, you're Comedy Central. You should be what Kill Tony is, where you take new talent. Like Kill Tony is the perfect place, or Comedy Central would have been the perfect place for Kill Tony. I understand you can't say all of these things. You have censors. I get it. You could do the whole fucking show and just bleep whatever you need, but you would have giant fucking ratings every single Monday night. Like, perfect example. Um, Monday Night Football. It has graduated from being like just like a television program to kind of being like people build their lives around Sunday football and Monday Night Football. I mean, they used to do it a lot more, but even still, Monday Night Football is like it's become a tradition in the United States. Another one, Saturday Night Live. You know, they almost canceled Saturday Night Live a bunch of times. But now it's 50 fucking years into it, and it'll never get canceled, and it is a staple of television, unlike any, another one is Meet the Press. Meet the Press is the longest continuously running American program of any television show. But I'm sure in 1960 some executive was thinking, well, their ratings aren't where they should have been, and maybe we should cut this one. It's like, dude, just let this thing go, and you'll turn it into a 60 Minutes where it's uncancelable, or you'll turn it into a Dateline where it's on 5 nights a week. If you just give some of these things some time, and but instead, then what ends up happening? They cancel the show, and then it gets a cult following, and like, well, here's a perfect example as well. Family Guy. Family Guy was canceled after 3 seasons, and the reason, basically the only reason it came back, is because of its DVD sales, which were just record producing sales to the point now they brought the show back. It makes bajillions of dollars on just its merchandising alone, and the best part of it is they don't have to pay any of the talent that's on the screen. They just have to pay the voice actors, and at this point, AI can do all of that to the point where they can literally show Family Guy from now until the end of time. They can show The Simpsons from now until the end of time. Cartoons or animation, when it comes to long-term profitability, is where it's at. You get people to like your cartoon at the beginning, you can do this thing for 70 years. All right, with that, that's enough of my rant on Trevor Noah and how television improved. Hey, Trevor Noah, if you ever see this, I really want you to have like something really big in the United States. See, now that I know who you are, I could totally get on board with you doing some show, a sketch show, or a TV show. Because it's like, I know who this guy is. I've been through some shit with him. I went through the Obama administration with him and some other shit. I know who this guy is. And, like, I think he could be very successful in the United States. Now, there's something about that familiarity. And if people didn't know who you were, and you're just kind of plopped down in this position, you're not going to have a lot of success, in my opinion. But if we know who you are, we've become familiar with you, we'll love your South African accent. We'll love your charisma. We'll love your style. But just give us some time to know you. And also, I want to know that you can handle failure. I want to know that you can handle success. I want to know that kind of stuff. And if they just bring you in and say, well, you're the next Jon Stewart, that's a lot of pressure. I don't know if anybody could have. I don't know if anybody could have. I'll say to Trevor Noah, if you ever see this, you had a tough position, and very few people could have um, filled Jon Stewart's shoes. In fact, seemingly nobody could. He had to come back and. All right, I'll be right back.
correspondence for quite some time. She eventually did get to meet him. Their relationship was always at arm's length correspondence. But by the time that she actually went to visit him in Concord, she found that he was already quite far gone with Alzheimer's. And so most of her time was spent actually with Emerson's daughter, who was his caretaker. She had a conflicted relationship in many ways with him because on the one hand, he treated her like a protege and celebrated her work and wrote phenomenal praise in his letters to her, but then at certain key junctures in his own literary work, he did not give her the kind of attention that she craved. For example, he crafted what was considered a very important classic in the history of American poetry, Parnassus, was not related to Parnassa, totally different word. Parnassus, which is a collection. In many ways, it was considered the great first anthology of American poetry. And recall that at this point, poetry is an entirely a European phenomenon. The idea that America, which is just emerging out of its pioneer days in many ways, could produce poetry of this nature.
Oh, I love this one. This is one of my favorites.
Not exactly the first American anthology, but a European.
Oh, this one's one of the good ones. Love it. You, my friend, are playing some wonderful hits. God, amazing. Amazing.
One of her first works, one after her father was actually dedicated to my friend Ralph Waldo Emerson, which is a little bit of a literary advice. Get attention, say, hey, one of my friends is Ralph Waldo Emerson, but he declined to review it or promote it or have it published in places, which he felt once again was a betrayal. Professor Shore goes into a lot of details as to how these literary conflicts were born out. More interesting, I think, from an insight into her personality was another work she wrote called Khalid, which was originally called, subtitled, A Romance of His Life, when it was eventually published in 1874, and at this point, she's in her very early 20s, it was translated to an episode in Goethe's life. And this is also characteristic. I'm not a scholar of poetry, but I think it's fascinating that so much of her work was rereadings of very important poetic works that had been published in the 19th century Europe. So, in particular, this was looking at one moment in Goethe's life for which Goethe was roundly criticized. Goethe, of course, the famous author of Faust, one of the great poets of Germany in the early 19th century, early 18th and 19th century, who was roundly criticized for taking advantage of a young country girl when he was a young man. Basically, here's a picture of him at age 38. Here's a picture of him a little earlier when he was a wealthy person coming from a very distinguished family, and he was already a literary star as a young man. And he met this young woman here, Frederica Brion, and she fell hopelessly in love with him. And he apparently reciprocated. They were roughly the same age, and you have to imagine that we're talking about the 1770s now, and when a young man, especially of means, comes and courts a middle-class, rural young woman like this for some time over the course of a summer, and we don't know exactly how intimate their relationship was, but certainly the expectation is, he has to ask her to marry him at some point, that it has to go somewhere, or he shouldn't be leading her on like this. Anyways, he just essentially dropped her, and she was heartbroken, and she never got over it. She had a nervous breakdown. She was near death, in fact, with how horribly he had ruined her reputation. She never married, and he, went on. He had other relationships, all kinds of fame. And when he came back to her in his 40s, he happened to pass through that same town. He saw her again, and he says, "Oh, I'm so glad that she's over it. I can now put this episode behind me."
And he was roundly criticized by others who felt that it was a really underhanded kind of way to behave. So that's why she, in her novel, in her poetry, she wrote about the story from Friederike's point of view and gave us a distinctly feminine voice, a distinctly female voice as to how that entire circumstance played out. Not the heroic and dashing goods of a great poet, great thinker, and much lauded, but on the other hand, the humanity of this young woman and her unfortunate circumstances. You see that even as a young woman, as a young poet, her sense of compassion is quite prominent. She was also very important as an urban culture broker. She, once again, occupied a liminal space between the Jewish past and the American future, and she liked to take Jewish thinkers and place them in American context. She was a translator, of course, she was fluent in several languages. She was a translator of Heinrich Heine, perhaps the greatest German poet of the 19th century, who is especially known historically for his false conversion to Lutheranism. As was very common in Germany in the 19th century, you have a lot of Jews who are experiencing legal emancipation of one degree or another, but they're finding that their social emancipation lags behind. And it's impossible for them to get, like Mahler, to get a position as a conductor of a symphony, or like Heine to get a position at a university and so on, unless they become Christian. So like many of his generation, Heine converted and called baptism his ticket to European culture. And as soon as he was baptized, he immediately regretted it, and he felt like, what did I sell out my heritage for? 2,000 years of living in exile, and I just threw it away in order to get a poetry position at a college, which he never got, by the way. And so he spent the rest of his life kind of lamenting how ridiculous the situation was, that people of talent simply did not get ahead until they genuflected in this matter. He was known as the poet of the beautiful German word, you can't translate it very easily into English, Judenschmerz. Juden, of course, means Jewish, and Schmerz means pain. Kind of, Jewish agony, Jewish angst. And you see it, by the way, in Jewish literature all the way up to Steinfeld, Woody Allen. They're all poets or comedians of Jewish Schmerz. That's unique kind of Sarah Silverman. Contemporary comics make a big deal out of Jewish Schmerz as well. At any rate, she translated Heine with his biting, sarcastic wit into English, and she was a culture broker for providing that kind of standing in two worlds modality to her peers. For Jews in particular, she was articulating that way that Jews could exist in both worlds, just as Heine and, in fact, she herself did. She was also impressed upon by Rabbi Rothschild to translate the great Sephardic poets, many of whom we've studied in this room, even Gabriel, Yehuda Halevi and others, translate them into English. This was a fantastic achievement, particularly because she did not read Arabic, and that was the original language of the poems. But what she did was she worked through the translations into German that existed, and with the help of Rabbi Rothschild, who knew the Hebrew translations as well, she was able to eke out some actually quite readable translations of these Sephardic classics. Many of which were actually incorporated into the Reform Prayer Book as liturgical pieces. Quite a fascinating kind of culture broker, taking things all the way back from medieval Spain into modern American culture. But her life really changed and achieved its final trajectory towards glory when she encountered anti-Semitism in a big way. And this is what happens in the 1870s when she is going into her third and her fourth and final decade. She died, unfortunately, at age 38. The things that were happening at that time were primarily European, but also had some American consequences as well. In Europe, the
resounding cry, German, die Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune, came from this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, who was a Prussian historian, non-Jewish, roundly criticized the Jews for their assumption that they could possibly be, which of course was antithetical to the entire trajectory of her life and thought. The immediate occasion for Treitschke's condemnation, which was later picked up by none other than Hitler, who used that slogan frequently on big banners at his rallies, that the Jews are our misfortune, was by the authorship of the magisterial 10-volume history of the Jews by Heinrich Gretz. Picture I did not think to show you here, but I really should. Heinrich Gretz was the first encyclopedic historian of the Jewish people, using modern historical methods. Of course, they're quite dated now, almost 200 years later, but he wrote this monstrous volume, multiple volume series that described the huge arc of Jewish history. I have a copy of a 1906 printing in my office, beautiful leather-bound copy in English translation that has on the inside flap, it has two and then a person's name on the occasion of his bar mitzvah, 1906. And what is even better about this particular issue is because it's the first edition, and the bar mitzvah boy never even read it. You know, the pages are still sewn together. You have to use a knife to cut them apart. And I suspect that Heinrich Gretz's works remains unread on many bar mitzvah boy and girls' homes for generations. But for those who had the temerity to read it, it was a life-altering experience, because Gretz articulated what would later be called the lachrymose perspective on Jewish history, in which the Jews are understood as the lachrymose meaning full of tears, right? Tearful. That the Jews are misunderstood, that they're working hard for society, they do all the best they can for the world around them, and then nevertheless they're persecuted and put down and killed and burned to stone. There is definitely more than a kernel of truth to the lachrymose view of Jewish history, but he wrote it in such an entertaining and powerful way that he articulated a narrative that could be captured and generated a tremendous amount of Jewish pride in my and it ignited the heart of his Lazarus as well, along with who knows how many thousands upon thousands of Jews who read it. Von Treitschke, professional historian, read Gretz's work, and Gretz was largely a self-taught individual, and he said, what is this one-sided view of Jewish history? Jews never do anything wrong, Christians always are terrible, and, even though he was clearly motivated by more than a little anti-Semitism, it's not that he was wrong in his criticism of Gretz. Gretz did write a kind of a narrative that was, to use a strong word, propagandistic in nature, trying to convey a particular reason to be Jewish, and that's all well and good, but it may not be good history. So von Treitschke went way too far in his criticism, however. He said not only is Gretz not an accurate portrayal of society, the Jews, in fact, are our misfortune. They invade our societies, they inflict on us their cultural values, they take over all of our institutions, our banks, our media, our music, our art, and they will ultimately destroy us as a society. This became a clarion call for all anti-Semites for the next 100 years, and of course, dire consequences for the Jews under Hitler. So she was enervated by von Treitschke's comments and viewed them with great fear, because Europe, which had up until this point sort of worked along this positivist trend that everyone thought that we're getting more civilized, we're getting more liberal, more advanced, more tolerant, and that was not at all the case. In fact, Europe was 50 years away, 70 years away from the greatest cataclysm that the world had known. We saw it also approach these shores, and in the same year that von Treitschke made his famous statement that was read around the world, Joseph Seligman, a very important American Jewish philanthropist, encountered a discrimination at a hotel something which was actually a significant phenomenon in American society in the 20th century, where Jews were refused access to hotels, beaches, properties, which was known informally as the Gentleman's Agreement. Maybe you've seen the film by Elia Kazan, the director of 1947, won the Academy Award, with Gregory Peck playing Arthur Green, a journalist. I also like showing little videos of Gregory Peck because Charlton Heston, and yeah, okay, I thought I'd get away with that again, but I can't. My wife hates it when I do that, by the way. Anyways, the Gentleman's Agreement was basically this agreement between Christian gentlemen that they would not entertain Jews. That if there was a housing development, they would never sell a house to a Jew. A hotel, they would never have to stay in a room where a Jew across the corridor. And this unstated gentleman's agreement was actually a sign of a deep infection that affected all of American society. When Seligman was actually refused to space, a vacancy in a Hilton hotel, the Jews of the time decided to mount a boycott against Hilton's hotels, which eventually was successful. Here is, for example, a little bit later, but Miami Beach, where I spent about 20 years, this was a well-known phenomenon. They often used euphemisms like restricted clientele. Sometimes they had attempts at humor, like phrases like always a Jew, never a Jew, or sometimes much more vulgar statements like no blacks, no dogs, no Jews. Sometimes it would be in different order. This is even today in New Jersey. This is a picture of me. I went to a funeral once, and there was a sign, parking for Gentile funeral home only. And I was so blown away. How could they possibly do that? Until I realized it was actually a funeral home that's called Gentile Funeral Home. So it's not nearly as bad as it looks. Anyways, this kind of anti-Semitism, which by contrast to European anti-Semitism, was obviously quite a bit milder, but nevertheless, it motivated Emma Lazarus to spend even more time looking at her Jewish identity. And she composed poems like this long one, back over here, Dance to Death, subtitled The Song of a Semite, Songs of a Semite. She, of course, herself was a Semite, and this is an allusion to term that was being popularized in this era of Semitism or anti-Semitism, the notion that there was a world Jewish conspiracy that Jews were engaged in. That was called Semitism. So here is a quote from the Dance to Death, and it is once again a rewriting and a retelling of a European classic called Der Tanz zum Tode by Richard Reinhardt, which is an opera called La Jolie, the Jewish woman. The plot of the story is, and it's set in Germany in the 14th century, a Jewish man takes into his family a foundling who is actually the daughter of a Christian nobleman. He takes a Christian girl into his family, and they raise her, and she thinks she is Jewish. Later, her father is quite instrumental in mounting these anti-Semitic persecutions of Jews, including burnings at the stake, and the young girl, who is ironically the daughter of the very anti-Semite who is mounting these attacks on the Jewish community, is burned to death. In the original version, her identity as a Jewess is not revealed, and that kind of keeps the tragic quality of the story alive with this ambiguity that the father doesn't know that he's actually burning his own daughter, God forbid. But in Lazarus's version, she is told, and she is given a choice. Do you want to abandon the religion in which you have been raised and seek safety as a Christian, or would you rather go to death with the rest of us? And the young girl says, in Lazarus' version, never If I be offspring to that kite, I hereby deny my race, forsake my father, so does thy dream fall true. Let him save thee, whose hand has guided mine, whose lips have blessed, whose bread has nourished me. Thy God is mine, thy people are my people. Right? The allusion, of course, there to the book of Ruth, right? Coming up, I'm going to be reading it in a couple of weeks. The allusion there that she becomes, as it were, a convert in truth, knowing her true origins and nevertheless accepting Judaism. And it's an inversion of the original story, but it underscores the incredibly powerful gravitational pull of Jewish ethnicity and stands in stark contrast to the kind of attacks on Jews that were occurring with greater rapidity in the New World. But coming to the climax of her life and that for which she is most remembered, there's no question that the association is with Russia and the pogroms of 1881 through 1884. This was a unique moment in world history. Basically what happened was the Tsar liberator Alexander, a Tsar of Russia who had 20 years earlier liberated the peasants of Russia, very much like Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation here in America, and also he was widely regarded as a great hero by the peasantry for their liberation, for the emancipation of the serfs. But very much like Lincoln here in America, the serfs were not given anything for which they would be able to make a living. They weren't given their 40 acres and a mule. Same kind of criticism of the African-American situation as well. And so there's a tremendous amount of social illegality in Russia in the 19th century and a tremendous amount of social upheaval. One of the flashpoints was when a socialist group called the RabbiRothschild, the People's Will, lobbed a bomb at the carriage containing the Tsar and his wife and immediately killed them. One of the conspirators in that crime was in fact a Jew, and the cry went out throughout Russia that the new Tsar, Alexander III, had given the population 3 days space to beat the Jews. For a long time it was believed that was in fact the truth, and that the pogroms were somehow orchestrated by the Russian government. But later on, private research has shown that that is not in fact the case, even though the Tsars definitely had an anti-Semitic tendency, and there was lots of material that would support their anti-Jewish position. They simply didn't have the wherewithal or the motivation to carry out such a sustained attack that ultimately was a revolutionary kind of movement that undercut the stability of society. But what definitely happened is those reported 3 days of freedom turned into 3 years as hundreds of attacks, sometimes multiple times, on small Jewish villages called shtetl, dotted the Russian Empire, particularly in Ukraine, which is the southern region of the Pale of Settlement, the region where Jews were allowed to live. By contrast with later pogrom waves, and especially the Holocaust, the violence was relatively small. The number of Jews killed, God forbid, in these attacks, was about 46. So 3 years of violence and only 46 dead. Now, looking at our very bloody 20 and not so promising 21st century, those are actually not terrible statistics. But it was clear as a result of the hundreds of attacks that Russia was no longer a Rechtsstaat, no longer a country that was governed by law, because the local police were unwilling or unable to actually defend the Jews from these pogroms. And as a result, combined with the many economic reasons for leaving, there was a huge exodus of Jews from Russia in the years 1881, when the pogroms first broke out, to the 1920s, when American immigration policies began to restrict the number of leaving. You can see that in those 3 or 4 decades, 1.7 million Jews came to America. About 70,000, including my own ancestors, went in search of universal health care in Canada, and very large numbers in Brazil, South America, South Africa, with many Lithuanian Jews, music going here, 5,000 to Australia, a significant number decided to Israel, a very early stage of modern development, and of course, accordingly, made their way to Western Europe. So huge exodus. The largest number, of course, came to these shores. And it represented a totally new type of Jewish immigration, because until this point we had basically two waves of Jewish immigration. And we're talking about very small numbers, first in the hundreds, and then in the single thousands, and all of a sudden now we're talking about tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of Jews making their way to America. The very first immigration of Jews to America were Sephardic Jews coming from Recife. We spoke about that a few weeks ago, from fleeing the Inquisition in South America, making their way out to New York and Newport. The second wave in the 1840s, which we haven't discussed in the series, was primarily German Jews who came to these shores for a host of reasons, including, for example, rather restrictive policies that did not allow Jewish men to marry unless they held a significant amount of property. Have a significant migration of Jews to German Jews short of the 1840s, and then in the 1880s, massive wave of Russian Jews, and they were regarded as the most the Eastern Jews, far more backward, far less literate. Literacy was far from universal, more like 60%, which was incredibly high when you compare it to peasantry and even to the nobility, but nevertheless still 60% literacy, overwhelmingly Yiddish speaking, not speaking any other European language, and desperately poor. So American Jews of New York had to mobilize under people like Emma Lazarus to absorb this huge influx of co-religionists, who looked really quite strange and alien to their far more well-established English-speaking, rather ancestral in your country. But nevertheless, again, thinking about Emma Lazarus and the kind of role she played, she articulated this vision that what America was all about was specifically welcome of the refugees. This is a postcard from 1909 that sort of encapsulates the sort of Western European Jewish attitude towards absorbing the refugees. Here's, of course, Lady Liberty herself, and in Yiddish on her crown or hat says the word America, and American eagle floats above her in a sense, and here is a poor Russian Jewish family arriving at the boat, but the key opens the lock, and the gate opens. The Hebrew phrase underneath here is very beautiful. It's from the book of Psalms. Open for me the gates of justice, right? Not the gates of compassion, but the gates of justice. Open the gates, and the just people will enter, meaning that the people of righteousness shall enter. Beautiful kind of statement that encapsulates Lazarus' vision. Here's one more that I also like. This one is also a Rosh Hashanah card. I have a New Year card. This one has even more Russian imagery. Once again, on one side of the ocean, as it were, you have these impoverished, exhausted Russian Jewish refugees carrying their meager belongings. Here, the much wealthier, Europeanized, modern dressing, short-coated. Here he's wearing a kaftan, he's wearing a short jacket, bright colors, and so on. And arms, I mean, what a powerful metaphor of acceptance. They're welcoming come over. The Russian eagle is forced to bow to the American eagle, and once again, a biblical quotation here, and under the shadow of the wings, of course, there is the illusion of God. The idea is that America will shelter the eagle. It is in this environment that the fundraising campaign for the new Colossus is underway, and they approach Emma Lazarus to compose a poem that could be used in the fundraising effort. Of course, she was the one who was able to bring that together in a 50 poem that could take together all of these ideas and express them in a way that would affect a century. So come to the conclusion of her life. She did not live much longer past that crowning moment in her literary achievement. She went on a trip to Europe. She had already been feeling quite badly. In fact, gives you kind of a strange sense of what society was like in the 80s. She actually had to publish a little notice in the society page that she was not feeling well and she would not be entertaining visitors. Get like the New York Times and you'd open it and say, oh, look at that. Unfortunately, Emma Lazarus is not feeling well and I can't drop by. Very unusual kind of thing that the literary world and the people communicating. But anyway, she complained of a whole series of ailments, including, strangely, face aches, like headaches and face aches. We don't know exactly what it was that brought her down. I've read that it may have been Hodgkin's lymphoma, a form of cancer that unfortunately struck her at a young age. A couple of years, her health waxed and waned. She ultimately went on a European trip, hoping to recover. They had to take a circuitous route because cholera was affecting certain parts of Europe at that time, and unfortunately succumbed to her illness while abroad and was brought back for a massive and significant funeral here on these shores. But when we think about her legacy, really reflect on a few salient points. First of all, as I've tried to say several times, she is the poetess of America. Her vision of what liberty means in America has informed the century, has informed the entire country, and in fact informed the entire globe, because when foreigners think of America, they think of the Statue of Liberty. Why do they think of the Statue of Liberty? Because the words are enshrined on its base, its pedestal by Emma Lazarus. Otherwise, just think for a second, if you separated the Statue of Liberty from poetic meaning, what is it? It's a woman holding up a torch. What does that torch mean? Why is she a woman? Why does she have that expression on her face? Nothing really makes sense. It's kind of an interesting statue. Only Emma Lazarus gives voice. Secondly, as a Jew, she really able to define a type of posture towards her Americanness and her Jewishness, which is a tense posture. It's not the same kind of posture that we may choose for ourselves or for our children, but she essentially identified pride in her Jewish heritage, a chutzpahdik, a kind of a brazen attitude towards anti-Semites, a non-tolerance of anti-Semitism, at the same time, not necessarily buying into a traditional Jewish religious observance. She felt that these things separated, and in fact, I would hazard that the vast majority of American Jews since her time have also found that kind of place to stake out their Jewish identity. Finally, she of course has an important legacy as a poet of America as a whole. The fact of her Sephardi Jewish background is intrinsic to the message that she articulated for America as a whole. With that, I'd like to very brief presentation of some of the elements of life and work, and I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week we'll return with a very fascinating story of the crypto Jews. What happened to those Jews who chose to hide their Jewish identity under a Christian mask? They did it with great success for several centuries, and as we shall see, the strange way in which they look upon their Jewish heritage is something of great fascination. Thank you very much for your attention. Tonight's topic is extremely powerful one that I've spent a lot of time agonizing over myself, and I wondered about how to relate to it in a contemporary period. I think there are a lot of fascinating parallels which we may actually get into a little bit. But it's a little bit of a departure from our usual biographical approach. It's like the lecture on the Holocaust, where we stepped back and we took a macro historical position and looked a little bit, as they say, from a 30,000-foot view
at the development of this phenomenon. Today we're going to focus on the so-called crypto Jews. I'll spend some time speaking about what that terminology means, but basically the crypto Jews refer to those Jews who chose to go underground during the Inquisition years, outwardly portray themselves as Christians in order to, get along in society. We'll talk about the motivation shortly. And slowly, over many generations, they desperately tried to hold on to their identity, but it slipped through their fingers. And today we have possibly an incredibly large number of these descendants of Jews, many of whom fit the strictest definition of who is a Jew by the most extreme Orthodox rabbi, nevertheless are completely unaware of their Jewish identity. So that's going to be the topic for tonight. We're not going to look at it. We will dip into a couple of biographies very briefly, but basically we're going to look at the overall phenomenon of the crypto Jews, and we'll take it all the way from the early 14th century to present day. First of all, thank you to our sponsors for tonight, my good friends Katie and Vic Crespin from Miami Beach. They were mine as an adult education there for several years. A very fond relationship with them, and they very thankfully sponsored both this lecture and next week's final lecture of the season, which is in memory of the Jews of the expulsion, the 6 million, and all those who died for being Jewish. Very powerful sentiment from the Crespins. Thank you very much. Just to clarify good and well for what's going on next week, we have our final lecture of the spring season. We're going to look at the great RabbiRothschild Yosef, who actually represents Mizrahi Jewry, because I want to spend some time speaking about the influence of Sephardi thought on the Eastern communities. Very important rabbi, extremely significant in Israeli politics, the leader of the Shas party, and so on. If you are out of town weekend, those of you who are going to Boston, I'm very pleased that I'm invited. I will be back Monday, God willing, but on Friday, if you happen to be in Boston, for the in-fan audience, I'm giving a lecture at Harvard University, which is sometimes called the Touro of Cambridge. And it's going to be on, I give two lectures. One is going to be on Friday morning, and I'm really grateful to them because they invited me to speak on Saturday, and I said, it's not happening, and sorry, and they said, okay, how about Friday?
No, what's up?
Really very kind of them. The topic is Ukrainians and Jews in Huri. Huri refers to the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute, with which I am affiliated, that is probably the premier institution of Ukrainian studies in the world, and they've done a lot of really creative work on the history of the Jews in Ukraine, so I'll be speaking about that. That's the last 50 years of Ukraine.
No, I love black people. I love black people more than I think you love black people.
Harvard will give a lecture on my most recent book, which is on the P.S.section of Rebbe, the Rebbe of the Warsaw Ghetto, and I certainly encourage you, especially those of you who are watching from Boston or Cambridge, come on by, great meal, and I think it's going to be nice. My wife will be there. Okay, let's go straight to now one last thing. In case I really apologize for those of you who came last week when I was not here, as I mentioned. Unfortunately, we had an illness in the family that I had to go out north. I did send out emails. If you follow me on Facebook or Twitter or even Instagram, you can see these things. But if you want to get emails, what you do is go to my website, which is Henry Abramson, or JewishHistoryLectures.com, and then down here in the corner is this little button that says follow, and it gives you the option to enter your email address, and you'll get updates on the classes, also the links to the videos if you want to share them, things like that. Please do sign up. It's a way that I can communicate with you over the summer as well. We can prepare for the fall series. Topic is still TBA. Okay. Let us go to the material itself now. The source for today, the primary source I'm really going to rely on heavily is an amazing book by David Gitlitz, who is an administrator like me and still has time to do amazing scholarship. I'm so impressed with this book. He and his wife, shown here, have
focused on all kinds of aspects of the social history of Spanish Jewry, and particularly the conversos that we'll be speaking about. And this work, Secrecy and Deceit, the religion of the crypto Jew, is really an amazing piece of scholarship. I have to say, I got a tremendous amount of information from it. It's written with great sensitivity to the internal realities of the conversos, and I highly recommend it to anyone who wants to study this topic further. I'm going to, as is my way, be purely derivative in this class. It'll be an extended book review, but really it's a great source, and I highly recommend it. Let's get into the definitions first of all. What are we talking about? This is, of course, one of the famous pieces of art relating to the conversos or the crypto Jews, the Velázquez pieces, and it shows a Jew wearing the San Benito with the dunce's cap, which is, of course, a ritual humiliation that people accused of Judaizing would be forced to wear this, and they would have to face public opprobrium, and that was part of their penance. Sometimes they had to wear it for a month, for a year, sometimes for their entire lives. And afterwards, these San Benitos, when they were allowed to remove them, they were permanently placed in the churches with names affixed to them, so that the memory of a converso's patient with their prior religion or even ancestral religion was marked. All right, let's get our terminology right. So I've been using the term crypto Jews, which seems to be kind of the scientific norm. Crypt in the sense of being hidden, being underground, right? They're actually Jewish. Think of themselves as Jews, but they are underground Jews, and they are externally presenting themselves as Christians. This is a term that does not carry a lot of moral opprobrium with it. It's a kind of term that is neutral in tone and so on. Another term would be conversos, which is converts, and this refers to the fact that the crypto Jews were themselves Jews who had converted to Christianity, willingly or otherwise, or were the children of such people. One of the rather frightening aspects of the entire period that we're studying tonight is the fact that this just slid so nicely into kind of early medieval racism, because it didn't matter if you or your spouse converted, your children would also be in that status. They could be raised in the church from the moment of their birth, but nevertheless, they would still be in that kind of status. And in several cases, these purity of blood statutes were published that specifically designated lineages. Once again, we're reminded, if you go back to some of the earlier lectures this season, about the Rabbi Hilberg, the great Holocaust historian, who made tremendous amount of analysis of the Holocaust by looking specifically at the mechanics, the bureaucracy of the Spanish Inquisition. And that's certainly, I think, true in the way that these people were called conversos, or so-called converts. They're also called new Christians, and the emphasis here is on the word new, meaning as opposed to the rest of us who have been Christian since at least the 4th or 5th century, these are new Christians, not real Christians, just been attached to the body of the church, and we can't really trust them. These are new Christians, not quite, well within the fold. Their bona fides, their good faith is not yet established. The Hebrew term that's preferred, and was preferred by the crypto Jews themselves and the Jewish community, was anusim. Anus, ba'anos in Hebrew, means to force. It's sometimes used in the context, for example, of a sexual assault. It's a very strong word, and it implies that their agency was completely removed from them, which is true in the vast majority of cases, that they were in fact forced to become Christians, and they had no choice about it whatsoever. Sometimes they're called mishumadim. Mishumadim is not a complimentary term in Hebrew. It means that they chose to convert, and they were therefore they were looked down upon. But primarily the term anusim, or forced, was used. And finally, a term that was very popular about 20 years ago, but it has now come appropriately into favor, marrano. Marrano is the Spanish word for swine. So obviously this term was used by Christians as a derogatory term against the conversos, the crypto Jews, and so it's really not the appropriate term to use in this kind of context. But all told, these are all referring to the same people, although as we shall see, many of those Jews came into their Christian identities, however tenuous, with very different motivations. Let's have a look at that on this identity spectrum, which is analyzed by Dr. Gitlitz in actually far greater detail than I think we should go through today. I just want to give you just a sense of how the scope of identification with Christianity took place among the Christians. And let us recall, by the way, that the period that we're speaking about is basically from the early 1300s until the present day. About centuries of development of identification for these Christians. If we put Christianity over here on the left side of the spectrum and Judaism on the right side of the spectrum, some basic blocks that we could place these crypto Jews in would be as follows. You would have over here a certain number of converts who were in fact believers. You do not obfuscate. There are definitely many Jews who felt, for reasons that we shall see shortly, in fact, Christianity was a preferred religion, and that Christianity was closer to the will of God than Judaism. So many of them chose openly and willingly, and later, in fact, dedicated their lives to convincing their erstwhile co-religionists to do the same. So you definitely have some. The term in Hebrew for these people would certainly be mishumadim, but they are definitely not in the majority. Then you have many who were converted, and especially their children who grew up then in the church with a clear consciousness of their Jewish origin, but they kind of became resigned to it, and they regarded themselves as Christian reformers, or, this is my term, neo-Protestants. Meaning they looked at themselves after, let's say, being Christian for 20, 30 years, or their children who grew up Christian, knowing that their parents were originally Jewish, and they said, you know, it really, it was terrible that they forced us to convert, but, you know, we got along, and here we are, and life goes on, and the truth is, the church really should change. They should stop some of these egregious activities, and we can be the agents of this change. We were not like desperate to run back to Judaism, but they felt like their cultural superiority would lend to the advancement of Christianity as a more humanistic sort of faith. Let us not forget that the Jews had a far higher rate of universal, particularly male literacy. As a result, tended to be quite upwardly mobile in social and economic services. But once they were converted to Christianity and they were able to shed all of the economic baggage, that legislative baggage that held them back, they were actually able to rise up into the upper middle class and sometimes the towering upper class of status, marrying into very high families and so on. So you tend to find those people sort of in this camp here where they're saying, all right, we're Christians, but you know, we're going to try and make Christianity a nicer place. Then you have probably the largest, and all of this supposition based on Gittlitz's research, but it stands to reason, who are low-profile Christians, who are terrified of the persecutions that met anyone who adopted any Jewish attitudes or behaviors, would explore the kind of punishments that would accrue to them if they were to demonstrate that they were identifying with Jews in any way or Judaism. So, but they resented the fact that they were converted. They didn't see a way out, so they just kept a very low profile. And when the time was right, or when they felt they were safe, and they would perhaps share a little bit of the information with their children, sometimes their children were raised not knowing at all that they were in fact Jewish, and they became, you know, you have the term Jews by choice. So they had a lot of people who were what they call Jews by surprise. They have that, by the way, even in the 20th, 21st century, where you have in Poland, where many Jews hid their identity during the war, they became orphans, and then afterwards they find out they're outed as Jews. Probably the largest single demographic chunk are low-profile Christians. They aren't doing what Christians have to do. They're aware of their Jewish identity, and they just keep it on the down low. Then you have over here passive Judaizers. The term Judaizing, by the way, is preferred by the church, and Christians who are adopting Jewish ideas or taking on Jewish behaviors. They are, of course, Jews ethnically and according to Jewish halacha, but they're only Judaizers when they start to actually practice Judaism. So passive Judaizers, these are Jews who have converted to Christianity, identify themselves as Jews internally, but feel they simply cannot do so in the outside world, and so therefore they observe Judaism passively whenever possible. So, for example, they will not eat on Yom Kippur. Right? They won't. Obviously, they're not going to, put on a yarmulke or something like that. But they will not eat on Yom Kippur, or they will refrain from wearing shoes on Tisha B'Av. They will try to keep some sense of the calendar, and they will step back from Judaism where possible. This was in itself quite a risky act, as we shall see, and one could be exposed to the rigors of the Inquisition, even for doing a passive act, an act of omission. Finally, the last category were the active Judaizers, and these are Jews who are desperately trying to hang on to their Jewish identity through actual covert acts. They are actually engaging in prayer in a Jewish context. They are at tremendous risk circumcising their sons. They're doing all kinds of things that are active demonstrations of their Jewish identity, despite the fact that this exposes phenomenal risk. Gathering in private homes for prayer forums, where even if one of them are caught, the entire group will against the Inquisition. Absolutely terrifying kind of existence. But this gives you a sense of the very many ways that Jews identify. That's an excellent and very sophisticated question. I will give a very short answer for the people in the audience who may not have gone all the way back to St. Augustine type lectures, 4th century type stuff. But here's the thing: the church has this irritating problem. What do you do theologically with the Jews? Right? If Judaism, it's kind of like the thing about a computer, and you get like a great Windows XP. I really liked XP. It was so solid, hardly ever crashed. Right? And then all of a sudden, Windows comes out with a new model, and they roll out the new model, and they sell all new computers with the new model. So what do you do if after 6 months with the new Windows out there, and people start saying, hey, we want to go back to XP, or, we'd rather not upgrade? You might be able to eventually get 80% of Windows users, whatever it is, Windows 2000. But the fact that there's some people who are holding out and saying we want to keep XP going, that makes the new Windows look bad, right? So the church has a difficult issue. How do you deal with that? On the one hand, what you could do is you could extirpate them completely, God forbid, genocide, or any other form of simply removing their culture, which is a difficult thing to do in the medieval and in the ancient world. We didn't really try it as a global society until the Holocaust, but let's say they did that. The theological problem with that is that there would be no surviving Jews around to testify or witness that the Messiah had come. It only really counts if the XP user sees the new Windows and says, yeah, that's actually better than XP. Otherwise, everyone's wondering, why don't we just go back to XP? He's very happy with XP. Look what he does with XP. So the church developed this doctrine called the doctrine of witness, probably best articulated by St. Augustine in the 4th century, later by Pope Gregory the Great, that the Jews must be kept alive. They may not be forcibly converted. They may not be excessively harassed or punished. They're supposed to live in a second-class state, but we're not going to actually destroy them outright. So that's essentially church doctrine. The problem is, it's a very hard doctrine to explain to average people, and particularly when there is a updraft of popular resentment of the Jews that can be expressed in terms of violence, in terms of popular anger, then it sort of bubbles over into these massacres like the Crusades or like the massacres of the 14th century. And when that happens, what do you do with these Jews?
What do you do if they have been forcibly converted? Then you're stuck with this idea, like we saw with Edgardo Mortara, that they are in fact Jewish. There's no Christian, and there's no going back. So basically, the answer to your question is the church had a doctrine. There were things that happened, particularly from the lower clergy, the often illiterate lower clergy, stir up economic distress in the masses, and they would have these excesses, like forced conversions, which the popes generally said it's a bad thing, it's against our doctrine, please don't do it. Nevertheless, once they're converted, now what do you do with Christians? So it represents an attempt to deal with a situation that got out of hand. I'll show you clearly just a couple of slides. Thank you for that excellent question. Nobody else asks any hard questions like that because it takes us way off topic. Okay, so how many people are we talking about? How many crypto Jews are there? Here's some numbers. The numbers are astounding. So let's just do kind of a baseline. And by the way, these numbers, they're ranges because we don't have really good demographic data from the period. Gitlitz does a great job of surveying the major opinions. It takes a whole chapter to discuss what I'm going to put on one slide here. So I'm painting with broad strokes. So in 1491, which is of course the year before the expulsion, we're talking about something like 7 to 9 million Spaniards, including Muslims and Jews. And in Portugal, you got about 1 to 1.5 million people there. Of those, about 125 to 200,000 Jews were living in Spain. And about the same number, about 225 conversos from the various campaigns of the 14th century. So by the time we get to the expulsion, we've discussed this in previous lectures, but by the time you get to the expulsion, you've got about 50% of the Jews who are still traditionally part of the Jewish community, and you have 50% who are now nominally converted and find themselves somewhere on that spectrum that we saw earlier. It's a big chunk of the population, and one of the main reasons for the eventual expulsion is because the conversos were still associating with Jews, still marrying with Jews, still very much part of the community, and the lines were blurred. In Portugal, quite a few left, about 10 to 20,000, and a very few conversos. In 1492, somewhere between 100 and maybe as many as 160,000 Jews were expelled, an incredibly awful upheaval of demographic change is hard to imagine, and we spoke about it in previous lectures. About 50,000 of those went to Portugal. The Jews decided to remain and converted, not only right on the eve of expulsion, but into the following decade, because the Jews who went to North Africa, especially in Morocco, they were actually turned away by the local Jewish community, not willing to accept the large amount of refugees or religionists, and other Jews turned back because of fear of traveling across the Mediterranean, or even difficulty and expense getting into Portugal, where only wealthy people got 8-month visas and so on. We're talking about 30 to 60,000 extra Jews converted in that decade, beginning with the expulsion. So we're speaking about somewhere just shy of 200,000 Jews who became crypto Jews of one form or another by 1502. And then if you take that forward, you look at what happened to the Inquisition, treatment of those Jews. The Inquisition, for our intents and purposes, extends from the 13th century to the 1820s, lasted for centuries before it was finally shut down. We're thinking something like 25 to 50,000 Spanish Jews, 30,000 Portuguese Jews. Portuguese, again, these are the Portuguese who are originally Spanish when they came to Portugal, and about 4,000 Jews who were tried by the Inquisition in the colonies, including Brazil, Mexico, the New World, and so on. So we're talking massive numbers of people over a very long period of time fall into this category. Let me add one last thing. If we look at one of the so let's talk about the historical development. How exactly did all these people become crypto Jews? We've spoken in generalities. Let's just dig down a little bit deeper. The truth is, they're seen, by the way, onto that bay. Not all of those tens of thousands of Jews
Jews that are mentioned in the prior slide were killed, but a very large number, certainly 5 digits were actually executed in the flames that were called auto da fe or auto de fe in Portuguese, means the acts of faith. Burning was an act of faith. So here's the public auto da fe. You can see all the Jews here in their San Benitos who are about to be executed. It was a pageant-like environment where all of these Jews received absolution by being killed. So it really starts, ironically, in France in the early 14th century. Jews were expelled there, and many of them crossed the Pyrenees from Navarre into Spain. Many of them were forcibly converted. These were the first real conversos that made their way into Spain in any numbers. There were, but let us recall what happens with conversos on an economic level. We never really lose sight of how these persecutions affect the economy. I realized that the Jews had tremendous mercantile skills for the area. They had literacy, often in several languages. They had international connections to be able to engage in long-distance trade. They had a strong internal legal system, the Talmud, that would regulate all of their interpersonal dealings. And so it was very easy for them, for Jews, to rely on a heavy infrastructure of trust that would enable them to engage in significant mercantile activities. So the only thing that really held them back were the many restrictions, anti-Semitic legislation that forced them not to engage in certain trades, not to live in certain neighborhoods, not to sell certain items or various kinds of aspects of social interchange. So once the Jews were converted, they technically kept all of the advantages of the Jewish and lost all of the disadvantages. And so they represented a very disruptive element in the economy. You can imagine, like, let's say, for example, we had, superheroes walking among us, think like Marvel, X-Men, or something like that. Right? Got super strength that they can fly and things like that, and we try to keep them down by passing legislation, no flying in New York City, and all of a sudden we remove all those things, and they're flying all over the place. Uber would be out of business in a minute because you would just catch a lift, superhero. So a lot of things changed when the Jews were released from the shackles of this legislation, and so there was economic unrest. A series of riots ensued in Aragon, Spain, where many of these Jews entered. And so after some duress, the local king allowed the papacy to bring in the Inquisition. The Inquisition had been established about 100 years prior, and the purpose of the Inquisition, originally in France, was to try and control heterodox Christians, the Cathars and so on, who were abandoning traditional Catholic ideology. This was trying to root out that heresy. But it could also be used for Jews who were converted to Christianity and then were Judaizers. So the king agreed, they invited the Inquisition into Aragon, and right away it started its nefarious work, of course, would continue for another 600 years. There are sporadic attacks on Jews throughout the century as the resistance to the conversos grew, and there was a significant amount of economic upheaval, and you have a major change in 1378 when an archdeacon named Ferran Martinez, and archdeacon is a fairly low-level position. Recall that the lower clergy is often illiterate, often can't even read the scripture that they are preaching, but if they get up and engage in demagoguery and stand on a soapbox and make a lot of loud noises, and they inspire fear in the population, they can actually achieve a lot. Never happens in the 20th century or 21st century, but I'm being joking, I shouldn't joke about those things. But anyway, Martinez specifically attacked the Jews bill, and he inspired a series of riots. The king, who was typically hesitant to engage in anti-Jewish persecutions, I don't want to go into great detail today, but for the most part, kings tended to be protectors of Jews because the Jews were a great source of income. And so the king
doesn't want public disturbance, doesn't want neo-revolutionary activity, would rather keep everyone quiet. But under Martinez's rabble-rousing, he eventually agrees, and Martinez appeals to the Pope to try and impose stricter legislation against the Jews and greater activity of the Inquisition. In 1391, there was a wave of attacks that basically occupies the entire peninsula, and Jews are converted by the tens of thousands. In every community, there are attacks on Jews, sometimes multiple times, and this is where you get the bulk of conversos, primarily from that massive upheaval in 1391. But the fact is, 100 years before expulsion. That's how we get to that number of about half of the Jews in Spain being conversos years later. Let's try and let's also understand, besides the violence that I have described, we also have a few of these really prominent celebrity conversions that spur the movement along from within the Jewish sphere. Perhaps the most famous of them is this individual, Shlomo Halevi of Burgos, known by his baptized name, Pablo de Santa Maria, who engaged in a correspondence that survived with a Jewish man named Yehoshua from the town of Dorkei, called Yehoshua HaLorki. And Yehoshua wrote to Santa Maria and said, I don't understand why you converted to Christianity. It's like such an amazing thing to me. You were a very learned person. You were a rabbi. You knew so much. How could you just convert? This was not someone who was like forcibly converted as a result of violence. He became Christian. So Halorki sort of proposes an answer to his own question. He says the only reason why someone would want to convert to Christianity, he says, would be one, for career mobility, social mobility, and for career advancement, right? As I've mentioned, they have a tremendous amount of advantage if they become Christian. They lose all of the anti-Semitic baggage holding them back. So that's one reason why someone would want to become Christian, says Halorki. Or number two, perhaps it's related to RabbiRothschild, which is the name of a philosopher of the period and associated with the idea of stepping back from religion as the prime locus of verity, and instead looking to things like science and reason and essentially as secularism. So maybe your religious ideas sort of cooled off, and then you think, well, in this environment, Christianity is maybe more amenable to my new kind of broader thinking. Possible. Third reason a person might convert is perhaps by looking at Jewish history and saying it's clear from the pattern of Jewish history, from the trajectory all the way from the destruction of the temples, the exile, the Bar Kokhba revolution that failed, and so on. Maybe it's clear from all these things that God has abandoned the Jews. Or perhaps is really believe that Christianity is true, that it represents the fulfillment of the prophecies of the Torah, and that's why a person becomes Christian. Now, Halorki ended his correspondence by saying, well, since I know that you were a great rabbi, you were a very learned individual, and you chose Christianity, it cannot have been for the first three reasons, because you are such a great man. It must be you converted for the last reason, that you truly believe that Christianity was the fulfillment of Judaism, and therefore Halorki also converted. He took the name Geronimo de Santa Fe, and he played a major role as the prime defender of Christianity in a forced disputation in Tortosa in 1414. Kind of like two celebrity conversions that had a huge impact on the Jews. You have to imagine how, over the course of nearly 200 years, they're losing confidence, they're losing strength, they're feeling dejected that, where is God? Where is Mashiach? Why is this happening to us? How can this just be going on? And when you have these kinds of figures convert, it accelerates the entire motion altogether. People have less will to resist, and in many cases, people actually actively convert. Okay. Unfortunately for the conversos, the Inquisition proved to be absolutely horrific and deadly. I won't go into great detail about this because we have spoken about it in several classes. But let us recall that the Inquisition was originally directed not at the Jews, main Jewish, because they
they were not considered heretics. They were not considered backsliding Christians. They were just non-Christians, and they fell within the doctrine of witness. But once a Jew was baptized, that was it. There's no going back. So any Jew consorted, any converso consorted with Jews would be subject to the dictates of the Inquisition. We shall see a little bit about how this operated in terms of the belief system of the crypto Jews. But let us recall that what would happen is that the conversos would be, accused by a neighbor, let's say, who saw them, let's say, lighting candles on Friday night, perhaps placing them under clay pots or something like that, and then that would be reported to the Inquisition. The person would be brought in, the horrific tortures. After the tortures, they would typically betray so many other people they knew who did the same thing. They would be brought in. The Inquisition was paid for by confiscations from those accused and later killed by the Inquisition. So it proved to be quite in the interest of the Inquisition to accuse as many people as possible. And informants were also rewarded for their services. Therefore, if you liked your neighbor's cow, chances are an easy way to get it was to say that, they typically slaughter their cows moving left to right with a knife and things like that. Terrifying kind of social phenomenon. I happened to research, saw a couple of these images that were terrifying. This is, the types of tortures are mind-blowing. This is a hand crusher. What I find fascinating about this is that the cross is placed on the hand crusher to remind the torturers and the tortured that this is all done for the greater glory of God. That this is what is commanded by the church. And then this horrible thing called the pear of anguish, or the Pope pear, is a device. There are thousands of these kinds of things. A device that could be inserted in one of many orifices in the body. Later, it could be expanded like this, causing crucial, agonizing pain. Just imagine how these tools had such a horrific impact on the Jews at that time. Let us go back to these heroic crypto Jews, try to understand a little bit about what was their belief. I mean, let's say, you have to imagine now, we're looking at it, we're compressing several hundred years in less than an hour. But let's say you're living in, 1530 or 1560, and it's already 2, 3, 4 generations. Anyone has been able to openly practice Judaism. Jews who did not convert were exiled from Spain and Portugal. The Jews who converted were on pain of the Inquisition to behave openly. Here's wearing a San Benito, or you see the humiliating hat and the face drawn onto the San Benito as well. And it meant you'd have to wear this for literally months if you were lucky, not be burned at the stake. So if you're like in the 1530s or 1560s, there's no teachers. Who can you go to learn something about Judaism? There's no books. A Hebrew book would itself be a death sentence. No Hebrew books. The only exception would be medical texts. And so therefore Maimonides sometimes survived because he wrote so many medical tracts that were rendered sometimes into Hebrew, and also the ones originally written like they have and so on. So you don't have anything to study except Christian materials, and you have to try and imagine what Judaism would do, let's say Christian translations of the Old Testament. You recall with us last year we spoke about Uriel da Costa, a Portuguese Jew who was raised in this environment. His mother came out as Jewish and said to him when he was about bar mitzvah, listen, I have to tell you, you're actually Jewish. And he was so enthused with, inspired by the fact that he was Jewish, that when they finally escaped Portugal and made it to Amsterdam, he so openly embraced Judaism. He was so happy to be there, but he felt crushing disappointment when he saw that regular Jews in Amsterdam didn't always behave with the high standards of the prophets. And he actually kicked him up. He probably had significant mental illness. Ultimately, he was exiled from the synagogue 3 times. And the third and final time, he was actually forced by the community to lie down on the ground in front of the synagogue, and the entire community walk over the back as an act of ritual humiliation to indicate that really he can't behave this way. Immediately after that, he went home and he shot himself. They left behind a 12-page suicide note that is one of the most chilling documents in history. But he was like one of these people who wanted to be Jewish so badly, but he grew up with a very twisted idea of what is Judaism, because there was no rabbis there. No one to give him that information. Their crypto-Judaism typically included a few key prayers, like the one-line Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. These kinds of things would be whispered and handed down generation to generation. But there's no way that they could not have prayer books. They might have something like the contraband Portuguese work, The Consolations of the Tribulations of Israel by Shlomo Mosque that we talked about a few weeks ago. But they would have no source material, so their prayers were basically gibberish that was handed down, often incorrect. And as I mentioned earlier, the kinds of observances that crypto-Jews tended to take on were things that were not openly visible. One of the most popular fasts, for example, surprisingly, is the fast of Esther. Why would the fast of Esther somehow retain more memory for crypto-Jews than, let's say, the Tammuz or something like that? That's right, because Esther herself was a crypto-Jew in Achashverosh's court, and it was available in the Christian Bible. The Book of Esther is there, so crypto-Jews could read this and really identify with her plight. By the way, when she said she fasted 3 days, crypto-Jews, not knowing anything else, sometimes they fasted 3 days as well. I mean, they really went to tremendous lengths to try and do what it says in the Bible. Well, they had to guesstimate by the Christian holidays. They knew that Purim is 1 month before Passover. Passover falls in April with Easter, more or less, so they were kind of backdated. Sometimes go by the Julian calendar, use date to date. They often really had no idea. They obviously wished they were Shabbat, and that was a big deal. In the second face what that meant. Gender differences, overwhelmingly more women than men. We definitely have lots of sociological research that indicates that women are a far more reliable repository of tradition than men. And you can look at a lot of different markers for this. For example, age of intermarriage in America is men intermarry about 3 years before women do. Women would wait 3 more years trying to find a Jewish mate before Jewish men will. That's just kind of like an American example. But practices in the home, all practices that are associated with the kitchen, the bedroom, things like that tend to be in women's domains, and they tend to preserve it far more likely than men do. And we have similar statistics crypto in the 15th century. Ironically, this even applies to rituals that were associated with men alone. Circumcision is incredibly dangerous because it's a permanent mark, of course, and once you can't take it back. But women crypto-Jews who wish to somehow identify, sometimes would actually, this noted tradition, they would have themselves ritually scarified, usually on the shoulder. A small piece of skin would be removed as a token act of female circumcision to show their desire to cleave to Jewish people. I think it's amazing. It has no source whatsoever in Jewish tradition, but nevertheless, the idea that a woman would want so badly to identify with her people that she would engage in this is a phenomenon. Now, ironically, one of the places where crypto-Jews learned the most about Judaism and adapted to it was called the Edicts of Faith. I'm going to read to you a little bit of one. The Inquisition, in order to root out people who were engaged in Judaism activity, would typically come into a town, or they would announce that they're going to have an investigation, and they would attach in public places a long list of potential crimes, and they would publish this, essentially saying what's called the Edicts of Faith, also called the Edicts of Grace, and they would say, if you have seen any of your neighbors doing any of these things, report them immediately to the Inquisition.
And if you were a crypto Jew and you read this list, would, by seeing what they said, learn what you thought was something about Judaism. Aha, doing this must be what Jews in other countries do. And so ironically, even while the Inquisition was trying to extirpate Judaism, it was also encouraging it, although in a twisted kind of way. So I'm not going to read you the whole thing. This is like a 4-page document here in Gittwitz's book, but let me give you a couple of examples. If any of you have seen or heard say that any person or persons have kept any Sabbaths in honor of the observance of the law of Moses, putting on clean personal linen and their best or festival clothing, placing clean linen on their tables or throwing clean sheets on their beds in honor of the Sabbath, not kindling a fire or doing any other work on those days, beginning on Friday afternoon. Right away, people get a sense of, so that's what you do on Shabbos, is you put on a fresh tablecloth, change the linens, wear nice clothes. But you can see also how intrusive it was. That if you did these things, change the tablecloth on a Friday afternoon, you could be killed for it. Amazingly frightening things. Think about that next time you change the tablecloth. Or who have purged or drained the meat they're preparing to eat, soaking in water to remove the blood, or who have removed myotic vein from the leg of mutton or from any other animal. Like these are laws of shita, being animals kosher, you have to remove certain veins and so on. Or who have cut the throat from one side to the other of any animals or birds which are going to eat, saying, blessed be the Lord who has commanded us to slaughter in this fashion. First testing a knife on a fingernail to see if it has a sharp edge, and then covering the blood with earth. And by the way, much of this material was revealed to the church by people tortured by the Inquisition, and they would ask these detailed questions. They would later codify them in potential crimes that could later be future victims. Or who have eaten Lent or in other days forbidden by the Holy Mother Church, or who have fasted on the Great Fast, which is called the Fast of Pardon, going barefoot on that day. The Fast of Pardon is, of course, Yom Kippur, right? Or will pray Jewish prayers, and in the evening have asked forgiveness of each other. The parents putting their hands on their children's heads without crossing them or saying anything, or saying, may you be blessed by God and me. Of course, that's what I try to have with my kids. You know, and you can imagine that would put you at risk with them. Or who fast of Queen of Esther, or the fast of RabbiRothschild. I don't know what that is. Which they call the loss of the Holy Temple. Maybe Bob, but I don't know what RabbiRothschild means in Spanish. Yeah, something like that. Or other fasting weeks, such as Mondays and Thursdays. What else? Cutting nails and trimming hair, keeping or burning the cuttings, which in fact is the halacha. You have your fingernails disposed in certain ways. Praying Jewish prayers while raising and lowering their heads, which are turned face towards the wall, right? Shakling, before they pray, washing their hands with water or with dirt, wearing garments of serge, terry cloth or linen with certain cords, little strings hanging down, right there, little strings down from the corners tied into certain knots. Or who are, after they are baptized, they wash off the oil and chrism. Like when they baptize, they make sure they get rid of the oil that used to baptize them. Or who on the 7th night after the birth of their child, they put it in a basin of water, in which they place gold, silver, pearls, wheat, barley, and other things, washing the child in that water, saying, may you be as well supplied with the goods of this world as in this basin. That looks like some kind of Sephardic tradition. I don't know if it survived. Sephardic custom. That page in the bed? Yeah, okay. With water and stuff like that, and barley? Okay, that's interesting. So there's a lot of things here. And so there's so many of these types of things. And the transcripts of the Inquisition trials list in painful detail specific tiny quotidian activities that the Jews may have been involved in. But that's ultimately the source of how these crypto Jews were able to receive any kind of information about their faith, however distorted it often was. So coming to the end of this, what happened to all these Jews? Simple mathematical calculation indicates there are about 100 million descendants of those crypto Jews. If you want to take the strictest definition of Jew, and you say it's all through the matrilineal line, we're still talking about double digits of millions of Jews who are just as Jewish as I am and have no conception whatsoever. This has ironically resulted, well actually, what has been happening in the last few years, the advent of DNA testing services like Ancestry.com and 23andMe and things like that. Many people have discovered that they actually have Jewish Sephardic roots. And in fact, they can do some distinctions, whether it's mitochondrial DNA or the Y type haplotypes, things like that, whether it flows from the matrilineal or the patrilineal line. And all of a sudden, you have hundreds of thousands of people who are claiming Jewish ancestry with almost no understanding of what that actually means. From the 19th into the 20th century, there were various travelers who would go way into the back villages, including, if any of you are going to come on that trip with me on the Douro this year, including villages off the Douro River in Portugal, a whole community would say, yeah, we're all descended from the crypto Jews. They're completely Christian in just about everything they do, but they have a consciousness of being essentially descended from converts. What do you do with people? Many of them are so enthusiastic about coming back to Judaism that an organization called Reconectar, which is very active in Israel, is reaching out to such people when they find that they have Sephardic Jewish identity somewhere in their genetic history, and they're inviting them back into the Jewish body politics. We'll explain what you need to know and make your decision. According to DNA testing, it appears that 1 in 20 males in Spain is of crypto-Jewish stock, and 1 in 15 American Hispanics in this country. The Northwest, actually that should say Southwest, sorry. I don't know who types these things down. So just ignore that. I was in a bit of a rush this morning. But it's a phenomenal thing that so many crypto-Jews are, because of science. Now, the science obviously does not make a Jew. There are many people who, there's a lot of things that go into it. But nevertheless, it does point to a renaissance of Sephardic Jewish identity from the most unlikely sources. Those are my comments on this topic. I hope you found this coincided. Next week, God willing, we'll have our concluding lecture on how Rabbi Rothschild was saved. Back to the biographies, and I think you'll find his life absolutely fantastic and inspirational. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, everyone. Hope you found that lecture interesting. I know the material gives us a book just overwhelming and absolutely fascinating. And I want to share one last concluding thought. I find it tremendously ironic on a historical level that the identity of these crypto Jews was so tenuous under such tremendously challenging environmental circumstances, and nevertheless, so many of them made ultimate sacrifice to try and preserve whatever of Jewish theology or practice they could preserve for themselves and for future generations. And we contrast that with the way we live here in contemporary North America with incredible wealth and unprecedented freedom and the ability to explore our Jewish background, our Jewish heritage, Jewish thought, Jewish ideas. There's such a range of possibilities today, and yet the vast majority of American Jews remain completely disconnected from their Jewish heritage. That's one of those shocking realities that it's hard to pass over. If you had a chance to watch the Jewish Manifesto video that I recorded a long time ago, it crystallizes my thinking in putting together this history series, and I'm hoping that people will get some kind of motivation to explore the greater aspects of Jewish identity and thought, the tremendous wealth that's present there, and massive contributions to civilization. And I hope people will
share this video, share other videos, look at other videos done by other people. The whole point is to try and expand our awareness of the tradition of this station here. Okay, thank you very much for your attention and final lecture of this information. 1918 will be coming up. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming back week after week for these great lectures on the history of Sephardic Jewry. We've been studying them for an entire year. I myself have grown tremendously from the experience, and I'm really grateful for the therapeutic effect you have had on my own scholarship by listening to me talk about the things that I find really fascinating. Tonight is the final lecture of the series of the semester. God willing, we'll return in the fall. I've already decided what the topic will be, but I haven't yet decided how to release it. But it is going to be so cool. It's going to be a totally new approach to the way that we've done these things. I think using all the feedback that I've received from you in these classes, we're going to make something really amazing. At any rate, just a quick thank yous for tonight. Tonight's lecture on Chacham Ovadia Yosef is sponsored by my friends Katie and Vic Crespin of Miami Beach. As last week, they sponsored our lecture as well. It's in honor of the 6 million and all who were killed for being Jewish. A couple of interesting notes wrapping up the semester. I like to have a look at the metrics online just to let you know that we're not alone in this room. This is what the daily viewership was back in 2013 when I started giving these lectures, and back when I lived in Florida. This is what they looked like when I came to Brooklyn in 2015, and thank God they're going up pretty steadily. When it dips, that means I was telling jokes, and goes down the joke. And this is when the Sephardic Jewish History series began, so thank God we're enjoying continued popularity on the web, and I'm glad that so many people find these lectures. Also, because I really want to raise money for our students, we are ongoing with our long-range goal to reach $100,000 in scholarships. Don't laugh. We want to reach way more than that. But right now we have $13,596, including the occasional donation from the Pushka on my desk. So if you are so motivated, if you enjoy the lectures, I love having you here. Your participation is sufficient sponsorship. But if you want to support our students, because they're really why this all happens, here's the website and donate online. Okay. The topic for tonight, of course, is a fascinating figure, Maran Ovadia Yosef. Maran, as we shall see soon, is a uniquely Sephardic way of referring to our master. It's actually an Aramaic form that you see usually in the Talmud, like Rabban, our rabbi. Maran would be our master. He's also known as a Chacham, as a wise person, which is a uniquely Sephardic term for a well-known rabbi. I will probably bounce back and forth between these various titles. My main source for tonight is a rather large work, about 600-odd pages, but I have to say I read it with so much interest. Every single page was a delight, by a scholar named Yehuda Azulai, who's actually not a professional scholar, but is quite gifted in collecting materials and in relaying them in a very appealing fashion. So I highly recommend this work if you want to go deeper into the life of Ovadia Yosef. It's where I take most of my material for tonight. So who was Ovadia Yosef? The short version is he was a famous Sephardic rabbi, originally from Baghdad, who spent most of his life in Israel. He eventually rose to the position of chief rabbi until he passed away in 2013. He is, however, a uniquely gifted individual. In my humble opinion, I would think he is the most important Sephardic person of the 20th century. Remarkable contributions specifically to Sephardic culture and to world culture. I myself, long before I gave these lectures, I was a big fan of Rabbi Yosef. I own a set of his Yavia Omer, just to give you a sense of his output. This is one of 8 volumes, and if I can balance it while I'm holding a microphone, like really small double color print on every page, phenomenal memory. Even his critics are loath to say that his memory was not verging on supernatural. An incredible eidetic or photographic memory that allowed him to retain incredible amounts of material. And a very creative scholar. He was able to bring together that material in often quite innovative ways to solve difficult problems. He was not a scholar who lived alone in an attic somewhere. He was very much a man of the people, very involved with the daily struggles of Jews all over the world, but particularly in Israel, and particularly Sephardim, for whom he felt a unique and powerful drive to return them to their earlier state of glory. And in a large way, that is in fact what he achieved. So what I'd like to do over the next 50 minutes or so is go through his biography, highlighting a few elements of his life and work, and hopefully we will leave at the end of this series with a better appreciation of what he did for Jews in general, for Sephardim in particular, and for the world at large. Here's a picture of him. I should mention, by the way, he's also known for his rather amazing fashion sense. You know, and I tell you, I myself am Lithuanian, so I don't qualify, but if I had half a chance, if they let me dress like this, I would be Sephardic in a heartbeat. You know, I just think that the turban looks so cool with this kind of Nike swoosh on the side, and the Elvis style embroidery. It's just amazing. Now, he also, when he was in his 50s, he suffered from an eye ailment that nearly left him blind, but for the rest of his life, he was sensitive to light. So he was always appearing with these shades. So you put together the turban, the shades, the embroidered gown, and like, my gosh, what a look. Now, I should mention, he himself detested the robe. He referred to it as his work clothing, and he refused to wear it on Shabbat, which is, when you would think you would dress up. He would refuse to wear it on Shabbat unless he had to make some kind of official appearance as the chief rabbi. He preferred to wear just simple black robes, but nevertheless, this was a garment of office that indicated he was a RabbiRothschild, or the Rishon LeZion, the first one in Zion, and he donned it when necessary for the purpose of fulfilling that exalted role. But that's his classic, really iconic look that characterized much of the rabbinate in the 20th century. So let's go to his background. He was born in Baghdad in 1920. Here he is with some of his younger siblings and his parents. We can zoom in on him there. This is without the beard and the glasses and everything. His father was a simple grocer, and they struggled desperately to make ends meet. While he was really a very young child, I believe it was 1924, 1925, they emigrated to Israel from Baghdad, and they strove to make a living there. The family, while traditional and religious, nevertheless harbored strong political sentiment. That Ovadia himself was not politically inclined, but his brothers were very much associated with the Etzel movement, which is on the north towards the right wing of the political spectrum, associated with, if you recall last year, we talked about Jabotinsky, Beitar, movements like that. And in fact, on one notable occasion, his political activity consisted of helping his brothers hide their weapons from the British mandate soldiers by putting them behind the many books that he collected in his bookcases. At any rate, he was noted in his childhood as a gifted matmid. Matmid or masmid in Lithuanian pronunciation means someone who is permanent, whose frequency is constant, from the word tamid, always, that he was always studying. And his teachers and his parents and even his siblings noted that he was just simply not interested in playing. The whole idea of recess to him was, I get to open a different book that I started before we learned this current book that we're in. And he was just constantly in his books. He really enjoyed studying to an unusual degree. But he didn't show exceptional promise beyond that, with the exception of one very special moment that occurred a little bit later. He was about 10 years old. The family was having a very difficult time making ends meet. this is the Depression era. Depression, of course, was worldwide and affected Israel. And the father decided that his eldest son had simply had enough education. It was sad, but he had to come into the family business and he had to clerk in the grocery store. And so he took his son out of Kibbutz Yosef Yeshiva and had him studying there. And then one day, a couple of days after young Ovadia was missing from class, the Rosh Yeshiva, Ezra Atiyah, Chacham Ezra Atiyah, came to the father's store and said, "What's going on? How come Yosef doesn't come back to school?" And the father said, "What can I do? We're so impoverished, we can't make ends meet." So the Rosh Yeshiva took off his robe, rolled up his sleeves and says, "I will work for you. Send your son to school. It is far more important to the Jewish people that your son continues to learn than I continue to perform my function as Rosh Yeshiva." The father felt, "Oh my gosh, how did I do it?" So he managed to scrape together some more support and in fact sent his son, the young Ovadia, to school where he continued to flourish. In his early teens, he was active in writing, and in fact, one of his very first writings bears the title of his most famous collection that I just showed you, Yapia Omer. It's actually a verse from the Book of Psalms, and it is a little bit of a play on words because it means it will certainly be said. The word Yapia and the word Omer are related to each other, or related to the expression of speech, and Yapia is a reverse acronym of his name. Ovadia Yosef and Yaakov spelled backwards, Yapia. So he kind of liked that as like the reverse acronym of his own name, speaking. Actually composed some of his own original thoughts at age 16, and eventually he came out with a book called Chazon Ovadia, the vision of Ovadia, that towards the end of his life he wrote many, many volumes of it. But as we shall see, when it first came out, he wrote a thin volume on the Haggadah, on the customs and rituals of Passover, and it was actually burned by other Orthodox Jews. How many times do you see this, that Jews write great books, they get banned or burned, and then they soar in popularity? Now, in his approach, which is related to the issue why they were burned, took an unusual approach that separated him from his Baghdadi origins. Remember, he's living in Israel right now, and he's also thinking about what it means to be Sephardi. Perhaps I should mention to you something that hasn't come up yet. What exactly is a Sephardi? What does it mean to be Sephardi? He came from Baghdad. He did not come from Spain. 500 years after the Spanish exile, what does it mean to be Sephardi? Does it mean that you have to have some kind of genetic heritage that goes back to Spain? Because he certainly never claimed that. In fact, there are many communities, Greek Jews, Turkish Jews, Bukharian Jews who are Sephardi, but do not say that we are descended from the Spanish. Syrian Jews, you see a lot of Syrian Jews, clearly very Sephardi, but they identify as Syrians. Who would say that they are directly descended from the Spanish Jews? Now, to be sure, there's going to be some admixture. When you have the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and they travel to these areas, they intermarry with them, then there will be some sort of invasion of categories, but it's certainly not a kind of Sephardi tahor, a pure Sephardic lineage. So one of the key ideas that he came up with early in his youth, and he stuck to this principle throughout his career, was the idea that a Sephardi is someone who follows the path of the Shulchan Aruch, the path of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who is also known for his status as Maran, Father called him Maran, our master, and adhering to the Shulchan Aruch and its style of approaching the rituals and so on, that is what makes a person a Sephardi. The ethnic things are all very nice and so on, but they're not as relevant. And in this regard, he relied on a very old Jewish tradition that defined Jewish status primarily through its relation to virtue of our connection to the Torah. Yes, there is a biological element. Yes, there is an ethnic element. But the fundamental element is connection to the Torah. Of course, you have converts coming into the Jewish people, and we have such a wide array of converts from all over the world who just kind of blend into the Jewish people. The idea of an ethnic component alone is silly. So it is fundamentally the ideological attachment to the Torah, however we understand it, that makes us, according to this line of thought, which is best expressed in the 9th century Saadia Gaon. So Rabbi Rabbi Yosef used the same idea to say that Sephardim are those people who fall within the umbrella of thought of Rabbi Yosef Karo, distinguished from those who follow, for example, his contemporary Rabbi Moshe Isserles, which would be the Ashkenazi community. So if you follow the Rabbi Yosef Karo and not necessarily Ramon Center, you fall within the category of Sephardic. Whether you're from North Africa or from the Middle East, from Baghdad, from Cairo, from Aleppo, you're all Sephardim. So that's all fine and good. And by the way, he said it's also very important because halachically, according to Jewish law, every place kind of has to have its own local tradition. The major rabbi who is the fundamental, authority for that region, which can last for hundreds and hundreds of years, and in Eretz Israel, the land of Israel, who else would be the fundamental authority other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, who lived there towards the end of his life. He lived in Spas in particular. So Rabbi Moshe Isserles, who was in Poland, was not the local authority. Yosef Karo was. So therefore, for two reasons, A, because Sephardim fall within the umbrella of Rabbi Yosef Karo, and B, because Rabbi Yosef Karo, of 500 years prior, was the local authority of Israel, then he felt that in Israel, Jews should observe Sephardic ritual unless they have a specific connection elsewhere. So that was all fine, except for all these Baghdadi Jews who said to him when he's a young man, "What are you talking about? We follow the Ben Ish Chai. We follow the great Baghdadi thinker who himself, although he was clearly Sephardi, he also took on a lot of Kabbalistic ideas that were not necessarily in Rabbi Yosef Karo's main work, the Shulchan Aruch. He took on a lot of stringencies that were clearly of European derivation, things that look more like Ashkenazic customs than Sephardic customs. And so in a few key places in the Passover rituals, he wrote in Chazon Avadia that here we are in Israel, and we're following Shulchan Aruch, and we're not following Baghdadi traditions. And so the Baghdadi community, from which he himself derived, infuriated that a scion of their community should express a contra-normative statement such as that, and some of the hotheads in the community actually burned his books. Someone who would become the greatest of the generation, they burned his books. It is rather an amazing statement. But he didn't stay unpopular for very long because he was a gifted teacher. Here's a great picture. This is more like what we imagine he must have been like as a young man. And he was known for bringing together large gatherings of young people, and young people who are not part of the traditional Torah community, meaning like he gathered together just people who wanted to hear a shir that was entertaining. He was known for telling hilarious jokes. He always began his classes with a joke, which is kind of mustard to me. I should really go back to telling jokes. But he told them well. That was different. But he would tell jokes, he would tell stories. He was a very strong believer that even simple people, simple people want to learn Torah, and it is the responsibility of the educator to make it palatable for people who are not necessarily steeped in all of the fine details of Jewish thought. He married early. This is his wife, Margaret Fatal, who was equally dedicated to the idea of raising a family with a husband who was completely involved in studying Torah, and she supported him to an incredible degree. Before they moved to Cairo, when they had just a few kids more than this, they lived in tremendous poverty, even though he was a very popular lecturer and so on. He also was a bit of a controversial figure. That was part of the reason, by the way, he left Israel, was because of the controversy over RabbiRothschild's first volume. He says that they used to put the kids to sleep in an empty tomato box covered with rags. And they only had a two-room apartment, one room which was used as a synagogue, the other room was everything else. And so when he would study during the day in the synagogue part, she would keep them quiet by sitting them underneath the kitchen table and playing with the fringes on the tablecloth. Amazing kinds of stories of Ben-Yuri that we don't understand. He also spoke about it much later in his later life. At any rate, they had a very strong, close bond, and I could close the lecture later tonight with an amazing story about his wife. But we'll move on. At any rate, they lived the typical Kollel family kind of existence, especially when the fathers-in-law were not so wealthy themselves. And combining that with the controversy over his work, he eventually decided to take a position in Cairo. He was offered a rabbinic position there, and actually he received mixed reviews from his work in Cairo. Here you can see him surrounded by his students at the yeshiva in Cairo. They're all requested to wear these distinct Egyptian hats. That was actually something that the government wanted them to wear. So he was tremendously valued as a teacher. There are stories, by the way, I forgot to mention in the previous class, stories when he was trying to leave Israel to go teach in Cairo, his students literally laying down in front of his automobile. You know, the automobile was taking him to the border, that they did not want him to leave. It's also a that story. He was sort of a great success, brilliant success as a teacher. As a rabbi, not so much. He encountered tremendous degree of entrenched resistance to a more strict observance of Jewish law. He had notable conflicts, repeated conflicts with the communal authorities in place over basic standards of Sabbath observance and in particular kashrut. He was especially disturbed that they had a home there for older people, and it was communally run, and the kitchen promised to keep kosher, but there was no Jewish supervisor of the Arab cooks, that they simply washed the dishes in water between milk and meat, and there was a gas with the low standards. Ultimately, he had to leave. He could not change the standards of the community, and therefore he left to leave. But while he was there, he gained a particular experience with one of many distinctly Sephardic issues that later would be very important for him in his work in Israel. He ended up working quite heavily on eating, which are divorces in Egypt, a task which is part of the regular rabbinic repertoire, and as I'm sure you're aware, divorces are extremely serious things because when a woman is married, she is forbidden to any other man in Jewish law. If she were to be with another man, there are grave consequences not only for the partners but for any children that would be produced. So if a marriage is dissolved, it must be dissolved completely in order for the woman to go and marry a second husband if she so desires. And therefore, the documents that attest divorce are written with tremendous precision, and they have to be supervised to a very high degree. All of this goes without saying. Why is it specifically Sephardic? Because they were very lazy in Egypt and in Israel, as it happened, with the pronunciation of Sephardic names. Since the names have to be recorded in Hebrew letters, it was crucial that they had to be recorded phonetically and not orthographically. You had to write it down the way it sounded. And a lot of Sephardim had names which were borrowed from many other languages, and the Ashkenazi rabbis would just sort of guess at it, and Rabbi Yosef would say, no, that would make the entire get possible, would make it invalid, and if she were to remarry again, it would be a tragedy. You have to make sure it's done right. So, for example, what if a Sephardic guy has the French name George? We say in English George. So it's George. So we don't have the letter Je at the beginning or Je at the end. George. How do you actually write that? You're going to combine various letters, you're going to add little diacritical marks and things like that. But if you were to use Gimel just for George, no one would call that guy George. You wouldn't know who he was. So he got very deeply involved in the precise writing of Sephardic names as they were pronounced. It's something that also he was involved in very heavily. In 1973, was immediately with the Yom Kippur War entrenched in a very deep and agonizing attempt to free Agunot. I don't want to take too much time for this, but it's important. There were 970 women in Israel whose husbands went missing in action during the 1973 war. You recall the Yom Kippur War was a surprise attack. Israel was caught off guard. They suffered punishing blows until they were eventually able to reassert themselves. So 970 women who were left in an uncertain state. If the bodies of the husbands were claimed or identified, then they would be widows. But if they were not identified, then they would technically still be married to these men who are MIA, and they would be classified as changed women and unable to remarry. There are several measures that Israel takes currently to try and avoid such circumstances in the future. And by the way, in America, particularly, there's a real problem with husbands who aren't missing in action and that they refuse to give their wives again. A whole other discussion here. Rabbi Rothschild felt this responsibility weighed on him very heavily, and he literally went sleepless for many nights, agonizing over each one of these women until every single one of 970 women had found a way to be released from their marriage. This was part of his thought as well. He was what they call a makil, someone who was able to find leniency. And he found all kinds of them. Like, I'll give you one example. In halakha, in Jewish law, let's say a guy falls overboard from a boat, and people see him fall overboard, but they don't know if he swam to shore or what happened to him. They don't know if he's alive or dead, whatever. But they're not even sure who he is. But they find his personalized wallet, has his name on it. So it looks on the surface like this is the guy that died, although you don't have 100% certainty. So that's not considered acceptable proof in normative Jewish law. What about if you have dog tags? Dog tags are also designed to identify a person. If a person is, God forbid, burned beyond recognition, you still have the dog tags to identify that someone wearing this chain was in fact killed. Could you say that the person is in fact dead, and therefore the wife could remarry? Rabbi Rothschild said this is not at all like the personalized wallet. The personalized wallet, a man could give his wallet to someone else and say, here, can you go to the store and buy something for me, or could you watch the wallet while I go out and shower, or whatever he's going to do. A dog tag, a soldier never takes it. That specifically is, and it's not given to someone else. And again, so on these kinds of logical inferences, whatever he could find to release these women was part of his task. And he spent a tremendous amount of hours with remarkable success in so doing. He returned from Cairo and took a few jobs in Central Israel until finally he ended up being promoted to being chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. And it's here primarily that he wrote his magnum opus, the Yavia Omer, which is a collection of halachic legal decisions that shaped how Sephardim in particular observe Jewish law. I'm going to show you some of the most creative ones shortly. He was also at this time caught up in yet another war in Israel. That's the 1973 war. This is, of course, the 1967 war, which is still very much in the news today with protests going on in the Gaza Strip. But the Six-Day War, we should recall, I'm sure everyone in this room is aware of what those events of June 1967 meant, when it looked like all of these Arab armies surrounding Israel were going to push the fledgling state into the sea, and then with a remarkable, uncanny, supernatural miracle, within 6 days the Jews had not only defended their little strip of land, they had actually expanded it beyond belief. This was the era when the 1967 border between East and West Jerusalem was removed. This is an iconic photograph showing the soldiers first approaching the Temple Mount, which was 9 Jordanian lines until 1967. But perhaps even more significant for many Jews was this moment when Chief Rabbi Shlomo Goren blew the shofar while holding a Torah scroll at Temple Mount. Truly a moment when many Jews were shivering with the idea that perhaps Messianic redemption really is at hand. Imagine that, a rabbi of great stature blowing the shofar. It turned out that both Rabbi Goren and Rabbi Ovadia Yosef were both appointed to be chief rabbis of Tel Aviv together, and the Ashkenazic chief rabbi and Ovadia Yosef, of course, the Sephardic chief rabbi of Tel Aviv, the city. And it was an uneasy kind of partnership because they held very divergent views on many, many things, not just, what you can eat on Passover. They held, for example, tremendously divergent views on politics. Shlomo Goren, Rabbi Shlomo Goren, tended to be more of a hawkish individual, very much in favor of annexing the West Bank and Gaza and not holding it for some kind of negotiation, whereas Rabbi Yosef was much more dovish. He felt that Israel could, if it so desired, trade land for peace. He was incidentally very friendly with Shimon Peres. He felt that no amount of land, even the holiest land in the world, is same value as a human life, and so he held a much more, peaceful kind of position in the situation in the Middle East. At the same time, however, especially towards the end of his life, he lost his confidence that the Arab interlocutors were acting in good faith, and that the exchange of land for peace would actually be effective. He did, however, believe it in principle. He began to doubt it in practice. But the two of them nevertheless managed to eke out a modus vivendi on a whole host of issues, even though they held quite divergent political views. So let's look at some of the rulings that he made that were specific to Sephardim and had a really huge impact on fostering the central idea of Sephardim as having a distinct and valued tradition. For example, weddings during the 3 weeks. The Ashkenazic custom is between the 17th of Tammuz through the 9th of Av, which falls in July and August months. No weddings may be had. Sephardim have a different calculation of when that period of mourning is, and they say, come on, you're wiping out half of this time. And so even though wedding halls, which were all kind of dominated by the Ashkenazi mafia, the Sephardim couldn't marry during those times. So he insisted that they in fact should be open. I should also mention, by the way, that while he was allowing, he was ordering the wedding halls to July and Tammuz, 3 weeks. The Ashkenazic custom is between the 17th of Tammuz through the 9th of Av, which falls in July and August months. No weddings may be had. Sephardim have a different calculation of when that period of mourning is, and they say, come on, you're wiping out half of this time. And so even though wedding halls, which were all kind of dominated by the Ashkenazi mafia, the Sephardim couldn't marry during those times. So he insisted that they in fact should be open. I should also mention, by the way, that while he was ordering the wedding halls to perform to allow weddings at this time, he was taking away weddings on Saturday night, which is a really popular time. because Saturday night weddings are almost impossible to manage while observing the Sabbath during the day. And it was just like a charade. Yeah, we're not going to hold the wedding until, 30 minutes after the Sabbath is over, but try and prepare, your food and your bride 30 minutes before Shabbos. Not going to happen. I know that my daughters took at least 3 weeks to get ready for it. So that was kind of one example. Another, halak. The Ashkenazim, including in places as stronghold of Ashkenazi Jewry as Bnei Brak, held a much lower standard of what makes an animal kosher. Specifically, there are these small imperfections that develop on the lungs of a cow, called sirchas, and they're like little punctures, little ruptures in the lung. It's especially true, by the way, if they're fed all kinds of antibiotics, all kinds of artificial things rather than being grass-fed. So the Ashkenazim say, when they slaughter the animal, they feel the ribs, the lungs, and as long as the lungs would hold enough air that you could put them underwater and you wouldn't see bubbles, that's close enough. That's called kosher, and it is totally kosher. Part of my mind say, no, we don't want to even rely on that. We want to feel the ribs and the lungs and make sure that they're totally smooth, which is the Yiddish word for lot. Totally smooth, and they have not developed those circles, whether or not they're empty. And so the Sephardim said, we want it to be halak, or halak kosher, using the Yiddish term, and they set the standard. Ashkenazim ever since have risen to that. It's very hard to find butchers that don't serve halak kosher now. It is ironic that you go to places that are dairy, and they say we're halak kosher, which is absurd, but nevertheless. So he kind of forced the Ashkenazim to kind of live up to their game. A whole host of things on matzah, on Passover observance, because that's where you see a lot of differences. Matzah shira, for example, which is matzah baked with any liquids other than water, like fruit juice and things like that. Here's one of my favorites. The Tel Aviv Passover guide. They would do this every year, and they would bring this guide of what's kosher, what's not kosher. They would bring it to the chief rabbi to sign. He looked at it, and he said, no, this is not right. It said in the original, rice and beans are forbidden, but Sephardim allow them, which is in fact the tradition. Rice and beans are called kitniot. Ashkenazim don't eat them, Sephardim do. So he said, no, you got to change the language to read, rice and beans are permitted, but Ashkenazim forbid them. Right? So he turned it around. This is a lot of his way of thinking of hey, Sephardim have a point. It's not like we're deviant from the Ashkenazim. Anyways, the Ashkenazim are deviant. He did generate controversy with so many rulings. We're talking really about a man who made rulings, thousands of rulings, many of which were very controversial. So, for example, he was in favor of the heter mechira, a very controversial law or stock that had been in place since the beginning of the century, that during the 7-year sabbatical cycle, the land belonging to Jews could be sold to non-Jews, render the produce permissible, even if it was actively farmed. Many of the Ashkenazi rabbis felt that was not a valid sale for many reasons, and therefore they did not want to rely on the permission of sale, which is what heter mechira means. And so there's a lot of back and forth between Ashkenazi and Sephardi rabbis. Rabbi Yosef, however, really believed not only in the power of a logical argument, even if it turns out to be lenient, he also believed in the suffering that would ensue the farmers if they did not allow these leniencies. He also thought that, if we not tell them that if we do not make this permissible, they're going to do it anyways, because most of the farmers in Israel were secular Jews. They would do it anyways, and then we would have flooding the markets. So on that calculation, his opinion was dominant in the state. He also was more permissive when it came to sherut le'omi for women. In Israel, in the 1950s, one of the what's called the status quo agreements was reached between the great Ashkenazi thinker Chazon Ish and Ben-Gurion that men who were learning in yeshiva full-time would not be exposed to the draft, very contentious issue even in contemporary Israel. And religious women would also not be required to be drafted. They simply had to declare that they were religious and they were exempt from military service. If they wished, however, said the state, they could enlist in what was called Sharut Leumi, which means national service. And they would do all kinds of non-military kind of assignments for a few years, like wrapping bandages or maintaining way stations or whatever was needed logistically behind the enemy on our side of the enemy lines. The Ashkenazi rabbis forbade this as well. It was too much like conscription for women. Rabbi Yosef was lenient. No, there's nothing permitting women, there's nothing prohibiting women from engaging in Sharut Leumi if they wish to do so in an appropriate manner. He also, just to give you one that's perhaps more pragmatic than you may even have seen, the dominant mode, one of the most common Jewish rituals is Friday night candlelighting. The procedure is women, Ashkenazi women will light the candles, will kind of wave their hands over the candles and then cover their eyes while they say the blessing. The reason for this is kind of a contradiction in circumstances. The rule is you say a blessing before you perform the action. You say a blessing on the apple before you bite into it. You don't say the blessing after, unless there's some reason specifically for that blessing. But if you say the bracha, then you have made it Shabbat, and the first thing you do is transgress it by lighting a match. So therefore, the Ashkenazi custom is you light while you still consider it Friday, and then you close your eyes as if to say, and pretending the lights are not there, and saying the blessing, and then you see them for the first time. That's the idea. The Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Shulchan Aruch says no. Just light the candles and then say the bracha. And that's, in fact, the ritual for Sephardic women. And Rabbi Yosef made a big deal out of saying, why is it that Sephardic women have ignored this very normative halacha that has clearly stated so in the Shulchan Aruch. So he advocated that women should, in fact, follow the Sephardic custom if they were Sephardic. Let me give you some examples of his rulings that are outside of specific Sephardic, but nevertheless demonstrate his leniency in very great ways. He recognized brain death. One of the first rabbis in Israel to recognize that there was such a thing as placed in a situation where life is artificially sustained by contemporary technology. And this is a tremendous leniency because Talmudic definitions of death are all cardiopulmonary, heartbeat and breathing. But as we all know, people can, unfortunately, or later, be placed on lung machines that can be breathing and their heart beating indefinitely. So he was the first to pioneer the concept of what's popularly called brain death. It is not a simple test. There are a lot more stages to it than we would have in North American hospitals, but nevertheless he did say that there are grounds for considering a person who is on life support but nevertheless be deceased. Cosmetic surgery, one of my favorite exchanges. His study partner was Rav Tzitz Eliezer, and they both were very much involved in medical halacha, because medical technology has advanced so far in the 20th century that they're constantly dealing with questions. And one of the questions that was sent to Eliezer was, may a woman have cosmetic surgery performed on her face? She wanted rhinoplasty, she wanted to have a nose job. And the Tzitz Eliezer, I don't know, he just kind of like takes off his jacket and rolls up his sleeves and starts berating the questioner, saying, why are you dissatisfied with the way God made you? You know, you're a creature of God, the image of God, and for whatever reason you have this nose, you should deal with your nose, whatever. And he essentially, put it up. And Rabbi Yosef, on the other hand, he says, why not? He said, there's no law in the Torah. If it is safe, there would be a law in the Torah if it's not safe. If anesthetic is dangerous, the operation is dangerous, then it would be forbidden. But if it's a common procedure that's done all the time, very little risk, and it'll make you feel better about yourself, and maybe it'll make your husband like you better, who knows what it is, Why not? Even if you're not married and you want to improve your appearance for dating or whatever, also why not? Very, very lenient, in great contrast to Tzitz. Similarly, also in women's halachas, bat mitzvah. The rabbis, especially in America, the Shrike, they got very upset about the idea of having a bat mitzvah, because after all, it's something that was really pioneered by the non-Orthodox movements. I think the first bat mitzvah in history, like the celebration of bat mitzvah, when a girl turns 12 days old and 12 years and they older, was, I think, Mordechai Kaplan's daughter. I think she was the first bat mitzvah. That would be like in 1940 or something. And in America, it just, it took off because, we have a bat mitzvah, the son's a big hurrah. Why don't we do something for our daughters? And the rabbis here in America really drew a line in the sand. It's me or the bat mitzvah. You can't have both. RabbiRothschild said, why not celebrate? She's now, obligated to the mitzvah as well. Have a party, And so he was very lenient with these kinds of things. At the same time, I don't want to color this broadly. He was very strict. He forbade animal experimentation for cosmetic purposes. He said you could not cause pain to an animal to develop cosmetics. For other health-related medicines, things like that, that's a different story. But simply for cosmetics, he said you can't torture an animal. And here in a most amazing discussion, he wrote that if you are a match for someone who needs the kidney, you must give the kidney. Not you may, you must give the kidney. The way that responsa work is the rabbi is asked a specific question with a specific situation, and the rabbi will answer that specific situation. And so he was asked about siblings, and one sibling needed a kidney transplant. The other one had it. A little nervous about doing it. He asked Rabbi Yosef, he says, what are you telling me? You must give your kidney to your sibling. There's no, you don't feel like it. You're scared of it. You must. And that was much further than any other rabbi was willing to go at the time. So he could definitely be very strict as well. But we know him primarily as a very creative individual, found leniencies when people needed it. And I think one of the things that made him so beloved as a chief rabbi was his remarkable tolerance of diversity. Even though he has the whole kind of Elvis getup, really very, very relaxed around non-observant Jews. He was welcoming to them. He was warm to them, all kinds of things, because he felt that they were part of one people, and he did not want to alienate them under any circumstances. He was elected with the support of many Ashkenazi rabbis, including Rabbi RabbiRothschild, to be Rishon LeZion, that means the first in Zion, or the Sephardic chief rabbi, in 1973. And one of the first things he did was defended the Sephardic practice of Hebrew. There's what's called levirate marriage. The law is if a man dies childless, then his brother is expected to marry the widow. And when you read the passage in Deuteronomy that talks about it, it's very clear that this is considered a duty to support a young woman who otherwise is alone in society. It's particularly written within the context of a Middle Eastern culture where women always are existing within the shadow of some male figure, father, a husband, a son, an adult son, that kind of thing. To leave a woman alone in the hole would be considered in that society very, very wrong and immoral. You can see by the fact that the husband refuses to marry his brother's widow, then there's a whole nasty ritual where you spit on the ground and you call them names. It's clear from the context that the preferred thing to do, at least in that society at that time, is Hebron, that he should marry her and take her into his family, perhaps as a second wife. Ashkenazic culture, living among Christians who are monogamous, at least nominally so, we Ashkenazim, we lost the sort of cultural norm of polygamy, and so therefore in the year 1000, more or less, the great Italian rabbi, Gershon Meir Hagolah, said that's it, there's a ban, no more polygamy. Ashkenazi men can only marry one wife, and therefore that meant that Yibum may no longer be performed, that is the lever of marriage. The alternative, chalitza, which means sending away the widow, must be performed. And that is, in fact, the Ashkenazi norm. But Sephardim never picked that up. Sephardim lived in many Arab countries where polygamy was accepted. And so therefore, if both parties are amenable to Yibum, what is the point of standing in the way, essentially, is what Rabbi Yosef said. This was very controversial because Israel adopted the Ashkenazic standard, which was more European in nature, but nevertheless, exceptions were then made because Rabbi Yosef said that ultimately this is well within the Sephardic tradition. He also was a great defender of Ethiopian Jewry, which at this time was yearning to return to Israel. Ethiopian Jewry, by the way, we're going to talk about them, God willing, next semester in the fall. I hope to do a full lecture on their history, which is fascinating. It goes all the way back to the ancient kings of Aksum. It's amazing how far back they go. But there was a lot of questions in Israeli society. Are they really Jewish? And if they are Jewish, are they perhaps illegitimate? Because among other things, their divorce law was not the same. A lot of kind of arguments. But Rabbi Yosef was a staunch defender of admitting them to the country as Jews. The lots more to say about the story. We'll have to leave it for next week. But he was definitely very much in favor of it. He wrote. I'm gonna pause on that because it's long distance. He also argued that, with regards to Sephardic Jews, there's kind of this stereotype, which is based in some, rough reality, that it was perfectly consistent for a Sephardic Jew to, go to shul in the morning and get a geschmack out of davening and listen to the drasha, and then, go pick up a bag of garinim and drive to a soccer game. And that was all part of, kind of like the traditional sense of what is normative among Sephardim. But as one Rav Yaakov Levi said, traditional Jew desecrated Shabbat more than once, but never did he desecrate the name of God. And these young Sephardic men in particular would feel like, these things are just not as important. It's a much greater value of respecting God, respecting the rabbi, and so on. They're less orthopraxic, perhaps, than Ashkenazi. And so we see that he shows over and over again kindness and tolerance for non-observant Jews that really is remarkable for someone of such great merit. Dress codes, he even allowed, non-normative dress for women that got him in a lot of trouble with Reagan. But let's just look at one last one I find especially fascinating. This is a picture of Cardinal Lustiger, Jean-Marie Lustiger, who was a French Jew who, as a child, was taken into a monastery and saved from the Holocaust. He ended up growing up within the church, and he was elevated to the post of cardinal. In fact, he was in the running for the position of the papacy at one point. An amazing thing. He never denied his Jewishness. In fact, he had it inscribed on his tombstone. He said he was born a Jew, and he never left it, just like the apostles. Very interesting kind of thing. But at any rate, he died in 2007, and some family members wanted to say Kaddish for him. And the chief rabbi of France was asked to say Kaddish for Lustiger, who was a cardinal of the Catholic Church, and he didn't know what to do, so he went to Rabbi Yosef. They said, what should I do? So Rabbi Yosef apparently broke down into tears, and he said that, of course you should say Kaddish for him. Absolutely. He is a Jew. Why would you not think you should say Kaddish for him? So in fact they did. They went in, he had their ceremony, the funeral in the church. They brought the church, the body outside, and they said Kaddish in the streets. And that's just a sense of Rabbi Yosef's sense that every Jew is part of the Jewish community. Even the cardinal of the Catholic Church is part of the community. He was known as a very popular teacher for the masses. He had a Saturday night radio show long after he had finished his term as chief rabbi, tremendously popular. And he would, again, bring in his stories, his lessons with the Job and the stories. He was very much in favor of teaching as a public demand for scholars. He wrote once on solitary
scholars, meaning kind of like the Lithuanian ideal of a guy who sits in yeshiva for 30 years and doesn't stick his head outside the four walls of the study hall. He writes, "This is infuriating to me, for such teachers and students are closing their eyes so they see only themselves. They don't see the Jewish people and their distress and thirst for Torah. Yeshiva X issued an order that married students may not teach. This is wickedness without parallel." Very strong statement. And here's one of my favorites. "After 120 years, God will ask," he wrote, "what have you done for my honor? You have to be able to answer, I ceased my Torah study for your sake and went to teach others. I closed my Gemara and went out and fought." Now, we got to talk about his politics a little bit. Obviously, this was not his main area of activity, but he was drawn into politics, and he was the figurehead of an extremely successful movement in Israel called Shas. Shas stands for Shomrei Sfaradim, the guardians of the Sephardim, or the guardians of the Sephardic tradition. It also, ironically, is the common acronym for the Talmud. Shas is Shisha Tidrei, the 6 orders of the Talmud. So it has both an ethnic and a religious connotation simultaneously. Up until the late 1970s, Sephardim were definitely second class in Israel. There was a very strong Ashkenazi dominance to society because all of the early pioneering Zionists, particularly in the leadership, came from Russia, Austria, Germany, England, France, and they all came. The vast majority of them came with very Western European secular ideas of what Israel should be. Shortly after Israel was established, you had all of these Arab countries, evicting their Jews, and you had a massive onslaught of Sephardim, but they were coming into a society that was already well entrenched in European ways of thought, European ways of doing things, and it took them a generation and a half to really begin to find their footing in Israeli society. And that was expressed primarily through the election of Menachem Begin and Likud in 1977. Labour, the more socialist-oriented, European-dominated party, was ousted for the first time since 1948 by a coalition of more right-wing parties, like Jabotinsky-oriented parties, and the Sephardim said, enough is enough already. We want to vote for a more conservative party, a more religious-friendly party, not a religious antagonistic party, and this was the beginning of when the Sephardim began to find their political muscle. It was finally expressed in 1984 with this organization called Shas, and Rabbi Yosef was the natural person to be the spiritual leader of the movement. He was not the political director, he was the figurehead that stood at the top of all of it. Unfortunately, that meant that he was also drawn into some of the political morass that involved Israeli politics. Because in Israel, with the exception of the few times that it's had a national unity government to deal with the immediate threats, no majority party has ever ruled the country. It's always been a minority party, first trading with other small parties and forming a coalition, a very fragile coalition. Shas, even though at one point they garnered 19 out of 120 seats, very large chunk of the Knesset, they never were the majority, and so they had to align themselves with parties that did not necessarily share their values. Rabbi Yosef was especially pained when the power company had to move a very large piece of equipment, and they could only travel 9 miles an hour down the highways, and they figured they better do it on Shabbat because that's when the roads are the least traffic. But he felt that was just tolerable to be in an Israeli country with Jewish government and decide to do something specifically on Shabbat. They had non-Jewish drivers and things like that, but he was confident that a lot of Jews would never let them be involved in this. But that was the difficulty of being involved in politics when you're essentially. So to start to his legacy and conclusion, and at this point, one of the things that I have not talked about pointedly is the many, many miraculous stories associated with Rabbi Yosef. We're talking about a very holy person, and there are dozens of published, very authentic sounding stories about miraculous cures associated with him.
I'd just like to share two of them just to give a sense of, it's beyond our purpose to speak about spooky things like this. But nevertheless, just to get a sense of how people regard Rabbi Rothschild. Nobody says things happen for me, right? So that's for a reason, because Rabbi Yosef was someone who's so great. One spooky story, apparently when he was a little bit older, and he was giving a public lecture, and there were like hundreds of people in the room, a couple of young ruffians came in and started loudly disturbing the lecture in a very contradicted and inappropriate manner. And apparently Rabbi Yosef said to them two words. They said, "You are sham," which is a, we don't have an exact translation for it in English, but you're actually you're outside. And, that's kind of weird. They did actually take those two guys outside of the hall. Many years later, dozens of years later, when he came back to Rabbi Rothschild, they begged his forgiveness because he and his friends had been married for many years in child justice. And he attributed it to those two words. But Rabbi Yosef told them to get his friends, and they had to both come, and he sat them and told them they had to sit on the ground, and then he ignored them for about 5 minutes, and he said, "All is forgiven, all is released, all is permitted." And then they left, and in fact, they both had children immediately after that. Spooky story. Okay. One more spooky story, which is one that affects me a lot. I would say I was reading this on the Q train, and I started shivering. I got too emotional.
All right, Rabbi. How are we feeling about our fantasy team this week? I want you to know, Hurricane Nate, if I don't fucking win this week, I am going to be on a cliff somewhere. Really? Oh, dog. For sure.
And asked the Chacham to give him a blessing. And he told him that
why?
6-year-old child is here because of his wife.
Dog, we have a 91% chance of winning right off the bat. Team Hurricane 8 is absolutely the most... I mean, he's not trying. I'm not going to say it's bad. He's got a guy with a bye, a guy on injured reserve, and a guy who's questionable. And his defense, it has a bye. He has two guys with a bye.
Everybody was gone for the holiday. Just one hairy nurse was running between two people who were in the surname board there. And the nurse said, "Look, I'll do the best I can, but I can't possibly help you. I have other labor down the hall." But the Rebbitzin said, "You have 300 people who are new to Israel, who are waiting for you to stay there. It is so important that you go. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Go to take care of the service." An amazing thing that she would say. And then she went to, and he difficult to run to the Seder, to run the Seder. And when he came back, my wife was talking to this little boy, and she told him that she went into labor and she was difficult. And there was a woman came into the room, and excuse me, getting choked up again. And there was a woman who came into the room and said, "I am Rabbi Rothschild. I am the RabbiRothschild's wife, and don't worry, I'll help you." And the story goes, the woman says that the Rebbitzin actually raped the baby, and of course she was gone. So, what are you going to do with these kind of stories? You can't exactly print them in a standard scholarly work, but it's the kind of thing that I find very moving and powerful, that Rebbitzin was not known for thousands of volumes of response, and nevertheless could carry such spiritual weight to affect such America. At any rate, back to the secular stuff. 800,000 people attended his funeral in 2013. It was an amazing thing. It was the largest funeral in Jewish history. 800,000 people came. You can see just a second. It took 4 hours to move the coffin just a few blocks from the yeshiva to the waiting car, and because people simply would not allow it to move. So if we come back to our initial statement, I apologize, I've gone over time. I'll cut it down to the internet. However, Rabbi Yosef, I spoke to you earlier that he was in many ways, I think, the most important Sfaradi of the 20th century. Not only because of his tremendous genius and his contribution to Jewish culture and Jewish thought, the Israel Prize, and other things, but also because of his very early vision to define the concept of Sfaradi as associated with one particular approach to Torah. And in this way, he actually broadened the tent for who could fit within those boundaries and be considered Sfaradi. And at the same time, he constricted the tent because he said it has to do with these laws as expressed by this particular thinker, Maran Yosef Karo. And so in many ways, he gave Sephardi Jews borders around which to define their identity, and in such a way he guarantees the legacy of the Sephardi tradition for generations to come. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. February the fall.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes about the Douro River in Jewish history. Douro is one of the gorgeous rivers I've ever seen in my life. It's absolutely fantastic. It travels between Spain and Portugal, and I'm really hoping that I'll be able to get there again this year as the pandemic, thank God, subsides in many parts of the world. Portugal is doing really well right now, and the vaccinations are proceeding apace. So I'm really hopeful that, thank God, we'll get back to the scheduled kosher river cruise. Let's talk just for a few minutes about the Douro River and specifically its connection with Jewish history. So first of all, let's have a look at the geography. Here's the shot of the Douro. You see the deep valley that the river creates. It goes and drafts from mountains, but it's not always like that. It actually has terraced farmland and agriculture. It's actually very famous for its wine region. And of course, the name port, like Green Port, comes from Oporto, which is at the very end of the. But here's where it is located in the Iberian Peninsula. It travels from north central Spain out to the Atlantic Ocean through Portugal. We're going to focus on the part of the Douro that is in Portugal primarily because that's the most navigable by smaller river boats that will be taking it across the river. And most of it is built with these gorgeous kind of like terraced landscapes where you get to see the vineyards on either side, and there's actually very little urban development along the road, so it's really quite scenic. The earliest presence of Portugal is recorded in 4th century church documents. By the time you get to the 12th century, there are communities located along the Douro, Porto in particular, and it becomes a very important center for Jewish settlement. Jews are especially involved in extensive maritime economy of Portugal, one of the great variations of the medieval period. And Jews are involved in everything from the mercantile activities, navigation, in particular, very strong in navigation, to calculating the scientific basis for star charts and all kinds of fascinating things like that. They're especially active in south of the Douro. Jews basically did very well in Portugal. There was some tension in the 14th century after the Black Death, when Portugal was hit very hard, not surprisingly, perhaps because it is a maritime nation. But even with the tensions that tended to subside towards the end of that period, there's still a strong sense in Iberian culture that Portugal is a great place of refuge. And in fact, when Spain became much less hospitable after some riots in the 1390s, none other than ancestor of Don Isaac Abravanel, fled to Portugal, where he found some refuge. And there's a long connection there with obviously the neighbors in the peninsula to the after the Spanish Inquisition, the Douro River in particular is flooded with Jewish migrants who were struggling to get out of Spain, and with the expulsion in 1492, which were the most popular land use to follow, they would end up finding very brief respite in Portugal, however, because of the massive forced conversion of 1497, and then just a few days later, followed by the incredibly difficult Portuguese Inquisition. This effectively ended the presence as Jews per se in Portugal, but the Jews who are now called New Christians, because they were Christianity, suddenly had newfound freedoms as a result of their liberation from Jewish disabilities. And although many of them struggled to hold on to their Jewish identity, they were actually able to travel throughout the basin up into the North Atlantic to Amsterdam in particular, and to begin to make their presence felt on a much larger scale. Of course, there were Portuguese Jews at this point, and crypto Jews led to the New World, where the establishment and ultimately made their way up to Amsterdam, which was, of course, Manhattan. The River and its environment was, as I mentioned, a major conduit for Jewish migration, which also ended up harboring a lot of crypto Portuguese Jews who decided to stay in Portugal and maintain a Christian exterior while still practicing Jewish habits. And so you have communities which have like possibilities of mezuzah stars in the doorways, like this. My colleague, the kosher guru, David Krause, pointing out possible mezuzah star. You have the remarkable community of Belmonte, which was only discovered in the 20th century as a crypto town. Here, by the way, is a picture of their magnificent structure art, and their mikveh there, which is significantly more modern than medieval people discovered it. Also, a really important university town that's educated a lot of these cryptos. Town square was a church now, but it was actually public burnings of Jews in Portuguese. Here's some from the long Harry Potter type role. You know, it's such a gorgeous and an amazing trip. The boat is fantastic. I hope that many of you can join me on this. We have such an amazing time. Jewish optimized, right? You can have at the end of the day in the lounge area of the boat, and you know, it's fantastic to enjoy. Return to Portugal for Jews, 500 years later after being absolutely fantastic. Anyways, I hope you'll be able to join me. Check out the website. Today is our third in our series looking at the shaping of the Jewish mind. I spent quite a bit of time in the first lecture looking at class at the Sephardim, and in both of those classes we spent talking about the kind of seminal moment, if there are any, like kind of massive theological changes that really forced the emphasis to sort of think in a certain way, and forced Sephardic to think in a different way, and it may be somewhat take such a broad brush stroke, but nevertheless we argued in the first lecture that you see mind. There was a brutal, unexpected attack, not unlike the October. How that shaped the Israeli mind. But nevertheless,
For the Ashkenazim, that created a kind of centrifugal force where the cultural kids look are the outside word part of our other hand, they had much lower lead up. They had the forced conversion in 91. The Jews of the idea about 100 years prepare for living like that. They live as Christians absolutely, initially for the first 80 years without any consequences whatsoever. Back to their Jewish practices at home. But after the imposition of philosophy in the 19th century, then it became extremely so, and ultimately the not baptized were forcibly evicted from Spain in 1492, and under slightly different circumstances, forced to go around towards the year 1497 Portugal, and that created a different mindset and approaches of thought for the Sephardics, because they had developed for a century really as Christians and as inwardly. That did not lend itself to the idea that the outside was toxic and dangerous. In fact, the opposite. It allowed a lot of us to interact with society in very meaningful ways. They then brought back into the individual, or that they now choose not to. Tonight's topic was going to look at the 500 years after that great crisis when Sephardic Jews was expelled from Egypt, and created a huge mixing of Ashkenazim and Sephardim and other Muslims in the Asian countries. Not figured very much in our story so far, as we get to let's understand once they from their region, how did Ashkenazim and Sephardim affect each other? Of course, they had been contact, largely literary contact, primarily scholars and so on. What happened when Ashkenazim and Sephardim started living side by side in places like where God was larger and more important than Ashkenazim. So that's the first. Now, I want to show you some maps, and these are a little bit complicated, but I'll walk through them. So here's the map of the place, and I'm trying to indicate these yellow circles, not drawn to scale. Complicated, but where would you live at the turn of the millennium, around 1000? So if you look towards the right, of course, very much involved in attempts to men from space fighting side by side with Muslims at that time successfully. You still have Jews living in the land of Israel, although very small, especially after the century Muslim. Right in confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers as they feed into the First World, you have very significant Mesopotamian Jews become Babylon, later become Islamized, and the main central gravity of that for there. By the time you get up to 1000, they have been there 16. The center of gravity shifted towards north Baghdad, where the great yeshivas of Surah migrated, and this is basically the high point of their activity. They would climb after the 1000, they would get smaller and less significant. As the Spanish way on the other side, right, all the way left,
that becomes the dominant education. And there are small Jewish communities that dot the North African coast, but it is Spain that really takes off after the fact. A great example of this sort of shift of cultural center of gravity, like not leave Baghdad and makes it all the way over to Spain, where he are living, challenging and ultimately taking over. One great period is the fact that when Iranian history starts kind of like the eldest of medieval poetry is take on
you please tell me I'm here to be and which
how to rhyme things, how to
How you living? What's good?
One brown by sleeping here. So.
Please do. We're watching history lectures. They'll put you to sleep very nicely, and you'll get some of the deepest sleep. You're welcome here. Now, just for you, Venom. You're welcome here anytime, I'm there. You're welcome, buddy.
Specific innovation was vowel that has looks like a colon that's placed under a letter, and you really notice it has two different sounds. Very small sound. It doesn't make it look like letter printed out down sometimes in the dictionary. And suggested that you could take that vowel and use it as just like the Arabs. That was a whole realm of poetry, which we celebrate today with awesome Shabbos day like Lord Crocs. So that's an example of how the cultural weight from Baghdad all the way to Spain. Moving to the northern part of the Mediterranean, we've got lots of ways in today. Very large number of Rome and sort of sideways all that long. The area of France. And way up to the top, there's a fairly small population. Much smaller than Spain or also she finds an awesome living way out there. Little south of Rothschild around the time, Troy, but quite significant. So this is basically a picture of where Jews around the U.S. South. And again, here, Asian Jews, Central Asia, now, if they look at the next 500 years, first of all, the population rate, you're 1,000 houses a year. Question how that may be. Certainly, there's a significant amount of migration. This is part of a larger general population. Europe. Many historians feel that these were the population down south. They relate to factors that now became much powerful as a result of censorship. And there's a lot of theories about why that happened. Nevertheless, for our process, a really big population rolling which the great scholar Robert sort of gigantic way in black folks says that suffering in Western Europe was brutal and so hard to make a living. The reality is that Jews
beginning 11 Arabs from France. France is actually a very small territory, but it expanded much larger. Six, the Moors right through the 14th century. South of France were not part of the French kingdom at the time. They also were expulsion. They find their way to and also east. Jews numerous throughout the 1290s, and then smaller overwhelmingly east. Before that was two. On the one hand, are the expulsion motivated by several factors. There's a history of anti-Semitism involved. The Bible years, 1144, followed closely by post-desecration. That's fine. Much more importantly, what economic are for a variety of reasons. More importantly, the Irish ban on money lending to Christians are money provided credit in Black Europe at the time, and it's a dangerous profession if they extend loans wisely to larger population. They rob people uprisings. If loan money from the most powerful government, might feel that it's wipe out their debt by expelling values. Try and pay various international campaigns. So a lot of economic and social pressure driving to out of Western Europe. At the same time, Central and Eastern Europe is experiencing a vacuum of economic talent. They don't have, for example, Finland, but anybody knows how to handle precious metals in terms of coins. A lot of the economy in Poland in the 13th century is still happening barter, and the rest of Europe is way ahead of that, developing Arabic credit systems and working with markets and so on. Jews are quite literally invited from the politics of people. Jews are being invited in Eastern Europe, and so Jews pay their communities all the way up to the 7th century. This is what was although originating in the Rhineland, really Eastern Europe, Russia. Now we get to great cultural things. I know the map is getting crowded. It's getting more crowded on the next slide, but hopefully now we're looking at the red line. And this is the colossal experience during the expulsion. As you recall, Spain was a towering citadel of Jewish culture. It Baghdad has really the religious center of the world. And those Spain was like flying across. It would be expelled from New York, New Jersey, and unthinkable. Such a massive amount of people, especially economy and culture and so on. Nevertheless, it happened. You see behind that red Portugal, land crossing, many of them went northern region along the river, where they go February in France, before we years there in May. And also many short distance across North Africa, France, some of them made a much larger trek all the way out to discovered this time, to establish themselves in places like this. But a lot of them made their way to the north, or
accommodating climbs, particularly in the context of the religious wars, where the Protestant Reformation has allowed for some more liberal environments, where the Catholic Church in particular, rather than especially lovely, because this is a culture that depends heavily on population cooperating together. They of course sort of reclaim land, depends on they're incredibly flat. And that's because they develop these dikes and windmills and water out of the soil. The soil is soaked from the ocean and dried out enough that they can and by inch they actually expand the territory. What that society needs, everybody has their part. You can't ignore the dike, ignore property, and think you're going to be ticked off about it because it requires this as well. This interesting kind of cooperative culture was really welcome because as long as they did their part, they were perfectly well accepted. It was not a society that had the luxury of a lot of reasons why we and then you've got you spanning out throughout the Mediterranean. Some of them make their way to the Italian peninsula, but most of them for our specific class is that many of them made their way out of Europe and Western Europe. I was thinking that, they had actually done very well under the Muslims. They went to places like Constantinople and Asia Minor and to Spain, Israel. Okay, I hope everybody is following this map. I'm going to give you one more complicated map. This one, I know it's so because overlaid. Look at the light line. This actually gives you what happened. Largest population by far is now in Europe. Ashkenazi Jews, quite a few Sephardic, European, and of course European Jews. After 1882, when Russia Syria controlled the last three and the Russian Empire, unable or willing Jews as a whole opted to migrate to about 2 million away. 100,000 made their way to Canada, 7 made their way to South America, and 400 million made their way to now, we're already in the 19th century, all those areas and now they're available are moving very large numbers overall. Smaller numbers, about 50,000 South Africa, number 8 and a very small number less than basically a huge 20-minute overview of the major population. I want to point out one thing that should be obvious from the aesthetics of this map, that Ashkenazi and Sephardic are definitely coming on top of each other anyway. Especially after the 1492 expulsion, Sephardic artists penetrated culture in large numbers, either as Jews not being so-called Sephardic or as the privilege of Christians because they extended those gives you an overview of how to each other, what happened when discovering each other is very okay. Hold on. Let's look now at the impact of the study. So, as you will recall, it started at working with this is a picture I never stamp among his many inventions was things that the figure physics determined the distance of everything from having a body like sun here or navigation like far away first of the millennium, they're importing Arabic science, culture brokers, Arabic Africa, Europe, a lot of translation from Arabic classics, which are themselves quite often translated. Making the Latin Arabic local part of the literature later, they actually developed Jewish songs from all but a decade before is not about a school search. Prove this for press was using they fell in love with. And that had a great impact in spreading party culture as a representation of literary culture today. Found out one other thing part of was an openness outside the world. Well, with Amsterdam, where really had no problem engaging very but remembering that, for example, the 65 phenomenon. So here's a map of Ottoman Empire. And this was all 23 years before she was other parts of Europe, they essentially went back and started Judaism. Fortunately, as
right there on the so a large number of them ultimately was burned 25 states. This is an example of how it was dangerous. Did a anybody in Europe. And the Inquisition started right around the 19th century, so they were but moving to the Ottoman Empire, the Muslim Empire, because the Islamic religion has a sort of motto or the Islamic territories called the Amar, which is something like spiritual darkness. Essentially says that you are allowed to live in their religion in Muslim empire as long as they submit to largely symbolic and it's definitely second class kind of thing where they're not allowed to carry weapons or horses, they're color, hello, distinguish themselves from others. A lot of these places for the girls that synagogue do, they have like red one, we're actually building several substations. So many people said, forget about living in Europe, it's long, and then when they not very young place here in all. Lowering radically
father-in-law or brother-in-law. You see on the right, alphabet. Also Kabbalist, and the home that we decided by experience, and then sort of the center, the student of the Rabbah was actually from Egypt. Isaac right. Also although he was raised in Egypt, he came to order to learn Rabbah. Later, but Kabbalah, that is found in the station. Sure. This large is the physical of the particular post Holocaust period of Arctic. All of those bigger exceptions were from Spain and Portugal, and they were uprooted as refugees. Our was out as refugees. They of a clean road, which was a dramatic moment that allowed for the bringing of the their Kabbalistic studies drama that helped in the next 500 years. This is largely from starting with what he used in Kabbalah that later to the as well. Have a look at this map here, which gives you a sense of the demographic spread of the first half of the 19th century, how Western Europe has documents used. France was kind of large, is now very small, all the cities have all a little bit more, but then East Europe, Hungary,
how it is largely their culture was part of it. This is a researcher of my college Rabbi Rothschild pointed out that modern period outdid the Baal Yes, all had about his life was a collection of stories of occultation, raised on the facts of, and a lot of which amazing stories what they could make historically. But the fall of those on the archives, Dr. Rothschild was able to actually find this record of years. And large, actually very how much information and so on. It was very amazed that talked about history of Israel and Kabbalah that but the kind of movement that spread under the third generation spread throughout the entire region. Well, we're very smart part of the world. But they were deeply opposed by the traditionalists led by the but bad lack of discipline by they realized very little access Portuguese Portuguese so what? They're so bad, and I kind of like their opera and fond of great Ashkenazi Jews slowly began to the outside world and to question initial stance about the Crusades lasted for about 750 years. Maybe so bad to get involved with greatest force of this was most here. But personally, greater integration of culture. Jews learn the vernacular, not be relying on fellowship learning proper German, communicating and so on. He was very popular, particularly among liberals, among a certain sector of Jews. Well, but at the same time, his ideas were controversial that some of Europe books were actually burned by radical. There are others like Solomon Hyman who were contemporary. The Judaism is together. He wrote a autobiography. He's growing up in a family, actually, youth, and ultimately he discovers the outside cultural patriarchy. Overboard. He writes, I jumped over the wall buying a book. Take a step on this. Steps to Northern Germany region was a false aerial scare where suddenly developed a wide-ranging phobia that people very were there. And this caused quite an uproar. So much so that people were doing things like building these kinds of offices where
ladder in a coffin. Some very when I was at the piece of ladder, flag would pop up around the ring. One is relative to made sense for very bang for 7 hours. Meaning the corner, 7 is already late. We're talking about very only fast one modern. It would be a bit of dead, and it would be 3 days. Make sure. Problem is, which area is my map? Nothing about that. Racial body position actually beneficial for that represents accelerate Israel starting very early hours. Not even talk to very person how alone accelerate that. So this we have contributed. So people turn to saying, hey, can you argue away later? Now, that was about personally, not lying. There wasn't much measure. Overall, very at the body decompose after here, go back, treat the bone, and bring to the family crib. So, normal. You all have they're very never listen. Ready. Finally, we get to deeply involved in all kinds of socialism, and they're critical of the all things that as we